Prologue. 12 years ago. It was late at night in the middle of the forest outside of the Leaf Village. The wind was blowing and the moon was out. It seemed just like any other night. However, the roars of a demon fox and shouts of misery and pain that echoed through the night clearly showed the difference between this night and a normal night. A chunin was dragging a boy towards the village. "We have to get you to one of the safe places in the Hokage's monument," said the chunin that was dragging the boy, who was also in charge of escorting the people that were too weak to fight the Kyuubi to safety. The boy he was dragging wrestled desperately against the chunin's grip. "No, my mom and dad are still fighting back there," screamed a young Irika Yumino frantically, as said chunin was practically dragging him away from the massacre. Screams of torment and sorrow were heard all over the Leaf Village while the glow of fire enacted an eerie glow upon the village. Blood splattered against the earth as a tree branch impaled a random civilian. The buildings that were close by were now in shambles. The ninja of the Leaf were fighting as hard as they could against the gigantic fox. Meanwhile, in a huge puff of smoke, the fourth Hokage appeared right between the fighting ninja and the Kyuubi, standing on Gamabunta, the chief toad's head. The fourth had thick blonde spiky hair. It hung loosely down the sides of his face. He was wearing his Hokage jacket that hung down to his knees. It said fourth Hokage on the back in kanji. Other than that, he had the standard Jonin flak jacket and blue cargo pants on. He quickly told Gamabunta to hold the fox off until he got back, while he summoned Gamaken and Gamahiro to help him out. He vanished in a flash of light using his signature move, the Hiration. The toads started their long and intense battle with the fox. The ninja around could only watch in awe until a random Jonin shouted, "Give them all the support we can. Hit that damned fox with everything you've got." The ninja started to fire off all sorts of elemental jutsu at the fox to little or no avail. The fourth reappeared a couple seconds later next to his two best friends, Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha, and Mikoto was giving birth for the second time in less than an hour. Sweat dripped down her face as she strained against the pain of childbirth. Minato looked at Fugaku guiltily. "I'm so sorry that it has come to this, you too. I wasn't able to stop the Kyuubi from being reborn after mine and Kushina's child was born." Minato's wife had given birth 6 hours ago to a stillborn blonde child. "Minato, it's okay, we're giving our second son to you because we know what's at stake. And when you return him to us, we will raise him as a normal boy just like we did with Itachi and will do with his twin Sasuke," Fugaku said gently, knowing the pain his friend must be going through despite how he was keeping it together. "We know that you did everything in your power to keep this from happening. It's okay, we don't blame you." Minato, who was visibly shaking, calmed down when he heard his friend's words and finally spoke. "I'm still sorry for doing this to you, my friend. How is your why?" He was cut short when Mikoto screamed out, "Oh my fucking god, this is killing me." Minato and Fugaku rushed over her and Fugaku tried calming her with soothing words. "It's going to be okay, honey. You're doing great." But Mikoto only responded by screaming even more. Her coal-black hair was soaked in sweat and so were most of her clothes. She had her fully developed Sharingan active the entire time without knowing it. She gripped the sheets and yelled, "I'm going to kill you for doing this to me, Fugaku." The Uchiha paled and started to worry for his own safety. Then they heard it. Wah wah. It was the unmistakable sound of a newborn baby crying. They all smiled knowingly. "Can we see him?" Mikoto and Fugaku asked the nurse of the Uchiha clan. "Of course you can," she said. The Uchiha nurse brought the baby up to Mikoto and laid him into her arms. That was when she noticed that he had a full head of spiky black hair, unlike her other two boys, who had hardly any when they were born. He also had dark, deep emerald green eyes, which was unheard of for an Uchiha. She looked at him in wonder and amazement as she noticed this and wondered how in the world her son had those eyes. "He will be very unique and strong. I can already tell," she thought to herself proudly. Fugaku was looking at the raven-haired boy in wonder as well before Minato looked at them both sadly. They noticed this and looked back at him with solemn looks in their coal-black eyes. Mikoto nodded slightly at her blonde best friend at the other side of the room, who nodded back as she passed out of exhaustion. She had no idea how the decision she was making would impact the world. She only hoped it would be for the best. Minato picked the boy up tenderly and disappeared in the same flash of golden light that he appeared in. Minato took the small boy to the already prepared tent, looked at him smiling. He laid him down gently in the small baby bed that was already there and stepped outside. The baby boy started crying softly, wanting to feel the warmth of someone. He looked at the ANBU and told him to look after the young raven-haired boy. He then used Hiraishin to transport himself back to the battle in that familiar flash of light. When Minato arrived at the battle, he saw that only Gamabunta was the only toad left fighting the fox and was barely holding his own. Minato guessed that the other toads were desummoned back to Mount Myaboku. Minato shined back on top of Gamabunta's head and said to him, "You ready, Chief Toad?" The toad nodded and Minato jumped high into the air. In the air, the fourth and two shadow clones readied his most powerful jutsu. The Kyuubi was still thrashing at the land below. Minato thanked Kushina for helping him perfect it and hurled a giant wind shuriken at the fox. The only sound that could be heard for miles when it hit was high and piercing, just like millions of needles stabbing into flesh, going faster than the wind. Minato wasn't done yet though. "You're done for Kyuubi," Minato shouted as he finished the hand signs for the jutsu that would end his life. "Sealing art, Death God Seal," the blonde murmured, and a ghoulish figure with a scythe phased into existence from out of the abyss. "Who or what do you wish to seal?" it asked in a deep and resonating voice. Minato pointed to the Kyuubi, who was lying on the ground below, too tired to fight anymore. "You know the consequences, correct?" Minato nodded solemnly. "Bring me to the vessel, then." Minato nodded again and led it to the tent in which the boy was sound asleep. He stopped right outside the tent and told the ANBU stationed there to give Fugaku a letter when he delivered the boy. The fourth walked and the Shinigami floated into the tent. The Shinigami then proceeded with the sealing. Minato put up a sound-suppressing barrier, so that the people outside would not hear the boy's loud wailing. The essence, chakra, and soul of the Kyuubi were all sealed into the raven-haired boy in a short time. When the sealing was finished, the Shinigami asked if Minato was ready and Minato only nodded. The Shinigami raised his scythe and pierced the fourth right through the heart. The toads on Mount Myaboku had tears in their eyes as they felt their student and friend's essence leave the world of the living. When Makoto woke up, she noticed that there was an ANBU at the door holding a small baby cradle. Fugaku was standing with him, and he had a grim look on his face. Makoto could hear the faint crying of the small boy. She motioned for him to give the cradle to her, and the ANBU walked to her and held it out for her to take it. She gingerly took her son in her arms as the man spoke. "The fourth asked me to give you this letter, Fugaku, but I believe he wanted you both to read it together. I have other duties to attend to, so I bid you farewell," the ANBU said and vanished in a swirl of leaves. They both looked at their naked son's stomach, noticing the complex seal on his small stomach. Makoto and Fugaku slowly opened the letter. Makoto read it aloud quietly. "Dear Makoto and Fugaku, if you are reading this letter, then I am dead and the Kyuubi has been sealed inside your son. I am so sorry it has come to this. My reasons for writing this letter are that I have 3 requests for you, and I also have something to tell you. I wish to tell you how sorry I am. I know that I've told you many times, but it still doesn't help. I am so sorry that this has happened. The first request is that you name the boy Naruto for me. The name Naruto comes from a book that my sensei Jiraiya wrote about a man that never gives up and works to bring true peace to the world. I believe that Naruto will grow into the name and fulfill the legacy that the name has left unto him. He will be a great man someday. The second request is that you tell him about what's inside of him at a young age so that he will know why the villagers give him such harsh looks, which I have no doubt that they will, but also tell him that he is keeping the village safe from the demon, and that he should be proud of it. I will tell Sarutobi to tell the villagers as such, but I don't think that it will be as anyone hopes. My third and final request is that you teach him my favorite jutsu, the Rasengan. I would like you to let my sensei train him in this jutsu and maybe more if he learns it well. I know what every woman thinks of Jiraiya, Makoto, but if you warn Naruto about him beforehand, I don't think that he will be able to influence your son like that. Now to what I have to tell you. I have received word from Jiraiya that Madara is still alive, and I can confirm it, as I fought him right before the Kyuubi attacked, and I have reason to believe that he is the cause for it. It seems that he is gathering followers, so be on lookout for him. I know it is hard to believe and we may both be wrong, but I ask that you watch your backs and make sure that he is taken care of. Your friend, Minato Namikaze. Makoto looked at Fugaku with her eyes wide. What the hell? How can he still be alive? she thought to herself. He looked back and she knew he was thinking the same thing. Get some rest, honey. I'm sure that both you and Naruto need it. She nodded and slowly fell asleep with her son in her arms. Fugaku smiled gently and picked his son up, holding him close as he sat in the chair next to the hospital bed that had been prepared in the compound for his wife. The boy slowly stopped whimpering and his father knew that he was asleep. This boy is going to have a long and hard life, he thought grimly. Mikoto and Fugaku fell asleep with their sons sleeping soundly next to them in the baby cradles that the Uchiha nurses had prepared for the birth. The two of them held each other tightly as they slept. They had various dreams between the four of them. The room was completely silent until the next morning as the sun rose into the sky. The two adults woke up due to Naruto and Sasuke crying. They tried to calm them down. Fugaku picked up Naruto and Mikoto picked up Sasuke. They cradled their boys until they both stopped crying. They looked over to each other smiling, knowing that they would have an amazing time raising these two boys in the ninja way. Chapter 2. Training in Ramen. Naruto woke up slowly. He sat up and looked around his room. It was mostly plain except for his bed and the desk against the wall. He got up and went into the bathroom to start his daily routine. He got into the shower and found that the water was freezing. What the hell, Sasuke? Why is the water so cold? He yelled loud enough for his brother to hear him from down the hall. The two boys had grown close over the last 7 years. I don't know, Naruto, I haven't taken a shower yet, Sasuke yelled back. He started to get ready himself, getting his clothes ready for his shower. He also placed everything he thought he would need for the day in a pile next to his door. Naruto got out of the shower and finished his routine. He went to the dining room to find that everybody except Sasuke was already there. Hey Mom, what's for breakfast? He asked happily. Well, we have some bacon and eggs, or you can make yourself something, his mother said. He sat down and helped himself to some food. The family held a light conversation until Fugaku announced that he would be teaching them fire-style jutsu right after breakfast. Needless to say, the twins were ecstatic. After they finished eating, Fugaku took them down to the dock to teach them the fire-style fireball jutsu. First he taught them the hand signs. Okay, now I want you to do those hand signs and inhale while you're doing it. When you are finished with the hand signs, I want you to say fire-style fireball jutsu and exhale fast. Can you do that? They both nodded eagerly and started doing the hand signs. Neither of them had luck on their first few tries, but on the fourth try Naruto exhaled and a small fireball came out of his mouth. Wow, that was awesome, he said, and continued to practice. Each time the fireball got a little bigger until it caused steam to roll off the water. There you go, Naruto, you've got it now, Fugaku said to Naruto. Sasuke got it not long after that and Fugaku praised him for it. For the next few months, Naruto and Sasuke trained at the dock diligently at controlling the fireball jutsu. Soon they could both control exactly how long or wide it was. It was at that time that Fugaku came to check up on them and he was impressed at how easily they both were getting the hang of it. Fugaku also taught them 2 other jutsus, fire style, fire dragon jutsu and fire style, phoenix flower jutsu. They learned them both quickly, so Fugaku told them, keep practicing those 3, and once you turn 8 I will teach you more. Naruto and Sasuke's birthday was fast approaching, and when they turned 8 they would be able to go to the academy. Neither of them could wait for that fateful day. They kept training the 3 jutsu and Itachi helped them with their other training. This consisted of wearing 10 pounds weights at all times, accuracy training with weapons, as well as taijutsu training. They sparred with each other every day and on weekends they rested. The day had finally come. It was October 10th and they were so happy. They got up, got dressed and raced downstairs towards the door. What's the rush, boys? Mikoto said when she saw them. Mom, don't you remember? Today's our birthday, we're both 8 now. It's awesome, they said at the same time. Of course I remembered now, come get some breakfast, she said. They all went into the dining room and there was a huge cake on the table. Is that for us? Naruto asked in amazement. Yeah, it's for you both. It is your birthday after all, Itachi said and cut a piece of the cake for them both. Here you go, he said. Itachi gave 1 piece to Naruto and 1 to Sasuke. The cake was so delicious that it was almost gone by the time they were done. They both loved it. Fugaku told Naruto to come to his room. He had something to tell him and that it was very important. Naruto got up and walked with his dad to his room. Son, do you know why we have forbidden you to leave the Uchiha compound unless we are with you? Fugaku asked, and Naruto shook his head. It's because if you left without us, the villagers would probably physically hurt you, even though they don't know you. Why? Naruto asked. Because you have something inside you that tried to attack the village 8 years ago. Naruto, I want you to try to meditate and see if you can enter your mindscape. When you can do that, you can leave this room and come and talk to me about it, he replied. My mindset? What do you mean? Naruto asked, not understanding what his father was asking him to do. Just close your eyes and relax. Concentrate. It may be a little difficult at first, but I know you can do it, Fugaku said with an encouraging smile. Naruto tried concentrating on himself, and the result was a big headache. He tried again and found himself inside a dark sewer-like tunnel. He walked forward for a bit until he found himself in a huge room with a cage in it. The floor was covered in water, much like the rest of the dark sewer. He heard a low growling sound inside the cage, and he walked up to it wondering what could have made that sound. Taking a few more steps, he found himself in front of cage face to face with a giant red fox. He looked closer and noticed that the fox had 9 tails. Why have you come here, you Uchiha scum? It asked angrily. Well, this is my mindscape, so I have a right to be here. But what I don't know is why are you here? He asked confidently. Take a closer look at the cage, boy. I am sealed here. The 4th Hokage sealed me here 8 years ago after that bastard Madara Uchiha made me attack the Leaf Village. Wait, so you didn't attack on purpose? He asked. No, I was happily sealed inside a woman named Kushina, and he attacked her in her sleep with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. So that's why you hate my clan? He asked the beast in front of him. I have to go talk to my father about something. I'll come back and talk to you in a little while. Naruto exited his mindscape. He walked to his father's room to find him sitting at his desk going over some papers. Dad, I talked to the fox demon and he was mad at first that I was an Uchiha, but then he calmed down and told me something very important about why he attacked the village. He said, watching the look of horror on his father's face. So you actually talked to him? He asked. The demon also said that he was happy inside a lady before me. Then a guy named Madara got him out and used his man, something against him to control him. His dad looked at him in a shocked expression. Dad? Are you okay? Who's Madara? Why did you tell me all of this? I told you because I made a promise to the 4th, who was my best friend, and because you are going to the academy this year. I didn't want you to not know why the villagers hated you. I also wanted you to know that it's a good thing that he's inside of you because you're keeping him from getting out and attacking again, Fugaku said. He looked very worried. Madara was once the most powerful Uchiha alive. He had control over the Sharingan like no one else. If the fox says that he is the one responsible for the attack, then we have a lot to worry about. You shouldn't be worried though, son. Everything will be all right. Thank you, Dad, for telling me this. I'm going to talk to him again, so I'll talk to you in a little while, Naruto said and entered his mindscape. The Kyuubi was waiting for him to get there, and when he did, the beast said, I was listening in on your conversation with your father, and he is a good man. I realize now that not all Uchiha are bad. Do you want to learn how to use your Sharingan? And in return I have some rules for it. If you break these rules, then I will seal your dojutsu forever. Got that? Yeah, I got it. Now what are the rules and how would you seal my eyes? Naruto asked curiously. Rule number 1, you must not copy another's jutsu unless I say it's okay. I don't believe in gaining power without working for it. Rule number 2, you must never use the Sharingan against me. Rule number 3, don't be an ass about having power, it's annoying. And for your question about how I would seal your eyes, I am the creator of the Sharingan, so I can honestly do whatever I want with it, to an extent. Come over here, Naruto. The Kyuubi explained to the boy what his rules were and Naruto nodded, understanding them for the most part. Naruto walked over to the cage and the Kyuubi put one of his claws gently on each of Naruto's eyes, and when he opened them they were crimson with one black tomo in each eye. Now leave this place and open your eyes. Your father is getting worried. Naruto did as he was told and his father gasped when he saw his son's eyes. Son, who activated your Sharingan? Fugaku asked, although he already knew the answer. Oh, the Kyuubi did it for me. Isn't it great? Naruto said excitedly. Yes, it is, son, Fugaku replied. So what else did the Kyuubi tell you? Well, he said that he was the creator of the Sharingan. At that point, he was pulled back into his mindscape. The QB said, "Don't tell him about the rules and ask him if he knows the shadow clone jutsu. If he says yes, then I want you to copy it, then perform it, because I want to talk to him about something and that will allow me to do so." Naruto nodded and left his mindscape. "Hey Dad, do you know the shadow clone jutsu?" he asked. "Yeah, why?" his father replied. "QB wants to talk to you and he says that if I copy that jutsu then he will be able to. He says it important." He replied back. His father reluctantly did the jutsu and Naruto copied it. He tried unsuccessfully to perform it the first time. He tried once again and was met with a half-dead looking version of himself. After the third try he finally got it and summoned one clone of himself. Fugaku was surprised to say the least. Some Chunin could do the skill and yet his 7-year-old son could. He didn't show it though, he didn't want Naruto to start getting an ego. After Naruto finally was able to do it, he poured some of the Kyuubi's chakra into the clone and it changed forms. What it looked like now was a black-haired version of the fourth Hokage. Fugaku gasped, "Why do you look like that?" He was assuming that it was the Kyuubi. "I look like this because the fourth put so much chakra into sealing me that it changed my human appearance. As for the hair, that was Yusun's doing, although it probably wasn't intentional. Personally, I like this appearance because Minato's wife was my previous vessel, and I had enjoyed his company. Sometimes she would let me talk to him through the seal. He was a very intelligent and interesting man. Now that that's over, Naruto, I need to talk to your father, so go train with Sasuke or something," the QB said in a voice that sounded like what Naruto would sound like when he got older. Then he practically pushed Naruto out of the room and shut the door. Okay, that was a little weird. So, what to do now? Naruto thought to himself as he was walking toward his brother's room. "Sasuke, do you want to spar with me? I'm bored," he asked when he got inside the room. "Sure, why not?" and they went to the Uchiha's training grounds. When they got to the training grounds, they took their respective positions across from each other and bowed. Sasuke ran at Naruto while doing hand signs. He inhaled, jumped up and yelled, "Fire style, Phoenix flower jutsu," and about 10 small balls of fire shot out of his mouth at Naruto. Naruto dodged and did the hand signs for his own jutsu. "Fire style, fireball," he screamed and blew a huge fireball at his brother. Sasuke dodged most of it, but if he went to the left anymore he would run into a tree. He realized this, so he jumped up and the jutsu only lightly singed his feet. He got to the ground only to find his father waiting for him. He blocked a punch and threw one of his own and it connected with Naruto's face. Naruto flew backward a few feet and landed on the ground. Sasuke walked to him and helped him up. "I think that's enough for the day," Itachi said as he walked out of the trees. "You guys shouldn't be sparring so hard, you are brothers, you know? Now let's get you to Mother so she can heal your wounds so you'll be ready to start at the academy tomorrow." "Okay," the twins said at the same time and ran towards the house. "What have you two been doing for the past half hour? You're covered in cuts and bruises," Makoto scolded when she saw them. "We were sparring, Mother. Sorry. I guess we went a little too rough." She gestured for them to come over to her. "Well, let me heal your wounds," she said and did the hand sign for medical jutsu and proceeded with healing said wounds. Naruto went to his room to find that the Kyuubi clone was sitting on his bed patiently wait for him. "Hey Kyuubi, how did your talk with Dad go?" he asked. "We will talk in your mindscape, but before that I need to talk to you for a minute. I need a new name. If someone heard you talking to me while I am like this, there would be consequences for you and I honestly don't want that. Think of one and say it out loud." Naruto thought for a minute or two. "Is Minabi okay?" he asked, aware of his fondness for the fourth. "Yes, now hurry up and dispel me already so that we can continue this conversation in your mindscape," Minabi said impatiently. Naruto did as he was told and entered his mindscape. Minabi was in his cage waiting when he got there. "So what did you and Dad talk about?" Minabi Naruto asked. "Well, we talked about a lot of things, but the thing we talked about most was you and Sasuke. It seems he wants you to each specialize in a different jutsu. For you it will be a technique that the fourth created. But for Sasuke it seems that he wants him to master and perfect the jutsu that he created himself. When you start the academy tomorrow I will tell you more." Naruto exited his mindscape and went to sleep wondering about what the jutsu was going to be. Chapter 4. The Academy. Naruto woke up the next morning, excited as ever for his first day at the academy. He got up, took a shower, brushed his teeth, and headed downstairs for breakfast. Took you long enough? Little brother Sasuke said when he stepped into the dining room. Hey, only by like 10 minutes, he retorted. Sit down and eat, you're gonna be late, Makoto said. Okay, they said and sat down. After they were finished eating, they gathered the things that they would need for their first day, said goodbye to their parents and left for the academy. They walked for about 15 minutes before they arrived at the gate into the Uchiha compound. As soon as they left the gate, Naruto noticed it. It was the villagers. They stared at him with eyes that were filled with hate. It made him want to break down and cry, but then he remembered what his dad told him the day before. So he kept his head held high. He just hoped it wouldn't be like that every day. They walked for a little while and talked lightly about how they thought their day was going to be like. They noticed that there were shops lining the street. Shops for everything from ninja tools to clothes. There were even shops for food. Naruto smelled some food coming from a little one on the end called Ichiraku's ramen. Hey Sasuke, let's go there for lunch, Naruto said while pointing to the small shop. Okay, it sure smells good, his brother replied. They walked some more and found themselves at the academy. They stood at the gate for a few minutes, admiring the grandeur of it, before walking in. They found their teacher Irika Umino, and he gave Naruto a puzzled look. The look on his face changed when Naruto said hello, to a smile, and he walked them both into the classroom. Good morning, class. Today we have 2 new students, Naruto and Sasuke Uchiha. Say hello, Irika said to the class. The class said hello, and the twins went to pick their seats. Irika told them to sit wherever they wanted, so Naruto chose a seat beside who he thought was a really pretty girl. She had kind of short bluish-black hair and wore a really loose tan hoodie and blue ninja shorts. Sasuke looked around the room again before sitting down by himself in the back. Irika announced to the class that they would be learning about the leaf's history. He launched into a huge lecture about how the leaf was built. Every once in a while he would ask a question and the class would answer. Naruto found out when Irika called roll that the girl he was sitting beside's name was Hinata, but he was so busy taking notes that he couldn't look at her. He didn't even notice that she was looking at and blushing when class let out for lunch. For lunch, they went to the place they were talking about that morning. When they walked in, the owner greeted them and asked what they were having. Naruto looked at the menu and decided on miso pork ramen. Sasuke chose chicken ramen. When they got their food, Naruto took one bite and knew that he was going to be coming here often. What's your name, old man? He asked the owner. It's Itachi, and this is Iam, he said while pointing to the young girl standing beside him. Well, I'm going to come here every day for lunch. It's so good, Naruto said and finished eating. When they were done eating, they said their goodbyes and headed back to class. The rest of the day was pretty boring. Irika would go over something in the textbook and then quiz them on it while it was still fresh in their minds. It was never hard, though Naruto thought that Irika was a very good teacher and listened to everything he said. At the end of class, Irika announced that they would be learning about the different kinds of weapons in a ninja's arsenal the next day, and then dismissed the class. As the rest of the students filed out of the classroom, Irika called Naruto back. Hey Naruto, he said. How come I've never seen you before today? I've never left the Uchiha compound before today, so that is probably why. Naruto said politely. But why? Irika asked. Dad wanted to protect me from the villagers, Naruto explained. So he didn't let me leave the compound until I was old enough to understand why they hated me. Oh, Irika said dumbly before Naruto walked out the door and headed home. When Naruto got home, he went straight upstairs to his room and closed the door. He sat on his bed and entered his mindscape to continue his conversation from the night before with Minabe. Hello, Kit. How was your first day? Minabe asked when Naruto arrived inside his sewer-like mindscape. It was good. I got to sit by a really pretty girl, Naruto said. Oh really? Well, that's good, Minabe said. Now, I know what you are going to ask, and I can't tell you anything about the jutsu that you are going to learn, but your father did tell me that I can teach you one fire-style jutsu of my choice. So I'm going to teach you a jutsu that hasn't been seen for about a century. It is called the fire style. Flame Dragon Bomb, and we need to be in an empty training ground really far away from any buildings, so go ask your father about it. Naruto ran downstairs and asked his dad about a training ground. I do know of one, it's called Training Ground 44, but you will have to wait until Friday because of school, and you will have to take Itachi and Sasuke with you because it's dangerous in there. I will tell them that you are going camping, his dad said. The rest of the week flew by. On Tuesday, they learned about weapons like shuriken, kunai, and a bunch of other kinds. On Wednesday, they learned about ninjutsu, and Irika was impressed that Naruto and Sasuke knew a few jutsu and asked if they would spar in front of the class, and of course they said yes. They went to their respective positions and bowed. Minabe had told Naruto about the first part of the Flame Dragon Bomb, which was just a simple fire dragon, the night before, so Naruto did Shadow Clone Jutsu to distract him. The three clones attacked Sasuke while Naruto continued doing hand signs. Fire style. Fire Dragon Jutsu. Naruto yelled before releasing an adult-sized dragon from his mouth. Sasuke dodged and did a Phoenix Flower Jutsu with only 2 hand signs. Naruto dodged and was about to do one more jutsu, but Irika interrupted him. "That's enough, boys," he said. "That was a great match, you two. Some chunin can't even do some of those jutsu. You should be proud." "Alright class, that was ninjutsu, and tomorrow we will be learning about genjutsu or illusions," he said. They did indeed learn about genjutsu, but since no one knew anything about it, they had to learn. The hard performed a low-level hell viewing technique on them, and the room was filled with screams. Irika didn't want the other teachers to worry, so he undid the genjutsu right before class ended. It was Friday finally. Naruto went straight to school after breakfast. They learned about taijutsu or hand-to-hand combat. Irika told them to get into pairs and spar. Naruto flattened his opponent, a chunky boy by the name of Choji. Naruto helped him up and told him it was a good fight. They spent the rest of the class talking together with a lazy boy named Shikamaru. After class, they raced home to get their camping gear and Itachi. When they got their gear, Itachi led them to the training ground. Took them about a half a day to get to the training ground. When they arrived at the overgrown forest of a cage, the twins exclaimed, "Wow, this place is huge." "Yeah, I know, this is training ground 44, but some people call it the Forest of Death," though Itachi told them why. They asked curiously. "You'll see why when we get inside." "Come on, let's go," Itachi said and opened the nearest gate into the forest. They followed him inside the sinister forest. They walked until it started getting dark, which was about a mile in. They fought wild animals the whole way there. Itachi told them to set up camp and go gather firewood. When they finished setting up camp and had a fire going, they sat down by the fire and waited while Itachi got food. "Brother, why do the villagers look at you like they hate you?" Sasuke asked. Itachi sat down beside the twins while they waited on the food to cook. "Naruto, you look like you have something on your mind. What's up?" he asked his brother, who seemed like he was deep in thought. "Brother, do you want to know the real reason why we're out here? I'm sure you've probably guessed by now that there is another reason why we are camping," Naruto said, and Itachi nodded. "Well, before I can tell you, I have to let you both in on a little-known secret about me." Naruto continued to tell them everything he knew about Minabe and that he was housed inside him. He also told them why they were out there in the forest. Sasuke was a little jealous at first because Naruto got to learn a new technique and he didn't, but Itachi told him that he would help him activate his Sharingan, so Sasuke didn't say anything else about it. The meat was finished cooking, so they ate and went to sleep. Itachi stayed up and put everything perishable away in a scroll so that they would be able to eat it later. "I wonder how long he's known about the Kyuubi," he thought. He used the Shadow Clone Jutsu and told the clone to stay up and keep watch throughout the night. Then he went to sleep in his tent. Everything went fine the first night. Itachi woke up the next morning, got up, and dispelled his clone. He walked to the boys' tent and woke them up. They got up pretty quickly, and when they were all by the campfire, Naruto used Shadow Clone Jutsu so that Minabe could come out. Itachi was so surprised that he fell right out of the chair he was in and landed on Sasuke's foot. "Ouch!" Sasuke exclaimed. "Naruto, who is this and where did you learn that jutsu?" Itachi asked. "Oh, Dad taught it to me, and this is Minabe," Naruto said casually. "Yes, I'm the big beastie inside him that everyone is scared of," Minabe said with a foxy grin on his face. "Come, Kit, so that I can teach you the rest of the jutsu. Oh, and Itachi, I can help you with that little problem concerning your eyes, if you'd like. We will talk later." He walked farther into the clearing and Naruto followed. After Itachi got over the shock of seeing Minabe, he told Sasuke to follow him. He walked in the opposite direction with Sasuke and then stopped. He got out a scroll from his pouch and unrolled it. "What is that, brother?" he asked, noticing that the scroll had a bunch of the same seals on it. "This is a sealing scroll containing weapons. Each seal has 100 of the same weapons in it, and today we will be using shuriken," he said and unsealed one of the seals. "Nuts? Okay, Kit, I want you to summon 50 clones. They will be working on your jutsu while we spar," Manabe said. "But how will that work? If I'm not working on the jutsu myself, how will I learn anything?" Naruto asked the fox. "Okay, I'm going to explain this once and once only. Make a clone." Naruto did. "Now don't move and send your clone to look and see what I'm holding behind my back." The clone looked and saw that he had a shuriken in his hands. "Now dispel him." He did and then grinned. "You were holding a shuriken. So whatever the clone experiences before it's dispelled, I remember." "What are the limitations of this?" Naruto asked, looking at Manabe. "Nice job, Kit, you're smarter than you look. The limitations are that you have to build up physical strength and speed on your own, but anything that has to do with the mind, such as reading or muscle memory, or even learning chakra control, you can do with this. The only thing you can't, like I said, is increase your physical fitness. Now make 50 clones." Naruto did as he was asked and created 50 clones. Naruto then looked around the field of clones thinking, "Can I test my max, Manabe? I have an idea," Naruto asked finally. Manabe grinned at his student's willingness to think ahead. "Yes, go ahead. I want you to try and create 300. Naruto did the hand sign and said, "Multi-shadow clone jutsu." He made 300 more clones easily but was breathing heavy and sweating. "So 350 are about my max right now. Alright, that's good. Manabe, I know because of you that I have huge chakra reserves, and I was wondering if you'd let me use these clones to work on my control. I've heard that with massive reserves comes abysmal control." Manabe was shocked at the suggestion but smiled again. "You are correct. It's a thought process." Manabe hesitated for a few seconds. "Alright, I'll let you. I want all 300 to work on trying to walk up that tree, without hands like this." He slowly walked up the tree using only his feet. "Wow, I always wondered how the older ninja from my clan could do stuff like that, so it's a chakra control exercise," Naruto said. Manabe jumped down and said, "Yes, now with that many clones you could literally wreck your mind. So I want 20 to dispel every hour in sets of 10 from this group and 5 from each group of the first 50. All of your clones gain the memories, so that will also quicken your training. When they can walk up the tree, I want them to fight on the surface until they can fight for an hour without falling off. No jutsu. Now send the second group to work." Naruto told the clones what to do and they all spread out around the clearing. "Alright, now as for what the first group is going to do, I want 25 of you to work on the fire dragon jutsu. Make it stronger and hotter. The other 25 of you will be working on a wind-style jutsu called wind-style air bullet. I want it to be able to put a clean hole through rock when they are done. Also, when both groups get down to 5 left, only dispel 1 an hour. While they are doing that, we will be sparring." When he finished talking, he showed the 25 clones the hand signs for the wind-style jutsu. Then he explained how to do it and they got to work. "Naruto, I want you to come at me with everything you've got," Manabe said. Naruto took a kunai from his pouch on his left thigh and charged Manabe at full speed, which wasn't that fast. Manabe easily dodged and threw a few shuriken at Naruto, which surprised him. He barely dodged them and Manabe shined behind him and said, "You let your guard down. Big mistake," right before kicking him hard in the kidney from behind, which caused the boy to double over in pain. "Why did you do that?" yelled Naruto. "I thought we were only sparring." Manabe looked at him with a cold stare. "In a real battle, you can't let your guard down even for a second, or it could mean your life," he said simply. "Well, this wasn't a real battle, you could have gone a little easier on me," Naruto said weakly. "I will not go as easy on you as your teachers and older brother. You need to be ready for what is to come," he said ominously. Naruto looked at him wondering what he meant. "Now I want you to start your physical training because that took less time than I thought. I want you to do 20 push-ups, sit-up, leg kicks, punches, and squats, and then run around the clearing 3 times. Naruto groaned but got to work. Manabe jumped into a tree and watched him and his clones work. The tree walkers were slowly getting farther and farther up the tree. The fire jutsu clones were making progress as well, and so were the wind users. Manabe decided to take a short nap while Naruto trained. "Nups? Okay, Sasuke, you're doing a lot better, but I think we can get you to 2 tomos before it's time to call it a day," Itachi said as he continued to barrage his younger brother with kunai and shuriken now. Sasuke would either dodge or block the projectiles, but he didn't get them all, resulting in the multiple cuts and scrapes. He's improving very quickly. I predict he and Naruto will be the strongest Uchiha the world has seen since Madara, he thought as he continued. Alright Sasuke, time for a short break. You deserve it, he said, smiling at his brother. Finally, Sasuke exclaimed, "We've been at this for hours." He walked over to Itachi and Itachi handed him a scroll. "This is a scroll I made for you and Naruto when you unlocked the Sharingan. I want you to read it and study it every time you unlock more of your Sharingan. I will add more to it every once in a while until it's filled. You won't be able to read much of it yet, but here you go." Sasuke took it and started to read. He noticed that almost all of it was blank except for 3 short paragraphs. "Sasuke, if you are reading this, then you've activated your Sharingan to 1 tomo in each eye. I'm very proud of you and hope that I helped you in some way. More of the scroll will appear as you unlock more of your potential and you will begin to learn about the things you can do. With 1 tomo you can perceive things around you easier and the world may start to slow down a bit. You will get used to this. You will also start to see chakra flow and read lips to a degree. Those are the abilities you gain by having 1 tomo. When you have more, the next part of the scroll will be visible to you and you can read about the abilities you gain. The one thing I must stress to you is that our dojutsu and family have a curse of hatred on them. We must do things to gain power that may seem horrible to most, but that is how it has always been. I ask that you try to find other ways to gain power and not rely on your eyes too much because they might just fail you sooner or later. My hope is that you can overcome this curse of ours and learn to love, and not hate." Sasuke looked at his brother, who had sadness in his eyes. "Brother, why are you sad?" he asked, showing his age. "It's nothing, Sasuke, just bad memories. Let's eat a small lunch and then get back to training." Nups. A kunai hit the tree that Minabe was napping in, which woke him up. "What the hell, kid?" Minabe exclaimed and looked down. "I'm done with physical training, so I thought I'd wake you up. There are 50 clones fighting on the tree left and I'm down to 5 with each jutsu," Naruto said, laughing at him. "Alright then, let's go see how they're doing," Minabe said as he reached the ground. They walked over to the clones that were practicing the fire jutsu and asked how they were doing. "We finished, but we should probably just show you," one of the clones that were left told him. Naruto noticed that the ground looked like it had been scorched everywhere. "Alright, show us then." The clone did the hand signs for the jutsu and said, "Fire style. Fire dragon jutsu." He exhaled. A huge white-hot dragon swam from his mouth into the air. It burned anything that it touched. Naruto jumped back and gawked at the dragon. It was so hot that by that he could see the heat radiating off of it. If someone got hit by that, they'd get obliterated. He thought to himself, "Better not use it at full power unless I have to." "That's amazing," he said out loud. Minabe watched, satisfied with his progress. "Dispel these clones and let's go check on the others," Minabe said and started walking towards the wind users. Naruto did as he was told and got a little dizzy from the influx of memories. He joined Minabe with the other clones. "How are you guys doing with the jutsu?" Naruto asked one of the clones that were left. "We finished a little while ago. Here is the result that you asked for." The clone showed them a medium-sized rock with a hole in it that went all the way through. "That's good, guys," he dispelled his clones. "Now will you teach me the jutsu, Minabe?" he asked. "It's getting dark, so not right now. We will continue this tomorrow. First, let's go and check on your tree-walking clones," Minabe said and started walking in their direction. When they arrived at where the clones were, they were all fighting on the surface of the trees and dispelling every once in a while. "Good job, you guys. Come down," Naruto said, and they all landed on the ground. "How long have you all been up there?" he asked them. "Well, we've been fighting up there for almost 2 hours, but we were finished with the tree-walking exercise after the 3rd set of clones dispelled," the clone replied. "Good. Dispel them 5 at a time," Minabe said. Naruto slowly dispelled them in increments of 5, giving himself a few minutes between each dispel to acclimate. When he was finished, Minabe dispelled. "Well, I guess I'd better check on how Itachi and Sasuke are doing," Naruto said to himself right before a kunai flew past him and stuck into a tree. He looked up and saw his 2 brothers, and they both had their Sharingan activated. Itachi's had 3 tomos, while Sasuke's had 2. So Sasuke's Sharingan has been developed to 2 tomos now, which reminds me, I need to start training with mine. I don't want Sasuke to get jealous though. so I'll talk to Manabe about helping me put a genjutsu over it tonight. He thought to himself, but aloud he said, "Hey, you too. I'm assuming that the training went well." Sasuke grinned. "Yeah, it was hell. I dodged weapons for my life. Once we got it activated, it was easier, but it took forever to get to the second stage. I'm just happy that I got that far," Sasuke said excitedly. "We should head back to the campsite," Itachi said, and started walking in that general direction with Naruto and Sasuke behind him. "You'll get to see the results of my training tomorrow when I finish," Naruto explained. "You haven't even finished yet? What have you been doing out here? Sitting on your ass, I'll bet," Sasuke teased. "You'll see tomorrow," Naruto said and grinned. When they got back to the camp, Itachi put some of the leftover meat on the fire that they rebuilt and asked Naruto to bring out Manabe so that he could talk to him. Naruto did as he was told, and Manabe went into the tent with Itachi. Itachi put a silencing jutsu around the tent so that the boys wouldn't hear. "You said you could help me with the problem I am having with my eyes. Does that mean that you can awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan for me? I've been struggling with the fact that the only way to awaken it is the death of my best friend Shursui by my hand." He paused to let Manabe speak. "No, Itachi, it means that I can help you activate the stage after that, which is the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which is only normally obtained by implanting a sibling's eyes in your sockets." Itachi almost puked at the thought of that, which Manabe saw and was pleased about. "What do I have to do?" "I have a modified Tsukiyomi that I can use on you that will activate it." Itachi was surprised. "Isn't that the ultimate genjutsu?" he asked, and Manabe replied, "Yes, and before you ask, it will last 72 hours, that way you will experience it, but only 20 minutes will pass in the real world. You won't have to worry about being out for 3 days. Itachi didn't even blink before saying, "Okay, I'll do it." Manabe activated his Sharingan, which was a completely golden eye that had 3 rings inside it, and along each ring was a decreasing number of tomo. The last ring had the standard 3, but all of the tomo were red. He told Itachi to lie down and brace himself. "Kongo no Shicho Jujutsu," he said, and Itachi's eyes widened, knowing that that wasn't the name of the jutsu. The last thing that Itachi saw before he found himself in a different world was Manabe's spinning Sharingan. Manabe walked out of the tent and Naruto asked where Itachi was. "Training," Manabe said simply before sitting down beside them. "Nups." Itachi found himself on top of the Hokage monument, but it was different than the one he saw every day. It had 7 faces on it instead of the 4 that he remembered. He looked at the last 3. One was Tsunade, the slug Sannin. The second was a man looked surprisingly like his youngest brother Naruto. He didn't recognize the third man, but he did notice that he had the Sharingan etched in his eyes. Itachi looked up. He realized that the sky was blood red. He looked around for the moon and couldn't find it. He did see that there was a huge red Sharingan with the same design as Manabe's in the sky, minus the rings. "What is this place?" he thought. He took his eyes off of the Sharingan and looked around. The village wasn't in very good shape. Buildings were falling apart everywhere. He heard a sound a little to the left, and in the next second he was surrounded by unfamiliar ninjas. They all had no headbands on, and Itachi wondered why. The circle of ninjas opened, and the last man from the Hokage monument walked up. "Who are you and what are you doing in My village?" the man asked. "My name is Itachi Uchiha, and I am from here, as you can see." He pointed to his headband. One of the men gasped when he looked at the symbol on the headband. "Itachi Uchiha, you say? I thought I killed you 26 years ago after the war broke out." "Yeah, I did, because I remember that you and your brother's teams had been such a thorn in my side for so long. But now you can't even touch me. Take him to the deepest dungeon and start the torture," he told the men behind him. They took him before he could fight back and slapped metal bands on his wrists. "Before you are tortured to death, I'll let you know my name. I'm Madara Uchiha, the first and strongest of the Uchiha, and this is my world now. Take him." He could feel his chakra being drained rapidly by the metal. They walked him to the IT division and down the stairs that were right inside. Down and down they went for what seemed like hours. Itachi counted over 5,000 steps before they finally came to an end. Now he was in a hallway. It was dark with only one light near the stairs. They lead him down the hallway to the 5th door on the right. The ninja walked him inside the large room. He looked around at the tables full of torture instruments. They carried him to a cleared-of table. He tried his hardest to get free, but their grips were strong on him, and he couldn't get free. They strapped him down on the table with more of the chakra-draining metal. One of the men picked up a normal kunai and slashed him in the stomach. He gasped from the pain, and the man cut him a second time and then a third. The man grinned sadistically and ran the blade along Itachi's chest, leaving a slice that was a foot long. Itachi cried out as he never had before. Nuts! It had been almost an hour since Manabe had used the genjutsu on Itachi. It's probably been long enough. I should go and check on him, he thought. The boys had eaten and were talking. He slipped into the tent and looked at Itachi. Shit, he's going to die if I don't act quickly, he exclaimed. There were 3 deep cuts along his stomach and a long thin one along his chest. He touched Itachi's forehead and said, "Written," and Itachi woke up screaming. What the hell was that? He yelled. Stop moving or you're going to bleed to death, Manabe said calmly. Itachi went silent and Manabe looked around for a first aid kit. He got some bandage tape and wrapped his wounds tightly with it. They still oozed blood slowly, but after a while they stopped. What was that jutsu? Manabe, Itachi asked. And why is everything so vibrant? I can tell how worried you are, even though you don't look it at all. Manabe looks at him grimly. That was a mistake, I'm sorry, I should have told you what I was really going to do from the beginning. I apologize for that, but I needed an ally. Don't speak and let me explain. I could have put you in a modified Tsukiyomi, but instead I used a jutsu I've only ever used on myself. It is a time-space jutsu called Kongo no Shicho Jujutsu that literally allows the user or victim, in your case's soul, to travel 37 years into the future. I want to test my theory, and if I'm right, what you just saw will never happen. I am assuming that you met Madara Uchiha, and that he had taken over the world, correct? Itachi nodded and Manabe continued. Okay, I think I told your father this, but Madara was the reason that I attacked the village that night, 8 years ago. I'm not sure exactly what he's planning, but what you saw is the end result. That jutsu lasts 24 hours, 8 hours present time, and whatever injuries you sustain are transferred to your body. It's similar to the Yamanaka's clan jutsu in that regard. Now I want you to channel as much chakra into your eyes as you possibly can. Itachi started channeling chakra into his eyes with them closed, and he slowly opened them. Ack! He screamed and fell to the ground. Nuts! Naruto and Sasuke were sitting by the fire talking about the training that they went through during the day. Yeah, but the trick to training and activating your Sharingan is to strengthen your eyesight, Sasuke said, and Naruto asked how exactly you did that. Well, sparring is one way, but it has to be serious sparring, and you have to have it activated the whole time. Also, having thousands of projectiles thrown at you at high speeds will strengthen it. Naruto shuddered at the thought. So what did Manabe have you do? Sasuke asked him. Well, at first he had me summon 50 shadow clones. Then he told me how they worked, which is that anything that the clone does before it dispels you will remember. So apparently they are a good training tool, but not many people can use them the way I do because I have a crazy amount of chakra. If you tried to summon even one, you'd probably die. Sasuke looked at him incredulously. Really? Then how can you use them so easily? Sasuke asked. Well, Manabe has been inside me for so long that he has increased my reserves without meaning, to the point that I have more chakra than the Hokage probably. That's just a guess though. Anyways, I remembered that Irika said that if someone has a lot of chakra to begin with, that they have horrible control of it, so I can up with an idea. Naruto continued to tell him everything about the day's training except for the part about the results, claiming that had have to wait until the next day to see. They continued to talk about all kind of subjects from the academy to what they wanted to eat when they got home. Nuts? Itachi was freaking out. What is this? He asked Manabe, as he examined his eyes in the reflection of the small mirror that all ANBU are required to carry. They looked exactly like Manabe's, except that the tomos were all black instead of red. That is what's called the Eternal Sage Sharingan, and you are the second human to possess it. Manabe explained. Who was the first? Itachi looked at him and asked. Manabe put a hand on his shoulder. I gave it to the Sage of the Six Paths when he found me and my brethren and took us in. The demon met Itachi's eyes. The Uchiha was beyond shocked. So I have the eyes of the Rikudo Sannin? Manabe, I'm sure that these eyes have many untold secrets and abilities. But is there anything that you feel that I must know right now? Itachi asked, closing his still activated eyes. He opened them again and noticed that everything around him was extremely detailed. He could see each pore on his and Manabe's skin. The one thing I feel that you must know is that those eyes never deactivate. Even if you deactivate them visibly, you will still have access to all of the abilities just as if they are active as they are now. I recommend that you teach Sasuke the Fire Dragon Jutsu. I have plans to teach him and Sasuke a collaboration jutsu that you will see Naruto use by himself tomorrow. Itachi, you have a long road ahead of you. You must retrain this new Sharingan. It may look complete, but in truth it is still in the first stage. Visibly, only the tomos will change, becoming red as you master it, but your proficiency with it and its abilities will change drastically. Itachi sighed at the thought of having to retrain this Sharingan, but at the same time he was excited as hell to have a new challenge to overcome. Let's rejoin your brothers. First, you must visibly deactivate your eyes. Concentrate on having as little chakra as possible in both of them. Itachi did this and noticed that the only thing that changed was visible, and that was that his eyes went back to their original coal black. I will write out a scroll explaining the stages and abilities you will obtain with training. You may also want to try experimenting with your abilities to create new one, but I strongly advise against it until you unlock at least 6 of the 32 tomos in your eyes. Do not talk to anyone about this unless I am personally there. Is that understood, Itachi? Itachi nodded as they walked out of the tent. Nups. The two eldest walked over to the twins and greeted them. Hey brother, Manabe, how did your talk go? Naruto asked them. He looked at them curiously. It went better than expected. Boys, I have a meeting with father and won't be able to train you tomorrow. I will be back in the evening, but Manabe will take over both of your training until I return. Itachi told them. One look between the other two told Manabe that he would hold up the agreement that they made. Manabe nodded. The boys smiled, excited that they would both be training with the Fox the next day. Little did they know, as soon as Itachi said Fox had begun to think of ways that he could torture or train the boys the next day. Let's all get some sleep, Itachi said, interrupting his thoughts. Manabe dispelled and Itachi confirmed that he would be taking watch again. They all walked into their tents and slowly drifted off to sleep. Hey Manabe, what did you and brother talk about in the tent? He asked and could feel and hear the fox sigh inside him. We talked about his eyes, Naruto. I basically gave him an upgrade, and that's all you need to know right now. Tomorrow I'm going to start conditioning you and your brother's bodies to be better ninja. What you will do tomorrow will become both of your morning routine. You will each do it once a day, and every month you will add half of the routine to it. Naruto's brow furrowed as he thought of what they would be doing. Let me out for the night. I need to ask Itachi something, and then I need 6 blank scrolls to write down some information for you 3 on. Before Naruto could respond, he heard a poof from outside. He got up, picked up his kunai pouch and pulled a kunai from it before dashing outside. He looked around the camp and saw a diverse assembly of forest animals along with his 2 brothers exiting their own tents ready for action. A large tiger growled at them, signaling for them to attack. The 3 brothers started fighting the forest animals ferociously. Naruto blocked a tiger's claw swipe before stabbing it in the heart. Sasuke had taken down 4 large spiders, and Itachi was steadily shooting kunai and shuriken from his hands, nailing each animal he aimed at a few times. Naruto kept fighting, and before long there were piles of dead animals everywhere. Finally, the tiger from the beginning roared, and the animals started retreating. Soon there wasn't one in sight. Phew, Naruto said. That was a pretty decent workout. Brother, Manabe needs 6 blank scrolls, so that he can write some stuff down for us. Itachi looked at him and said, All right, here you go. He pulled out 8 scrolls and handed them to Naruto. In case he needs a couple extra, he reassured him. Naruto summoned Manabe, and then everyone went back in their respective tents. Like nothing happened. Nuts. The next morning the boys were woken up abruptly. Get up, you two. Your day starts now, and if you aren't out here in 5 minutes, I'm going to make you hate me. They both sat up in their beds and groaned. Sasuke was the last out, barely missing the 5-minute mark. All right, you two. I'm going to be training you today, and that means you will call me sensei. Now I want you to both eat and then meet me over in the clearing. Manabe barked at them. They quickly prepared some leftovers and started eating. Manabe had been up all night writing down the skills and abilities for Itachi's new Sharingan. That's not all he wrote, though. There were 2 scrolls for Sasuke and 2 for Naruto and Itachi. They quickly ate their food and walked out to the clearing. Alright, you two, here is your first scroll. They contain chakra control exercises for you to start doing. We're going to at least double your reserves by the time you get out of the academy. I want you to start with the tree walking exercise and work your way down. There are also elemental exercises for you, but I don't want you to start with them until you become a genin at least. There is one technique on the scroll for each 3 exercises. There are 27 different exercises for you to practice daily. I want you to be able to hold a spar with Naruto on the tree for an hour by the end of the day. If you can do that, I'll teach you a special way that you can use an undeveloped Sharingan like yours. If you find tree walking too hard to begin with, I want you to start with holding pebbles to your skin with your chakra. Before you start, however, I want you both to look at this scroll. This will be your morning routine from now on, and you will add half of it to the exiting routine every month. I will give you both what is known as resistance seals that you will be able to increase and decrease easily. I want them to both start at 10 and never go below that unless you are sleeping. Where do you want them? Pick somewhere that an enemy can see them to try and change them. Minabe lectured, and they listened like good little boys. They both took their weights off, and Naruto told him that he wanted his on his left thigh between his knee and torso. Sasuke put his on the right thigh, same location. Now those should only ever react to your chakra signatures, but if something ever goes wrong and an enemy changes them, you could be in big trouble. I don't want either of you to put it past 100 pounds of resistance until I tell you. Could seriously affect your growth. Start at 10 and wear them for a month and add 5 to it. Now as for your routines, read this. Minabe tossed both of them a scroll. On it, it read, hold 3 pebbles to your skin as long as you can until you can hold them for an hour. When you can do that, work for an hour and a half with 4. Then 2 hours with 5. Once you can hold them for 2 hours. Just increase the number of pebbles until you get to 25 for 2 hours. Come to me and tell me when you can do that. Naruto, I advise you to use shadow clones. You'll progress much faster than Sasuke, but you need that extra edge on your control because of your large reserves. Sasuke, I want you to remember throughout your training that just because Naruto progressed faster than you because of his clones doesn't mean that he is better than you. Strive to be his better no matter what. 20 push-ups.
30 sit-ups.
25 squats. 50 punches and 50 kicks with each leg and arm. Run 1 mile. Repeat step 1 for half the time. Spar for 30 minutes without the seals on. No jutsu, just hand to hand. Sunday will be your resting day. The seals will be on, but at the minimum of 10 that I set for you. You can also ask to increase your regimen, but not until 3 months in. The boys read over the scroll twice before Minabe told them to go ahead and get started on the routine. They both get started on the control exercise, and Naruto brought out 10 clones. They each started on holding 1 pebble for 10 minutes, then he dispelled them all. He held the pebbles for about 30 minutes before they fell. Sasuke held his for 10 and was kind of jealous of Naruto for having such an awesome training tool. He tried again and held them for a little longer. He did this until he could hold them for 15 minutes. Then he gave up for the day and started on his physical exercises. They finished the push-ups around the same time and moved on to the sit-ups. Sasuke finished first and started on his squats. Right after Naruto finished and started on his squats. They finished those at around the same time, and one started on the kicks while the other started his punches. They were both getting kind of tired at this point and finish at roughly the same time. Switching to the last exercise, they both power through it and finished. After this, they were both sweating bullets. They sat down and held their pebbles for the required time. Alright, take a 10-minute break and undo your seals. After the 10 minutes, I want you to spar for 30. You should feel a little lighter on your feet with no resistance. Not a lot, but nonetheless. They undid their seals and realized that they are lighter now. After the break, they got into their respective positions across from each other. They each bowed and took a defensive stance. Start. They rushed at each other. Naruto threw a kick at Sasuke's head from the left, but Sasuke dodged under it and punched at Naruto's ribs from the right. He caught the fist and pushed it away. Sasuke lost his balance for a split second, and that allowed Naruto to sweep kick his feet out from under him. A loud thud rang out as Sasuke hit the ground. Ugh! Did you have to hit me that hard? Sasuke groaned. Get up, you still have 20 more minutes, Sasuke, Minabe said to them. Sasuke slowly got up and went into his stance. Naruto charged him and came from the left with a knee to his stomach. Sasuke blocked with his palms and countered with a punch to Naruto's face. It connected and sent the raven-haired boy flying. He landed on his feet and came back with force, aiming a kick to Sasuke's ribs. Connected hard, but Sasuke caught it and twisted his leg and the rest of him. Naruto realized this and threw himself into the twist, aiming another knee to his brother's head. Sasuke ducked and let go of Naruto completely and watched him twist and land on his knee and left foot. He braced his fall with his hand too and jumped back up at Sasuke. The boy blocked another flurry of punches from his brother until he saw an opportunity and caught Naruto's left fist and pulled it toward him with his right at the ready to punch him hard. "Stop. Time's up," Minabe said a little too late as Sasuke's fist hit Naruto hard. The green-eyed boy flew back and hit a tree, knocking the breath out of him. "Well done you two, that was a good match. Nice finisher Sasuke, that was good." Minabe praised the older of the two as he went to help Naruto. "Alright, now Naruto, I'm gonna teach you how to combine the two jutsu I showed you yesterday. I want you to use both at half power." Minabe gestured for them to back up and they did. He quickly went through the hand signs for Fire Dragon and unleashed it at the ground, and before he even finished the dragon he was already on the wind bullet. As the last bit of flame erupted from his mouth, he shot the bullet at the center. The fire was fueled by the compressed wind and exploded outward from the center. It burnt everything in a 30-foot radius. That is the fire-style Dragon Flame Bomb. It will be a collaboration technique for the two of you to work on mastering. Naruto, I want you to be able to do this by yourself if Sasuke isn't around, because it is an invaluable technique, but it is much more powerful when two chakras are working together. Start working on getting the timing right. Sasuke, your part in this will be the Fire Dragon. He showed Sasuke the hand signs for the jutsu as Naruto walked off. They were both amazed at the potential of this jutsu but had to concentrate on mastering it. Sasuke started to work on the Fire Dragon jutsu, and when he got the basic dragon down, Minabe told him to work on making it bigger and hotter. "I want to be able to feel the heat from 20 foot away." Naruto set to work with his clones. He decided that using a clone and the original for this jutsu would be best, and Minabe was surprised when he walked over and saw 50 clones working in pairs. "Good thinking, Naruto," he praised the boy. "Nuts." Meanwhile, Itachi was on his way to meet their father. He took the short trip a little slower so that he could truly adjust to his eyes. Everything around him was vibrant and seemed to move with life. He realized that he could now see the chakra network of people instead of just the chakra. He also noticed that he could slow down the passage of time to a degree. "I originally hated the idea of having to retrain my eyes, but now I'm looking forward to getting some alone time to train," he thought to himself as he walked. He was almost at the compound now and wondered what his father wanted to talk to him about. He entered into the Uchiha district and slowly made his way to his father's room. He noticed that people had a different tint to their chakra now depending on what nature they were. Before, all chakra seemed blue to him, but now most Uchiha that he saw had a reddish tint to their chakra network. He knocked on his father's door. "Come." So he walked inside. "Ah, Itachi, glad you could break away from the boys. There is something very serious that I asked you here to talk about. But first, how is the training going?" Itachi looked at his father and smiled. "They are doing great. Naruto is learning a self-collaboration jutsu that he will later be able to use with Sasuke, and Sasuke has activated his Sharingan to the second Tomo. They are probably getting whipped into shape by that wily fox Minabe as we speak." Fugaka laughed and said, "Good. I'm glad to hear that you and Minabe are getting along. I was surprised as well that he wasn't as evil as everyone thought. So now to why I asked you here. The Uchiha are getting restless, Itachi, including myself. We cannot stand idly by while the Hokage and other villagers treat us like we are nothing more than a dojutsu. There has been talk of a coup. I know what you're thinking, but it has to come to an end somehow, Itachi." He looked at his son, studying his face, looking for any sign to show him what side he would be on. "This is madness, father. We can't betray our village because we feel used. That is the shinobi world. You know that better than anyone. Please try to talk to the elders. Make them see that a coup is not the answer," Itachi told his father, trying to make him understand. He knew that his clan felt this way, but a coup wouldn't help anything. "I'm sorry you feel that way, Itachi. All I ask is that if this goes south and something happens to me, that you take care of your brothers. They will not be a part of this, and I do not want them to know what is happening. Can you do that?" Yes, father, of course I will look after the boys, but you must know that this is not the way to handle this. Please listen to me. Itachi was fighting a losing battle. This is the only way to handle this, Itachi. The village needs to know that we are not just a means to an end. That we are people. Fugaku raged. They do know that, father. Itachi retorted and looked at his father with fire in his eyes, being careful not to activate them. We are planning to start this coup in a month's time. Do not interfere with this, Itachi. Just take care of the boys and try to be happy. Itachi wondered to himself what he could do. He loved his family, but his love for the village outweighed that family love tenfold. Okay, father, I will, he said and asked if that was all he wished to talk about. Yes, Itachi, you may go. But remember that I love you, son, and no matter what happens, that will not change. Itachi got up and left. He was in turmoil. What would he do? What could he do? He needed to think. He shined over to the waterfall that he and Shisui would always go to for a spar. Shisui stood there standing at the edge of the cliff. Itachi, I know that you're here. You've probably heard by now about the coup. I don't know what side you are on, but I am on the side of the village and will not be a part of this. I would rather take my own life than betray my village like the other Uchiha are about to do. He started walking towards the edge. Stop, Shisui. I feel the same way, but that is not the way to go about it either. We must come up with a plan of action to take. I can't stand here and let my best friend kill himself when my family is about to betray the village. He ran to Shisui and put his arms around him. What are we going to do about this? He asked him after letting him go. Shisui looked at him and then smiled like he used to when they were little. I don't know, but it's good that you are on the right side in this. I think that we should take this to the Hokage and see what he wants to do about it. Itachi smiled and agreed. So they shined to the Hokage's office. Come in, the Hokage said when they knocked. They walked into his office. Hello, Itachi, Shisui. Why have you come to see me today? I'm sure that it's something to do with the clan. The old Hokage looked at them. He smiled, but Itachi knew that he knew what they were going to tell him. Hokage-sama, the clan is preparing a coup d'etat against the village. I can tell that you know of this already. Why haven't you done anything? Itachi said and noticed that Hiruzen was surprised that he could tell. There is nothing to do, Itachi. The actions your clan is taking against the village are treason. They must be punished. I cannot be lenient with them, or I would, you know that. You have been watching them for us. Both of you. You know what must be done. But Itachi, I promised you that you and your brothers would have a home here. Shisui, I promised that you and Miko would have a home and future here. Those promises will be kept. Do you understand what you must do? I will give you 2 weeks to prepare. Both of you must eradicate the Uchiha. Hiruzen did not look like he was happy about what he just had to say, but Itachi could see that someone else was pulling his strings. The Hokage that he knew would never been okay with punishing a whole clan. He would have found another way. Danzo is making him order us to this. Itachi realized. I cannot disobey your order, Lord Hokage, but I know who is to blame for this order. My clan will grow and prosper in this village after we do this, but know that I will never forget who was behind the massacre of my clan. He will be brought to justice, but in the right way. I want you to tell the next Hokage of this, and he or she will decide what happens after he or she has talked to me. Will you do this for me, Hokage? I have big plans for my brothers and I in this village. If the man who ordered me to kill my father is not put to justice, my clan will move. I am to be head of the Uchiha, correct? You're behind me on this, right, Shisui? Itachi looked over to Shisui, who smiled and gave him thumbs up. He looked over to the Hokage and was shocked. The Hokage had such a look of pride on his face. Yes, I will do this for you, Itachi, if you will do something for me when the time comes. I want you to take that man's place. You're young now and need experience in the ANBU and as a Jounin instructor, but when the time comes for him to come to justice, the next Hokage will ask you if you are ready to take his place. I want you to say yes, because that is how a clan head delegates, and you're 15 years old. You are way beyond your years, Itachi, and I think you'll be a great clan head. But first we must look to the task at hand. Are you going to tell your brothers? Or Miko? I think you should bring them all in and let us talk about it in the next week. I want to have a face-to-face with all of you. Just Hokage to his students. My father asked me not to, but I will do this because it'll help explaining if you are the one to be there when we tell them. Itachi said, and Shursui agreed. The Hokage smiled. Well, if that's all settled, Itachi, let me speak to you privately for a minute. Shursui, go and meet Itachi's brothers in the Forest of Death. There will be someone you don't recognize. They are a friend, and let them explain. Itachi was shocked that he knew what they were up to. He gave Shursui a note to give to Minabe. Give this to the one you don't know. Shursui bowed and left. Nups. Back with the boys, Naruto lay exhausted on the ground beside Sasuke. Minabe sat in the tree smiling. They almost have it. They only need another day of training together to complete the collaboration jutsu to the extent that it will not fail. It had been 3.5 hours since the two had begun. Naruto, thanks to his clones, got the timing perfect for his wind bullet in an hour. By that time Sasuke had gotten his fire dragon hot enough for the jutsu to work. It wasn't as hot as Naruto's at full power, but it would work. That was when they started putting the two together. They slaved at working on their timing for 2.5 hours, and the jutsu only failed half the time now. All in all, it had been a good day. Minabe was proud of the two of them. He got them up and started them towards the camp. They walked into the camp, and immediately they were all on high alert. Why are you in our campsite? Minabe asked, and Shursui looked at Minabe, shocked at the resemblance he had with the fourth. Itachi sent me from the Hokage's office. This is for you, he calmly said, and handed Minabe the note. Bring the boys to the Hokage's office. Tell Shursui, the guy that gave you this note, to go and get Miko and do the same. Do not be seen. Itachi. Minabe showed Shursui the note and said, Come on boys, we have to the Hokage's office. Be stealthy and do not be seen. He nodded to Shursui, who disappeared. Chapter 5, The Massacre. We will tell only a few about this, Itachi. Do you understand? The Hokage looked at the young man in front of him. He was sure that Itachi would be perfect to take Danzo's place in the shadows, and that the new Uchiha clan would prosper in the village, not as outsiders. They had come up with a plan of action to take against the clan. But it wasn't pretty, and he knew that Itachi did not like the situation. Yes, Hokage. Only the new Uchiha clan can know about this, Itachi replied solemnly, knowing that he was about to eradicate his whole clan. They had been talking for a few hours now. A knock sounded at the door. Come in, Hiruzen stated. Shursui, Miko, Minabe, and the boys entered the room. As soon as the door was shut, an ANBU appeared, and the Hokage nodded at him. The ANBU, who Itachi knew was Kakashi, put a silencing barrier over the whole building. He took his mask off and introduced himself. I am Kakashi, a Jounin and ANBU for the Hokage. He looked at the boys. Itachi could see a faint smile play across his lips. All right, what I am about to tell all of you does not leave this room. No one can know about this. Do you all understand? The Hokage asked. Yes, Hokage, everyone said in unison. Good. Now this will be a shock to most of you. But the Uchiha clan is preparing to stage a coup d'etat against the village. They will attack in 1 month's time. Boys, your brother and I have come up with a solution to this, but it is not a good one, and it will not be easy. The Uchiha clan must be completely eradicated before this attack occurs. The Hokage looked at the shocked and pained looks on everyone's faces. What about mother and father? What will happen to us? Naruto asked seriously, surprising the adults in the room with his lack of hysteria. Little did they know he was hiding his emotions from them. He was terrified of what might happen to them. He didn't know if they saw through it or not. I also would like to know why the clan is staging a coup. Why are you telling us this if you are going to kill us all? Sasuke asked, also serious. The Hokage looked at the two of them and smiled inwardly at their maturity at such a young age. The Uchiha in this room with us will not be killed. Your father is one of the heads that are planning the coup, and your mother is helping him. They believe that we think of the Uchiha clan as just a dojutsu and that we are taking advantage of them. They couldn't be more wrong in this thinking, but there is nothing I can do to change what they think. Your brother and I have both tried. You 5 will be the start of the new Uchiha clan. You will be put under the CRA when you turn 16, and you will all prosper as a recovering clan in the village. The clan compound will be used for many other differing purposes, which Itachi will explain to you. After this massacre is carried out, you must act as if you knew nothing. You will all live in a house right outside the village that I have been entrusted to give to whom I deem worthy. It will have a few surprises that you all may use to make yourselves stronger. Naruto, you and Sasuke will train with many sensei over the next few years until you graduate, including Kakashi here. He will be helping you train your ninjutsu. Minabe, I believe you've been helping them on their conditioning as well as other areas. I want you to be their rounded teacher. You will teach them in any area you think they will benefit from. Shursui and Miko, you will also train with these two teachers and learn from them. Miko, I hear that you are good with kenjutsu. You will be teaching the boys the basic katas. There will be many weapons for all of you to choose from in your new place. I want each of you to pick one and specialize in it. Itachi, you will be training everyone in the Sharingan and the minute details on how it is used well. Kakashi, you could also learn a little bit from Itachi. I know that he is younger, but he shows knowledge of the Sharingan that I have not seen since the time of the first Hokage. Itachi, Shursui, and Kakashi will carry out the massacre. In 2 weeks' time, you will be all that is left of your clan. Now, Itachi, I believe that it is your turn to speak. The Hokage looked at the young man as he took a drag from his pipe. All right, before I keep going, that was a pretty long speech. Any questions so far? Itachi looked around the room. Why are we the only ones being spared from this onslaught, brother? Naruto looked at Itachi with tears welling up in his eyes at the thought of his whole family dying. Because we are different than them, Naruto. We know that our village means us no harm. We know that they aren't just using us. The Hokage and I have talked about this very same matter for hours tonight. We are the future of the Uchiha. You know that if there were any other way to go about it, I would. You know that. There really isn't, though. This has to be done. Itachi smiled slightly. Do not worry. We will be okay. I promise. The Hokage looked at all of them. They were all very somber and sad. Shursui and Kakashi will stay behind to listen to the plan. After Itachi is done, you all may go. I cannot bear to watch you suffer in this way any longer, he said with tears in his own eyes.
No.
I want to hear everything. If we are going to be all that is left, then I need honesty from the very beginning. Naruto spoke up again. The Hokage looked at the boy hard. This was a child. How is this boy so mature? Why does he insist on being a man so young? Hiruzen asked himself. Sasuke, Miko, and everyone else agreed with Naruto right away, albeit they were surprised as well that he was the one to come at the Hokage with that. All right, I understand. You will have nothing but honesty from me. You all will. Itachi, continue with what you were saying. The Hokage looked at Itachi with solemn eyes. Minabe, I need to tell them what you've gifted me with. Is that all right? Itachi asks and Minabe nods, knowing that all cards must be laid on the table. Minabe took me into a jutsu of his own making that showed me a future where Madara Uchiha ruled the whole ninja world. I'm assuming he overtook this village first because he was based here, but I promise you that every human alive was under his control. It wasn't a very fun experience. I was in the jutsu for almost 2 hours. Minabe brought me out of the jutsu and I noticed something very strange. This jutsu gave me a gift, and that is what I need to tell you about. First, let me show you. Itachi looked at them all and then channeled chakra into his eyes. He felt them visibly activate and everyone gasped. Hiruzen looked at his eyes and realized that he had heard of something similar once before. What is that, Itachi? I've heard and read a description about something that looks similar, but that just simply can't be. Can it? The Hokage said, flabbergasted. What you all are looking at is the eyes of the Rakuto Sannin. They are called the Eternal Sage Sharingan and they hold immense power. Minabe gave them to me because he said he needed an ally that he could trust with the information that I just told you about. He needed to change that future. I have barely an inkling of their power and already I know that if I faced a normal Uchiha they wouldn't last 2 minutes. Itachi seriously relayed the knowledge that he'd been keeping from the boys to them. Minabe has promised me a scroll with a full description of their abilities, but if by chance I am able to pass them on, I am declaring any information that I do not give you about them a clan secret. You will know most, but not all of their power. Is that all right with you, Hokage? Itachi asked, knowing that the old man wouldn't refuse because he knew that Itachi's power was needed. It took a minute for the Hokage to compose himself after hearing that revelation. I do not like secrets kept from me, Itachi, but as long as I know the bulk of their power, I am okay with it. I'm sure that we will all get to see the immense power your eyes hold in time. This does change a lot though. There is no way that the defective Uchiha will stand a chance anymore. We will talk about your trip to the future after the task at hand. I want you to write me a full report within the week. Now as for the plan, you three will go into the compound 2 weeks from now in the dead of night. Itachi, you will let Kakashi in. I want you three to kill any and all Uchiha as quickly as possible. The boys and Miko will not be in the compound that night. I will have a class outing planned for Irika's class that will take them out of the village for 2 days. They must take a family member and they will choose Miko. Use any means necessary, do you understand? Once it is done, meet here and you and Shursui will be escorted by me to the Sarutobi residence where I live. You can both sleep in the guest room until the class gets back from their trip. When they do, I will hold a public announcement telling the village of what has happened so that you three will not have to go on the run. After that, life will resume as normally as it possibly can under these extreme circumstances. I know it will be hard, but in time we will all be all right. We will recover from this, I promise you. The Hokage told all of them the plan, and though no one in the room was happy about it, they knew it had to be done and agreed. The boys didn't know what to think. 2 weeks and their clan would be gone. Their heads were down and they didn't speak. Naruto finally decided that he would be the one to cheer his brother up. Sasuke, there isn't anything we can do. I love our clan, but what they are doing can't be tolerated by us or the Hokage. Let's go and get some ramen, maybe that will help to cheer you up. He asked the Hokage if they could leave and Hiruzen said yes. So he took his brother's hand and ran out of the office and they started off towards Ichiraku Ramen. Minabe spoke up here, Hokage, I am the Kyuubi and as you well know, my previous vessel was Kushina Uzumaki. I enjoyed being sealed within her and enjoyed the company of the fourth. I want to tell you that my attack on your village was not one of my own free will. I was made to attack this village by Madara Uchiha, who ripped me from the seal after Kushina gave birth to her stillborn baby. I have regularly checked my future viewing technique ever since he attacked. The first time I checked it, I was sent to the battlefield of what looked to be a very long and bloody war. I do not know who was fighting in the war, but I can only assume it was Madara and the 5 great nations. I checked the technique a year later to see what had changed and Madara was slowly gaining control over the entire world. He started here where he was born. He put anyone that disobeyed him to death. I have been checking every year since then and he only grows more powerful. If we don't do something to kill him in this war that is approaching, I'm afraid that this world will be lost. I would like you to allow me to help in training your next graduating class. I believe that they are the key to saving this world. All of your adult ninja are either already at their peak and will only get stronger or will be too weak to help anyway. I have begun Naruto and Sasuke on a training regimen that I believe will help them mature into hardened battle-ready shinobi. They will be the powerhouses in the coming war, along with Itachi. I wish to at least give your other children a background in training so that they will be able to defend themselves and maybe help us win the war when the time comes. Will you let me do this? Minabe finished, and by this time all the jaws in the room were on the floor. The Hokage didn't know what to think. This was the mighty Kyuubi. And while he knew that Minabe had never been particularly evil, he didn't know what to think about this coming war that Minabe was talking about. Adding to that was the fact that the fox actually seemed afraid of what was to come, which made the old man wonder how bad it really was. Alright Minabe, I will allow you to train the new genin. After each team's first C-ranked mission, they will be sent to you for 1 month. Instill into them whatever training that you wish if it will help. Also, I know that you didn't attack of your own will. Itachi filled me in on everything and I agree. We must do everything to stop that future from happening. I'm sure that even now Madara is out there pulling his strings. You say that the war starts in 11 years. We must all be ready when the time comes. I will notify the other villages of this, but I do not think that they will listen until something has happened. I will also tell all of the sensei that the newest class is given to you to train them hard as well. Thank you for your honesty with me, Minabe. The Hokage replied after thinking about it. Nuts. When the boys arrived at Ichiraku, it was empty except for the shop owner and his daughter Ayam. Hey Gramps, I need 2 bowls of miso for both of us. The owner smiled saying, coming right up Naruto. Sasuke looked at his brother wondering how he could be so strong. They had just learned that their whole clan was going to be annihilated and yet here Naruto was, with a smile on his face trying to cheer him up. How do you do it, brother? Why are you so happy, despite what we just learned? He asked Naruto. Well, I'm not Sasuke. It's horrible what's going to happen, but I know that it has to be done. You know, father. He will never waver in his plan. I'm happy because at least we won't be the only ones left. We will have Shursui and Itachi to take care of us until we're out of the academy. We will also have Miko and all of our friends at the academy. I know that all is not lost, Sasuke, and that's why I'm not as scared or sad as you are. On this trip, try and make some friends. You'll realize like I have that just because something horrible happens, it doesn't mean that the world is ending. We have to be strong, Sasuke, for Itachi and the other two. We can let it show that this is getting to us. Remember, they weren't going to tell us, but Itachi Nizan thought differently. He thought that we would be ready, and we have to show him that we are. Naruto explained proudly to his brother. By that time their food was ready, so they started to eat. Sasuke thought long and hard about what his brother said while he ate his food slowly. After the first bowl was gone, he realized that Naruto was right. He decided then and there that he would show his older brother that he was strong enough. That he wasn't going to let the betrayal of the Uchiha clan ruin him. Thank you, Naruto, I think I get what you're saying. Let's show everybody that they didn't make a mistake by telling us, he said with enthusiasm. Naruto smiled thankfully. His brother had finally realized it too. They finished their meals and decided to go back into the forest to continue their training. The weekend wasn't over after all. The next 2 weeks went by rather slowly for our twins. They spent the rest of the weekend training hard in the forest with Minabe. It seemed to him that they had a renewed vigor about them because they had trained harder and harder the last 2 days. By the end of the weekend, Sasuke was able to spar with Naruto on the tree for the hour that Minabe had set for them. They had both gotten a lot better at the pebble sticking exercise. Naruto could hold 15 for 2 hours and Sasuke could hold 10. They worked on the fire-style dragon flame bomb until it was perfect. It now never failed and caused a huge explosion. After learning tree walking, they learned how to chakra hop. This was an exercise where you expelled chakra from your feet and jumped as high as you could. Minabe told them it would be good for increasing their reserves because they used so much chakra doing it. After they could jump 30 feet in the air, Minabe told them to start trying to jump to the same height with less chakra. It had been a tiring weekend for the boys, but in the end they had progressed far. After the trip was over, they went back home. It was very difficult for them because of what they knew, but they both kept quiet about everything. It was hard for them to be around their mother and father, knowing that they'd never see them again in 2 weeks. For the first week they went to the academy, it was a relief for them to go every day so that they could get away from the compound. Sasuke actually put an effort into making friends, and found that there were a few kids that he and Naruto liked in the class. Shikamaru was smart, but lazy and didn't talk much. They spent many afternoons with him and his best friend Choji, who was kind and a little on the chubby side. They had found out the hard way not to say anything about it. Sasuke found that Shikamaru and Naruto both enjoyed shogi, which was a strategy game that they were all quite good at for their age. Kiba was loud and obnoxious, but Sasuke liked that he was a loyal person. He didn't like the dog though because of his clan's history with cats. He also attempted to make friends with some of the girls of the class, but quickly found out that all they were interested in was that he and Naruto were Uchiha geniuses. One of the girls, Sakura was her name, had followed Naruto and Sasuke home one day. Sakura had long pink hair and wore a red cheapao dress with white circular designs on it. Under the flaps of the dress was a pair of form-fitting shorts. She proceeded to ask Sasuke out on a date. He told her, "Sorry, you seem like a nice person, but no," and she cried and ran off. She did this daily now, switching between the two boys because she couldn't decide which of the two was cooler. This irked both of the raven-haired boys, but then he and Naruto were walking home one day and saw one of their classmates. Hinata was her name, and he walked up to introduce himself. He quickly found that she wasn't like all of the other girls in class. She was from the Hyuga clan and could care less what clan he was from. Some afternoons were spent playing at the park with Hinata and Naruto. He thought that her indigo hair was really cute, but he would never tell her or Naruto that. Every morning they would get up and start on their routine, and as the end of the 2 weeks rolled around, they had noticed a lot changes in themselves. Naruto and Sasuke were getting stronger and faster each day, and their chakra control and reserves were increasing in leaps and bounds. They could both hold the 25 pebbles to their skin for 2 hours. Their progress in chakra leaping was slower, however, and they still worked at it every day. Minabe said that they still were using 5 times the chakra that was needed for the technique. This depressed both of them. But by this time, the never-give-up attitude that Naruto expressed had instilled its way into Sasuke. He would not be beaten by his younger brother. They sparred every day for longer and longer times. Now the 30-minute spar of 2 weeks ago was only a light one. They always went all out when they sparred with taijutsu, and every time they were beaten and bloody when done. By the end of the 2 weeks, Sasuke had an extremely better outlook on how his life was going, despite what was going to happen the next day. He now looked forward to the academy and seeing his friends every day. They were both still depressed about what was going to happen, but they had promised each other that they wouldn't let it get to them. The day was finally upon them. Naruto got out of bed and went to the shower. He had known this day was coming but still dreaded it. He finished getting ready and went downstairs to say goodbye to his mother, who he'd never see again. By the time he got there, Sasuke was waiting. They both gave her a hug and told her that they were going on a field trip and wouldn't be back for a couple days. She smiled, telling them that she'd see them when they got home. They left the compound with tears in their eyes. By the time the two reached the academy, they had dried their tears, knowing it had to be done. Since the night they were told about the massacre, they had heard many more rumors from inside the Uchiha about coup d'état. This reassured them that what was happening was inevitable. They still didn't have to like it, though. They walked into their class and greeted all of their classmates with smiles. Iruka was already at the head of the class, and it was scheduled to start in another 10 minutes. They sat in their seats and started talking to the friends that they had made. "I'm excited for this field trip," Choji said, and Naruto agreed. Shikamaru was napping at his desk and Kiba was doing the same. "All right, class, settle down. We're going on a field trip that will be for 3 days, and we will be going to the outskirts of the village to a mountain campsite. Have you all brought everything you will need?" Iruka addressed the class. "Yes, Iruka-sensei," they all chorused together. "All right, good. We had better get going then. Follow me, everyone," he said, and everyone stood up. The Chunin exited the class and his students followed him outside. Once outside, Iruka led the students to the village's west gate, which was closest to the academy. He ran at a slow pace for him so that the students could keep up. When they all arrived at the gate, he turned right just outside of it. He led them into a forest that seemed to stretch for miles. They all ran until they reached a clearing. Iruka told them that it was another 10 miles to the campsite from there, so they could take a break. The students and their guardians sat down and talked amongst themselves for the duration for the break. Meanwhile, back in the village, Kakashi, Itachi, and Shursui were getting ready for what would happen that night. They had spent the morning planning for every possible scenario that they could think of, and now they were making sure that they had all the equipment that they would need. "How do you think the boys are doing?" Kakashi asked the Uchiha. While the Cyclops Jounin had never met them before their meeting in the Hokage's chambers, he watched over them every once in a while to gauge their skills and to get better acquainted with them from afar. "Well, Kakashi, I'm sure that they are pretty shaken up by all of this. I think they will pull through, though," Itachi replied while he looked through his supplies. Shursui nodded, saying that they were both strong enough to handle it. It was almost time for them to enact the plan, so Itachi and Shursui bid their goodbyes to Kakashi and headed for the compound. It wouldn't be time for another 2 hours, so they went their separate ways and started doing things that they would normally be doing. Itachi went to train by himself and Shursui went to his home. Back with the boys, they had just gotten to the campsite that they were supposed to stay at for the next few days. They were setting up their tent when Iruka announced what they would be doing. "All right, class, gather around me. For this field trip, we will be identifying and taking samples of the plants in this forest. As a ninja, you will need to know what can harm you and what can help you in an environment like this. I want you to finish setting up camp and we will get started tomorrow," he said, and the students went back to setting up camp. Soon every one of them was sleeping soundly in their tents save Naruto and his brother. "Do you think Itachi and Shursui are okay, Naruto? They do have to go against the whole clan," Sasuke asked his brother, who reassured him that they'd be fine. Miko joined in with Naruto, telling them that their brother was one of the strongest in the clan. After that, they decided to get some sleep. The next morning, Naruto, Sasuke, and Miko woke up with all of the other students and their guardians. They exited their tent and found that breakfast was already cooking. It was the meat from a few rabbits the students had found after Iruka told them to go and hunt for the class's breakfast. The twins sat by the fire and watched as it cooked. Miko joined them moments later and they all started talking. They talked about what they'd be doing today, wondered if it would be hard. Anything and everything except the one thing they all wanted to talk about: the massacre. They had decided the night before that they wouldn't talk about it anymore. It would only bring pain to talk about something that they had no control over, and they knew it. Soon the other kids and their guardians joined them at the fire, and everyone was having a light conversation when Irika walked out of his tent. "All right, kids, like I explained yesterday, you will be exploring this forest collecting plants and herbs that I will help you identify whenever everyone gets back. Adults will accompany you, but you shouldn't run into any trouble. After breakfast, I want you all to spread out and start looking. Your mission is to bring back 15 unique plants to the campsite. Once everyone is back, I will help in identifying them all." Everyone confirmed they understood with a chorus of, "Yes, sensei," and quickly went to eat breakfast. After Naruto and Sasuke were finished, they set out with Miko to explore. Naruto and Sasuke wanted to find different plants so that Irika could identify them and learn more. The first plant that Naruto picked was a purple flower, with thorns on each side of the stem. It had leaves that were grouped in threes. Sasuke's was a vine that also had thorns but didn't have a bloom. They searched the forest for hours until they both had 15 plants in their bags. "All right, brother. Time to head back," Naruto said and smiled at Sasuke. His brother agreed, and they headed back to camp. When they arrived, they saw that they weren't the first to finish. Shikamaru, Sakura, and Hinata had all finished before them. Irika told them to lay out all of their plants with the others, and he would explain what they were when everyone returned. The boys decided to converse with those that had finished already. They walked over to Shikamaru and Hinata and asked how their search had gone. "It was troublesome. I got stuck with thorns I don't know how many times," Shikamaru told them, and they laughed. It wasn't too bad," Hinata said. They had noticed that she stuttered quite a lot around both Naruto and Sasuke, but was slowly becoming more outgoing. Sakura watched this interaction and felt left out. She wondered why the boys didn't want to talk to her. She sat by herself and waited for the others to get back, thinking about what she could do to get them to notice her. Soon everyone had returned, and Irika started to explain the different plants to them. They found that Sasuke's first plant was a greenbrier, which could be mixed with other plants to make a paralytic poison. Naruto's first plant had been a purple rose, which Irika told them was very rare. Its petals could be used for medicines while its stem could be used for poisons. They all listened to their sensei raptly, trying to learn all they could. "It might just save our lives one day," Naruto thought. By the time Irika was finished explaining them all, it was mid-afternoon. "All right, for the rest of the day you will be sparring. Pick a partner and spar lightly, taijutsu only." Naruto and Sasuke got up, excited for the workout that ensued. They went a ways away from camp and started sparring. It was nothing new to them. They did this almost every day now. Naruto blocked a knee to the face and grinned, before sweep kicking his brother's legs, knocking him to the ground. Sasuke got up and they started to trade punches. Before long, they were both dripping sweat and getting tired. It was starting to get dark by this time, so Irika told everyone to go and get some sleep. Hearing this, everyone retreated into their tents as Irika watched over the campsite. That was how the whole trip went. In the mornings, they would go out in search of plants. After the first day, Irika told them each what to go and find. Naruto and Sasuke were getting better at identifying what was what when it came to plants, and they were happy about it. On the second day that they were out in the forest, they came across Sakura and Ino, who was another girl from their class. Ino had long platinum blonde hair that she kept in a ponytail and wore a loose sleeveless purple turtleneck that showed her midriff. She had bandages from her midriff down to her knees on both sides. She also wore a purple skirt that was split on both sides to cover the bandages on her legs. She ran up to them, showing them all of the plants she had gathered, and they completely ignored her, for she was exactly like Sakura. She was a fangirl. Sakura stood watching her friend being ignored by the two of them. She decided then and there that she would confront them, ask them why they seemed to hate her and her friend. Ino soon got the hint that they didn't want to be around her and went back to Sakura before leaving with the pinkette. After the boys found all of the plants they were assigned, they would go back to camp and spar with the other students. They didn't always pair off with each other though. On the second day, Naruto paired with Choji, and Sasuke and Kiba sparred. On the third day, they sparred with each other. Sakura and Ino didn't talk to them again after their encounter in the forest. Sakura told the blonde that she would talk to them and tell her what they said. The boys still kept to their morning routine though and were tired after each day. Needless to say, they both slept very well each night. The other students would sometimes ask what they were doing when they did their chakra control exercises. They would only reply with training, to the ire of most of the students there. Tonight was the last night they would be out of the village, and Sasuke and Naruto were dreading going home. Neither of them had any idea what they would find at the compound. They both hoped that it wouldn't be too horrible. The next morning, Irika woke them all up early and told them that they would be returning home that day. He also mentioned they would have a quiz when they got to class the next day on what they had learned. It made most of the students groan. Everyone hated Irika's quizzes. All of the students packed up, and soon they were on their way back. The walk back to the village was a very solemn one for Naruto, Sasuke, and Miko. All three were wondering what had become of the clan compound and how the plan had gone. They made idle conversation with the other students to keep their minds off of it, but it still weighed on them the whole way. When they reached the halfway point, Irika told the students that they would take a break. Everyone sat down and drank water before talking a little to pass the time. This was when Sakura approached Naruto and Sasuke. "Why don't you guys like me? You never talk to me, and you seem to avoid me every chance you get. You do the same thing with my friend Ino. We never did anything to you, what gives?" "I don't understand," she said, pouting. "You really want to know why we avoid you, Sakura? Fine, it's because all you seem to be to us both is a fangirl. You follow all the hot guys around and expect them to like you because of how you look. And we never see you training or trying to better yourself. You are smart, but it seemed to me that that is all you have going for you at the moment. Maybe if you actually tried to work on your ninja skills, we would feel differently. The same goes for Ino. I never see her training or doing anything, but following guys around." Naruto looked at her and said seriously. As he was speaking, tears filled her eyes, and when he finished, she ran off without saying another word. "Don't you think that was a little harsh, Naruto?" Sasuke asked him. "No, I don't," she needed to hear it. "What if we're put on the same team as her and get killed because she never works? She needs to take her career seriously, and what I just said might help her do that." He replied honestly. Sasuke nodded, understanding where he was coming from. After that, Irika told them it was time to get back to walking. They all stood up and started on their way towards the village. Soon the gates of the Leaf Village came into view, and when the students saw them, they all ran towards them, happy to finally be home. Naruto and Sasuke hung back with Miko. They were still afraid of what they would see. "Come on, boys. Let's go to the Hokage's office. I'm sure that he will know what we should do," she said, and led them to the Hokage's tower. Truthfully, she was just as scared of what she would find at the compound as they were. When they arrived at the old Hokage's office, they were let in immediately. "Ah, boys, you have returned. It is good to see you after all of this has happened," the Hokage said solemnly, looking down. "I'll take that as confirmation that our clan is gone," Miko said, not asking. "Yes, Miko, and before you ask, you will be allowed to see what has become of your old compound, but only once more. It will hold to many bad memories for you once you see it in the condition it's in. You will not be living there, as I have previously told you. I have a house for you and what is left of your clan already prepared for you. I want you all to go and get the things you wish to keep from the compound. After today, it will be closed to all visitors until I deem that it should be habited by your clan again. You may go with Kakashi to meet your brother and husband at the gates of the compound. They will be waiting for you there," he told them in all seriousness. They all saw the sadness in his eyes as he told them they would not be allowed to return after that day. "Thank you, Hokage-sama. We will take our leave now," Miko said as she ushered the boys out. They followed her sadly to where they would finally see their brother again and what had become of their home. Itachi and Shisui were both waiting for them at the gates of the Uchiha compound. When they saw it, they didn't know what to think. The gates had big holes in them from some sort of jutsu, and they were barely attached to the hinges that held them up. Itachi looked at his brothers with sadness in his eyes. He had not wanted either of them to see their old home in this condition. He shuddered at the thought of what he had done only 2 nights ago. When they approached, he waved them over and greeted them. "Hey boys, I'm guessing you've already seen the Hokage." They nodded. "All right, well then I guess it's time we went inside. We are here to get anything that we want to keep for sentimental value and to find any and all Uchiha scrolls, weapons, and libraries. We will clean this place out completely and bring them to our new home. I'm sorry you have to go through this too, but it is necessary." They all nodded, understanding. Itachi opened the gates, and what they saw next made both Naruto and Sasuke vomit on the spot. There was blood everywhere. It stank of death so much that they could taste the blood in their mouths. Once they regained control of their stomachs, they looked around and were horrified. There were no more bodies because the Hokage had them all buried beforehand, but they could both tell that it had been a bloodbath and a true massacre. Blood splattered almost every wall as they started walking inside. They saw that it was a ghost town. No one had been left alive. They all split up with Sasuke and Naruto together. They looked for anything they could find that would be of any value. Soon the insides of the gates were piled 10 foot high with scrolls, weapons, different ceiling tags, and many other things. Naruto and Sasuke explored their home and found the spots where their mother and father had died. They vomited again, thinking of how horrible it must have been for them. "I gave them both quick deaths," Itachi told them, tears in his eyes. They could tell it had almost killed their brother to kill his own parents. "Let's get something that we can all remember them by." Naruto suggested picking up a framed photo of the whole family together. It was the only one ever taken with all of them in it. "Thank you, Naruto, we can put this in our living room," Itachi said, regaining some of his composure and putting on a smile for the two of them. They all continued to look through their home to find anything else that they wanted to keep. After emptying it of everything they would keep, they sadly moved on. About an hour later, everyone from the last of the Uchiha clan met together at the gates of the compound to say their last goodbyes to what was once their home. All of them were somber and had sad expressions on their faces. They knew that this would be the last time anyone stepped foot in there for a long time. Itachi, Shisui, and Miko started sealing everything they could into sealing scrolls that they labeled either jutsu, weapons, or sentimental. Once everything was sealed, they all took one last look at the compound and set out for the Hokage Tower. When they arrived, they went inside feeling very depressed and all wanting the day to be over already. They walked into the Hokage's office and he greeted them. "I'm assuming you all are done going through your previous home? Good. I want to sincerely apologize for how this has all gone down. If I could have done anything to change it, I would have." He looked down. "I will lead you to your new home. The house I have prepared for you was once the home of a very famous ninja. So treat it well. You may use it however you wish. No one will disturb you inside the grounds, and if you need to take a few days off from ninja duties, I understand. Before we go, I must make the announcement to the village." They nodded, no one of them wanting to speak. The Hokage led them outside and told his ANBU to make an announcement that everyone was to assemble outside the tower. After about a half hour, everyone was finally assembled. He and the last Uchiha jumped to the top of the tower. The Hokage looked down on the village. "Today is a very sad day for this village hidden in the leaves," he started. "1 month ago, I learned of a coup d'etat that one of our very own clans was planning against the village. They didn't like the way they were treated, so they started to plan an attack against the village and its people. The attack was supposed to happen in 2 weeks, and if it had succeeded, many people would have lost their lives and this village would be in chaos right now. That clan was eradicated, except for 5 members that are still very much loyal to this village. They came to me with the plan that their clan members started, and we all agreed on what had to be done. I tried multiple times to get the clan to see reason and not attack. 2 of their own was planted inside and tried everything they could to make them see that the way they felt was unfounded. We never mistreated this clan in any way. They would not listen and were planning to do everything in their power to crush this village. The clan that I'm talking about was the Uchiha clan, and these 5 who stand before you today should be treated as heroes of this village. If they hadn't stepped forward, I'm sure that this village would be in shambles at this very moment. For that, treat them with the respect and honor that they deserve." The Hokage finished, and there were gasps among all of the villagers, ninja and civilian alike. They all wondered what had transpired when they heard and saw flashes of jutsu going off in the Uchiha district, and now they knew what had happened. Some of the villagers wretched at the thought of a whole clan being killed, and some of their glares toward Naruto changed when they heard what he had done, what they all had done. While they still didn't trust the boy, they knew they still had their lives because of him and his 4 other family members. They all started talking to each other about what had happened, saying things, "They're the only ones left of the Uchiha clan? I feel sorry for them. It must have been hard turning in your own clan like that, and maybe the demon isn't such a demon after all. Only time will tell now." The last 5 Uchiha listened to this and thought unanimously that they just wanted this to be over. Their heads were hung low in sadness at the loss of their families. They all had tears in their eyes. The Hokage could tell that they wanted to leave, so he made one final announcement. From this day forward, the Uchiha district is strictly off-limits to anyone and everyone. If you are caught inside its walls, you will be sentenced to no less than a year in the Leaf's jail cells. This is now law. You are all dismissed to go back to your daily routines. He looked at the 5 that stood before him and motioned for them to follow him quickly. Hiruzen led them to a compound right outside the village. It had a 10-foot-tall wall that was surrounding it on all sides. He quickly unlocked the gate and bit his finger before putting some of his blood on the ground inside. It was absorbed right away until the ground wasn't even red anymore. When they stepped inside the gate, they saw a huge yard in front of a house that was bigger than any they had seen inside the village. It looked to have 2 stories. They looked around and noticed that the yard went all the way around the house, and the left side was littered with training dummies that looked as if they hadn't been used in ages. On the right side, there was clear open space. They followed the old man up to the house and he unlocked the door. This will be your new home. Go on inside and explore as much as you want. Everything inside the walls surrounding the house is yours now. The deed will be transferred into Itachi's name in the morning. I'm sure that you all need to go and get some rest after what you experienced today. They all nodded and went inside. Hokage-sama, who owned this house before us? Naruto asked, and the old man smiled before saying, a very powerful and well-known ninja of this village. Before he died, he told me that I could give it to whomever I thought could use it the most. Hiruzen chuckled and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. The 5 new owners of the house just shrugged and thought nothing of it. They were all too mentally and physically exhausted to think of anything but sleep. They each found a room with a bed in it, with Shisui and Miko sharing a bed, and were asleep in a matter of minutes. Itachi's age: 19. Shisui's and Miko's age: 19 and 20. 4 years have passed since we've last seen our favorite twins. A lot has happened since the Uchiha massacre, and those 4 years have been long and hard for them. They settled into their new home with the last of their family very quickly, and all 5 of them were almost inseparable for a long time. They all took 1 month off shinobi duties to acclimate into their new lives. While on their month off, they relaxed and spent most of their time with each other, as family was more important to them than anything at the time. After a while, they began to reopen themselves up to the people around them. Itachi, Shisui, and Miko soon resumed their duties as ninja and practically threw themselves into the job. They were all ANBU, so the Hokage had thought it prudent to make them a team for the time being. They took on any and all A to S-ranked missions that they could, drowning themselves in their ninja careers. During this time, Minabe helped Shisui and Miko awaken their eternal Mangekyo Sharingans. He would not pass on the Sage Sharingan to them, though stating that having 2 would cause problems down the road, but gave them hope by telling them that it was inheritable through genetics. This meant that once Itachi found a suitable wife and she gave birth, there would be another wielder of the immensely powerful eyes that Itachi now possessed. He had begun training his eyes immediately after the massacre and was now finally up to 3 tomo in each eye. Minabe had told him that this would be the time that he could start to experiment with them. Anyone that went up against the raven-haired clan head met their death quickly and easily. It seemed as if no one stood a chance against him. This was the reason that he was currently out of the village on a solo S-ranked assassination mission. The Hokage had been against the idea at first, but Itachi had insisted almost 2 years ago that he be allowed to take these missions alone. He never failed and almost always came back without a scratch on him, though, so the Hokage allowed him to continue. Itachi took them to take his mind off of the past. What he was made to do still haunted him every day. He didn't blame the Hokage though, far from it in fact. The one he blamed solely for the act of atrocity on his clan was Danzo Shimura. The man was an old war hawk that ran Konoha's underground and the Root program. Itachi swore the day he killed his clan that he would make the man pay for what he had been made to do. On a lighter note, Shisui and Miko were as happy as they could ever be with their second child on the way. The 2 of them were more in love now than they had ever been, and showed it often to each other. They had named their firstborn son Saidaru. He was almost 2 now, and Miko had retired as a ninja to take care of him when he was born. Their next child was said to be a girl by the medics at the hospital, and they were planning to name her Aiko, which meant beloved. Neither of them could wait for her to be born in only a few more short months. The 2 of them had mastered the Mangekyo Sharingan to the point of full Susanoo in almost a year ago. They both trained together whenever they could, And even though Miko was no longer an active shinobi, she had promised herself that she wouldn't let her skills dull. After their children were old enough to start at the academy, she planned to resume her duties if allowed, albeit at a much lighter pace. She wanted to become a Jonin sensei. Shursui was just like Itachi. He couldn't forget that night and wanted revenge on Danzo for what they had been made to do. He would also go on missions solo, but only at B and A rank at Miko's request. He found that while he was on missions, he didn't think about the past and what had happened. That day still brought pain to all of their very souls. They set that date of December 19th aside every year to remember those that had fallen. It was always a day of sadness at the Uchiha residence. Naruto and Sasuke had come very far in the last 4 years. They trained diligently every day to achieve their goals. Neither of them knew who was really behind the kill order on their clan or who Danzo even was, so their goals were quite different that you might think. Ever since Naruto had heard about what the fourth did to save the village from the Kyuubi, he had wanted to become Hokage. He wanted to make the village a better place so that something like what happened to their clan never happened again. He wanted everyone in the village to respect him and his fellow clan members. He wanted to bring the village into a peaceful time, where the clans didn't dislike each other and weren't separated by power, but were equal in everyone's eyes. After the Uchiha massacre, this dream only strengthened in his mind, and he worked even harder to achieve it. He told no one except for his family about his ambition, and they all backed him and told him to go for it. This had made him immensely happy. Sasuke was a different matter though. He strived to follow in Itachi's footsteps and become an ANBU captain. He wanted to become strong and be able to take on dangerous missions for the sake of the village. He wanted to protect it from anyone that posed a threat, just like his big brother did every day. This hadn't surprised Itachi though. In truth, he had hoped it would turn out this way. But in secret, he didn't want Sasuke to stop at ANBU captain. No, when the time came for the eldest of the three to step back into the shadows of the village, he hoped that Sasuke would follow him, all the way to Danzo's position when he was old enough. One thing was certain and abundantly clear about the whole of what was left of the Uchiha clan. They had a deep and unconditional love for the village that they lived in and would protect it no matter what. Naruto and Sasuke's training had progressed in leaps and bounds. They learned from many sensei in the 4 years after the massacre. Minabe was still their main private sensei. He conditioned their bodies relentlessly to the point that when they released their seals, they were twice as fast as any student in the academy, about mid to high genin in rank of speed. They were still nowhere near as fast as a certain green spandex wearing genin, who was most certainly mid-chunin with his weights off, but they could sure run. Right now they were sitting at 50 pounds each. Minabe had told them they wouldn't be increasing them again until they became genin. Their morning routine now consisted of 200 of each exercise that they had been given the weekend that they had begun training seriously, along with 3 laps around all of Konoha. Their taijutsu was more solid than ever, although it was still only the academy-style taijutsu. They continued to spar every single day for at least an hour. Kakashi had helped them both add a few more ninjutsu to their repertoire as well. These jutsu were all different fire-style jutsu, except for one that Sasuke had learned, which was of the lightning style. They had found that, in addition to the standard fire affinity that most Uchiha had, they both had one more. Itachi had seen this while looking at their chakra systems with his Sage Sharingan. Naruto's second affinity was wind, and Itachi had told him it was a very strong one. It was the same with Sasuke, except his second affinity was lightning. Itachi told them this was very rare and that they should take advantage of it whenever they became genin. He also told them that their second affinities were both stronger than their fire affinities. This had confused the older Uchiha at first, but upon mentioning it to Minabe, the fox explained that unknown to most, this was actually common with Uchiha that had more than one nature affinity. They either possessed a very strong fire affinity or a mid-grade one with a very strong affinity for another element. Neither of the boys had tried learning any more jutsu for their stronger element yet, as they were told to wait until they were genin. The boys' chakra control had also increased drastically. They both mastered the chakra leaping exercise and went to a new exercise that Minabe called kunai standing. The exercise was actually pretty simple. All they had to do was balance a kunai on both of their hands and the tops of their feet, only using chakra. He had told them to go one kunai at a time. They both had literally exhaled in relief at this, and he had laughed at them. It had taken them 2 years, but they had finished that exercise finally, and Sasuke was now working on kunai balancing and Naruto was working on kunai spinning. Sasuke was working on kunai balancing because Minabe wanted him to increase his reserves as much as he could. In the exercise, he had to balance on a kunai stuck in the ground with only his chakra and one finger. Too much to one side or the other and you fell off, having to restart, and if you didn't reinforce the tips of your fingers to an insane degree, you would not be able to take the pain of standing on the point of the kunai. Naruto, however, had reserves to spare, so Minabe started him on the hardest non-elemental chakra control exercise there was, which was kunai spinning. In this exercise, the person would spin a kunai on their hand with only their chakra. Minabe had told the green-eyed boy to do it until he could spin 5 kunai on each arm. To this day, he could only do the 2 on his hands. Even using shadow clones every time, he wasn't getting anywhere. He had resigned himself to never give up though, and he still hadn't. Sasuke was almost at the point by now that he would be starting on that very same exercise soon as well. Shursui helped them train their minds, and would drill them in tactics and strategy every week, at least twice a week. Miko had promised them that she would teach them kenjutsu when they became genin. Itachi also helped to train them, but his training had only started 3 months ago and it was very slow going. He trained them in the art of stealth. He would give them both an objective, and they had to complete it without being seen by anyone. It was difficult, but they were slowly getting the hang of it. By this time they were both mid to high genin in skill level, but had yet to pass the test because the test was coming up soon. Their everyday lives had changed around the village as well since the incident. When they would eat in restaurants, they were shown a lot of respect and admiration for what they had done for the village. Even Naruto didn't receive the glares he once did anymore. The villagers were still very wary of the demon container, but had started to treat him with at least a little respect. He figured that it would be a while before they truly trusted him, and while he didn't understand why they couldn't just see past the fact that he had Minabe in him, he put up with it nonetheless. He had promised himself that he would earn their respect one day. The twins' classes had been pretty much the same though. They learned as much as they could from Irika, and continued to make many more friends. Sakura and Ino had even started to come around from their usual fangirl selves to seemingly hard-working kunoichi. Oftentimes they would stay after school and have shogi tourneys with Shikamaru, their lazy Nara friend. They still had yet to beat him even once. They would also go to the park to hang out with Hinata and sometimes some of the other girls in class too. Kiba always wanted to prove himself to the boys, and so did Choji, so they would spar with them both at least 3 times a week now. The Inuzuka and Akimichi were both getting stronger. The boys could tell. Shino and Sasuke got along very well. They were both quiet for the most part, and Sasuke didn't mind his insects at all, while Naruto found to be a little on the creepy side. Naruto enjoyed Shikamaru's company much more, but wasn't nearly on bad terms with the Aburame. Nups. The sun was slowly rising over the village to signify that a new day was about to start. The boys had been waiting for this day all week. It would be their last day at the academy. They would be taking the graduation exam and finally becoming genin today. We find our twins sleeping in their bed in the new clan compound of the Uchiha. The house had 2 stories and a basement that they had yet to really explore because they couldn't get in due to a very intricate seal protecting its entrance. On the first floor there was a medium-sized living area which branched off into the kitchen towards the back of the house, and to the right there was a hallway. It was along this hall that the bathroom was, and also 3 bedrooms before you reached the staircase to the second floor. On the second floor there were many more bedrooms, 6 in total. There were also 2 bathrooms on that floor and another medium-sized living area that they used as a den. Everyone chose to sleep upstairs in bedrooms that weren't very close together, for privacy. The baby's nursery was downstairs in the room closest to the stairs. The boys slowly started to wake up, thanks to their biological clocks kicking in. Naruto opened his eyes and rolled out of bed. He had a huge grin on his face. Today was graduation day. He went downstairs after finishing his morning routine of a shower, brushing his teeth, and changing. He now wore blue cargo pants and a black t-shirt with the Uchiha clan symbol of a red and white fan on the back and 2.5-inch wide orange strips going down the front. He wore his kunai pouch on his left thigh and his shuriken were on his waist on the right side. He hadn't wanted anything to interfere if he needed to undo his resistance seals. When he arrived downstairs, he saw that Sasuke and Shursui were already at the table along with Miko. She had baby Satoru in the high chair next to her, feeding him. Naruto joined his family at the table, but noticed that one was missing. "Is Itachi still out on that mission?" he asked, to no one in particular. They had all had to deal with the clan head's rather frequent absences since the massacre, but it still didn't hurt the green-eyed boy any less. Yes, Naruto, he should be back in time for the ceremony though if everything goes well, Shursui explained. He too hoped that he would see his best friend by the end of the day. Itachi's obsession with missions of the highest caliber had been worrying him and everyone else in the compound for months now. The two brothers sat down and started in on their breakfast. They all made light conversation as they ate. Soon the boys were finished and they told Shursui and Miko goodbye and that they would see them later. Naruto and Sasuke quickly made their way to the academy gates. Their new house wasn't quite as far from it as the old Uchiha compound. They walked inside and to Irika's classroom. When they arrived inside the classroom and were seated, it wasn't long before Irika made his presence known. Good morning, class. I'm sure that all of you are very excited for today, as it may very well be your last day here. He smiled at his class. They had come so far in the last 4 years, and he had no doubt that all of them would pass the test with flying colors. Alright, so I have no doubt that you would all love to hear one last lecture from your sensei, but let's get started on the testing. He stated and saw that the students perked up visibly at that. He called Hinata's name and told her to transform into him, do the substitution jutsu, and make a simple clone. She nodded and did all 3 perfectly, which was of no surprise to anyone. She was second in the class on the girls' side only to Sakura, and that was mostly because of Sakura's book smarts. He called everyone's name one by one. Sakura, Kiba, Ino, Choji, Shikamaru, and Shino all passed with flying colors, just as Hinata had done. Soon it was Sasuke's turn, and he had something to prove to his little brother today. Irika told him what to do, and he quickly performed the transformation and substitution flawlessly. When it came to the clone, though, he used a different hand sign which surprised everyone, especially Naruto and Irika. He can't do that jutsu, can he? Naruto thought, as did Irika. Sure enough, Sasuke said, Shadow Clone Jutsu, and there were 2 perfect clones of Sasuke standing before the class. Not only were they perfect, they were also just as solid as the real one. Sasuke was visibly drained though after that, and breathing hard. Take that, Naruto. I can finally do your little trick too, Sasuke thought, but he knew that it would be a long time, if ever that he would be able to use them like Naruto had been. Irika was surprised to say the least. How could an academy student even know about that jutsu, let alone use it? Amazing, Sasuke, you pass. How is it that you've come across that jutsu? He asked the boy. Sasuke would only reply with, You'll find out soon enough, Irika-sensei, and then he grinned and walked back to his seat. Irika was confused, but called the last student down. Naruto Uchiha, will you please come down here for your test? He said, and Naruto got out of his seat to join the Chunin in the front. As with Sasuke, he performed the first 2 jutsu flawlessly. He then used the same sign as Sasuke and made not 2, not 3, but 10 perfect solid clones of himself. To answer your question from earlier, Irika-sensei, my brother learned this jutsu from me. I've known it since I was a lot younger, but it seems as if Sasuke had some tricks he didn't tell me about. Irika was floored. To have not 1 but 2 academy student perform a jutsu that he himself could barely use was just ridiculous. He summoned 10 clones. That takes Jounin level chakra reserves. What the hell? He thought, but aloud he congratulated Naruto and the rest of his class on passing the Genin exam. You're all Genin now, ninja of this village. Tomorrow you'll come and get your team assignments. Come up here and get your headbands, he said. All of the students walked to the front of the class and got their headbands. Then Irika told them to get some sleep and meet him at the academy the next day. The boys exited the academy excited that they were finally ninja. They had decided that morning to go to Ichiraku's for lunch, so that's where they were both headed. When they arrived, Naruto ordered 2 miso ramen for both of them and sat down with his brother. The hell, Sasuke? I didn't know that you could use shadow clones. Since when? He asked, and the elder brother grinned. Only last week, and 3 clones is my max right now, so I can't use it in battle, but I had Manabi teach it to me so that we would be on more even ground when it comes to training. He explained, and Naruto just laughed and told him that they were on even ground. Don't forget that you beat me almost every time we spar in taijutsu, and you're naturally better at throwing weapons than me, he stated, boosting his brother's ego more than he had wanted to. Sasuke smiled at his brother's praise. Their food was ready, so they began to eat their lunch. "Who do you think we will get as a sensei Naruto?" Sasuke asked as they ate. The green-eyed boy shrugged. "I don't know, but I hope it's someone strong," he exclaimed, finishing his first bowl and starting on the next. After they were finished eating, the boys decided to go to a training ground and spar for a while, since they had nothing better to do. They arrived at Training Ground 7 and went to opposite ends before nodding to each other and unsealing their resistance seals. "Do you want to go all out this time, Sasuke?" Naruto asked, and his brother grinned. "Sure, but don't expect to win, little brother," he charged Naruto, going in to punch him in the chest. Naruto twisted out of the way and jumped back, deciding that he'd be the first to unleash a jutsu this time. He quickly went through hand signs and yelled, "Fire style! Phoenix Flower Jutsu!" He shot several balls of flame at his brother and then followed the jutsu with throwing a kunai at him. Sasuke was hard-pressed to dodge all 5 of the flaming spheres. He went left and then right, letting 3 pass by him. He then jumped into the air quickly as his brother launched another kunai at him. He deflected it with his own and then threw the weapon at Naruto, followed by doing the hand signs for the new lightning-style jutsu he had learned. Naruto dodged to the right, but Sasuke landed on the ground close to him. He finished the hand signs and yelled, "Lighting style! Static current!" He put his hands on the ground and sent the jutsu toward his brother. The ground was ripped up by the electric current running through it. It sped toward Naruto, and the boy knew that he didn't want to be hit by that, so he jumped into the air. Sasuke jumped after him, throwing 3 shuriken. Naruto couldn't move in the air, so he summoned a shadow clone to take the hit for him. 2 of the shuriken hit the clone, but it dispelled before the third had, and the last shuriken sped through the smoke of the dispelled clone, hitting Naruto hard in his chest. The green-eye boy winced in pain but started forming more hand signs. "Wind style! Air bullet!" he exclaimed, shooting a compressed ball of air towards Sasuke, too fast for him to dodge. The bullet threw him backwards into the ground. Naruto landed and went after his brother, deciding that he would start a taijutsu bout with him. Sasuke was up by the time Naruto reached him and defended against the punch to his ribs. He sent one of his own towards Naruto's head. His brother ducked and sweep kicked his feet out from under him before taking a kunai and putting it to Sasuke's throat. "Looks like I win this time, Sasuke. I believe that makes us even at 35-35, he said, remembering their rivalry. His brother grunted and pushed him off of him. "You won't be so lucky next time, Naruto. I'll win," Sasuke said, and then looked at his brother. They both started laughing, knowing that it had been a good match on both of their parts. After their little spar, the boys decided that it was time to go home and get some sleep for in the morning. Soon they were sleeping in their bed soundly. They had been congratulated by Shursui and Miko when they arrived at the compound, but told them that they were heading to bed, to rest for the next day. Shursui and Miko both understood, of course, and were happy for the 2 boys that had become their little brothers. The next morning came in what seemed like seconds for our twins. They woke up early to get a start on their morning routines. This had become normal for them, and they set out for a training ground. The village was very quiet at this hour, so they found an empty one without much hassle. Soon they were furiously exercising. Sasuke was working on his laps and Naruto started on push-ups. They quickly moved through each exercise, and about an hour later they both started working on their respective control exercises. Sasuke was standing on the point of the kunai with only his chakra holding him up. He had 1 clone working on it with him. This had become a lot easier for him since Minabe taught him the shadow clone jutsu, and he started to progress twice as fast. His goal was to stay on it for an hour straight. When he was able to do this, Minabe told him that he could move on to the kunai spinning exercise that Naruto was working on. Speaking of Naruto, he had 50 clones working on the exercise with him and was still only able to spin 2 kunai at a time. The green-eyed boy had been stuck at this point for weeks now and was determined to get farther by the time he made genin. The real Naruto dispelled his clones slowly 30 minutes after starting and then tried to spin 3 kunai at a time. By this time 2 were almost second nature to the boy. He added the third and started molding his chakra in order to spin the blade. Slowly but surely the kunai started to spin. He kept it going at the slow pace for as long as he could, but in the end it only spun for 10 minutes before he lost control and it fell off of his left forearm. "Yes, finally I was able to move forward," he exclaimed, despite the fact that it was only by a little. His brother was done with his chakra control by that point too, so the boys headed to the academy. It was finally time for them to get their sensei, and they couldn't wait to meet him. They arrived at the academy 10 minutes early and sat in their seats waiting for Irika to get there and announce the teams already. Most wouldn't guess this by the boys' patient expressions all the time, but the two of them hated to wait. Finally, everyone was in class and Irika walked into the room. "All right, class, the day is finally here. You won't be in my class anymore after this. You will be genin of this village. Do us all proud. It has been a pleasure teaching you all. Now, as for the team assignments." Irika started name off teams, but he hadn't called any of the names from the top of the class yet. He had just finished with naming Team 6. Team 7 will be Naruto Uchiha, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno. The Jounin sensei for this team will be Kakashi Hitaki. He said, and both boys were relieved to hear that they would be together, and upon hearing that they would be with a sensei that they were at least a little familiar with. Sakura, on the other hand, was jumping with joy. "I'll be on the same team as the two coolest and hottest guys in class. This is perfect, Shinaro," she thought, giving the boys a look that scared them to death. Irika named Team 8 next. Team 8 will be Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and Kiba Inuzuka. Your sensei will be Kurenai Yuhi. Team 9 is still in rotation, so I will move on to Team 10. Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, and Choji Akimichi. Your sensei will be Asuma Sarutobi. Shikamaru gave one look at Ino and thought troublesome, before putting his head down for a nap. Irika continued to name teams until everyone in the class was named. "All right, you will all wait here for your sensei to pick you up. Congratulations again on becoming genin." He finished and left the classroom. A whole 3 hours later, everyone had already been picked up by their sensei except for one. Care to guess which team? Yes, it was Team 7 who were still waiting, and by this time all three of them were getting sick and tired of it. "Where the hell is this guy?" Sakura said, angry that she had to wait for this long. The other two were just as angry, but were keeping it together, although just barely. "Hey Sasuke, you want to get this bastard for being so late?" Naruto asked his brother. Sasuke was extremely tired of waiting by this point too and said, "Yeah, what did you have in mind? Sakura, you want in too?" he asked the pinkette. She immediately said yes, and so the three of them began plotting their revenge on their absent sensei. 10 minutes later, a silver-haired jounin was walking towards the classroom. As he got closer, he saw the obvious trap that they had laid for him. "Really? Do they think I'm an idiot? This is child's play," he thought, and decided that he would play along this time to see the true scale of the trap and how well they had actually thought it out. He walked up to the door and slid it open, sticking his head just inside so that he would be hit by the eraser stuck at the top. The eraser dropped and he was hit in the head by it. What he didn't expect was the bucket of water also attached to the door. The eraser powder got all over his head and then he was soaked in freezing cold water. That wasn't all though. After being half frozen by the water, he was pelted by a bucket full of pebbles, which left numerous comical bumps on the jounin head. What the hell? They must be pretty mad. And this wasn't a horrible trap either. They seemed to know I'd purposefully go for it, he thought as he struggled to get over the headache he was given by the rocks. He stepped inside and looked his new genin over. "Well, the two Uchiha look competent, and I already know that they are since I helped train them, even if only a little, but I'm sure that the pink-haired one is just your average fangirl. That could be a problem with these two. She will have to get over that quickly. Good thing I'll be training them. I'm going to put all three of them through utter hell." He finished the thought with an evil gleam in his eyes, which scared the new genin. "Well, my first impression of you all is that you're complete idiots. Meet me on the roof in 2 minutes. Don't be late." And with an expression that could only be considered as an eye smile, he disappeared in a swirl of leaves. This infuriated all three of them. How dare he tell us not to be late? They all thought simultaneously. Regardless, 2 minutes later they met their sensei on the roof. Kakashi looked at his genin before saying, "All right, let's all introduce ourselves. Tell me about your likes, dislikes, hobbies, and dreams for the future." "Kakashi-sensei, what do you mean? Why don't you give us an example?" Sakura said, wanting to know more about their sensei. "All right, sure. My name is Kakashi Hitaki. I like a lot of things but also dislike a lot of things. I don't feel like telling you any of my hobbies or dreams for the future. See how it's done? Now it's your turn, Pinky, he said, looking at Sakura. Well, I like a lot of things, training, reading and learning being most important. I also like these two Uchiha sitting beside me. They are so cool. She blushed and continued, not noticing the facepalm looks on all three of the others' faces. I hate fangirls. My hobbies include helping my mom when she needs it, studying, and… She paused and blushes bright red again. My dream for the future is to become a great kunoichi like Tsunade Senju of the legendary three, she finished proudly. This little speech earned two different reactions from the other three sitting there. Kakashi was floored as he had her pegged wrong mostly. This wasn't a fangirl, this was an aspiring young kunoichi that was willing to work hard to achieve her goals. Not that she didn't have a few fangirl tendencies when it came to Naruto and Sasuke. He was willing to overlook that though. He could tell with her attitude that she would go far. The two boys respected her a lot more now that she had somewhat put them on the back burner in pursuit of her dreams. Naruto was glad that what he had said all those years ago really stuck with the pinkette. Alright, not quite what I expected, but nevertheless, your turn, Green Eyes, Kakashi said, looking at Naruto. I love ramen and training with my brother. I like learning new jutsu and hanging out with all of my friends at the academy. I also like the one that truly helped me get strong. I don't like when people judge others without getting to know them. I don't like the way clans are treated in this village. Most clans act like they are higher up than everyone because of some special attribute of theirs, and it makes my blood boil. No one should be better than someone else because of blood. My hobbies are playing shogi, reading, and training. My dream for the future is to become the best and strongest Hokage that the shinobi world has ever seen, he finished proudly. That's mostly what I expected him to say. I didn't know he felt so strongly about the clan system though. That dream of his is going to be very difficult to achieve after what happened with his clan. Kakashi thought and stated, interesting, and what about you, Sasuke? The older brother thought about it for a while. I'm a lot like my brother. I love to train and get stronger alongside him, and I like the one who truly made me strong as well. We owe a lot to him. I plan to surpass both of my brothers though. I will train day and night until that day comes. I enjoy hanging out with all of my friends at the academy, but there is one in particular that I like to spend time with. He paused, blushing at the thought of a certain indigo-haired girl. I hate how my brother is treated. Even to this day, it makes me sick. I don't like the clan system either and will help my brother in any way he needs me to when it comes to that. My hobbies include training and learning from my brother Itachi. I also enjoy cloud watching with our friend Shikamaru and practicing my weapon skills. My dream for the future is to become an ANBU captain so that I can serve my village and become stronger, he said, surprising Kakashi with his long-winded response. The older Uchiha didn't talk much unless it was to Naruto or his other family members. Well, you all have very interesting outlooks on life and I look forward to working with you. I will try my best to help you achieve your dreams and goals. We are officially Team 7, or that is what I'd like to say. But there is one last test you three must pass before you are really genin. It will be a survival exercise that the four of us will complete together. Meet me tomorrow at Training Ground 7. I want you there at 8 o'clock sharp. And if I were you, I wouldn't eat breakfast. You just might puke. The silver-haired Jounin laughed and disappeared without saying another word. That was weird, Naruto said, and the other two shrugged. Hey, do you guys want to go and get something to eat? We're all a team now, so it would probably be best if we spend some time together. Sasuke and I already spend a lot of time training together, but I figure that since you're our teammate too, you should be included, Sakura. He finished with a smile at the pink-haired girl. Sasuke was surprised at the suggestion, but agreed because he knew it was true. They would be working together from now on, why not spend time together outside of team time? He said yes, and so did Sakura, so they headed towards Ichiraku Ramen for lunch. Little did they know, a certain silver-haired Jounin was determined to watch them to see how they acted together. When he saw that they went to lunch together upon realizing they were a team, he almost decided to pass them then and there. These three are a lot different from what I expected and the genin I've tested in the past. Maybe things will be different this time, he thought, hoping to Kami that it would be. The man was tired of being assigned genin that had no idea what it took to be actual ninja. He wanted a real team to train, and maybe if he was lucky these three would finally be that team. The three newbies ate slowly, enjoying each other's company. They talked about what it meant to be genin and how they hoped that they passed Kakashi-sensei's test in the morning. Naruto and Sasuke found that Sakura actually wasn't that bad to hang around. She was very smart and talked about all kinds of things that interested her. Since Naruto's speech to her 4 years ago, she had put everything she had into training. She knew what kind of ninja she was suited to be and had been working on that. She knew one decent genjutsu already and a few very low-level healing techniques. This had surprised both Naruto and Sasuke, and they had grinned knowing who they could come to after sparring with each other. Soon the three were finished with their meals and headed home. Sakura bid the two Uchiha good night and told them that she'd see them in the morning. She enjoyed spending time with the two of them, but she could never decide who was cooler. The boys walked to their home after that, and when they got there they were surprised to see Itachi in the living room waiting for them. "Hello you two. I hear that you've finally become genin. That's great news. Was the test hard? How do you think you'll do with Kakashi's test tomorrow? I've missed you guys." Itachi greeted them both with a hug, which wasn't uncommon. They had all become extremely close since the massacre. Sasuke was the first to respond. "Yeah, we did. The test wasn't that hard, and we both knocked the socks off Irika-sensei with our shadow clones." He smiled. "I think we will pass his test. It doesn't seem like he'll go that hard on us tomorrow." "I've missed you too, brother. How did your mission go?" he asked. Naruto agreed with him and wondered the same thing about their brother's mission. Itachi laughed and told them, "It was nothing that I couldn't handle. I had to assassinate a few ninja that were trespassing in the Land of Fire without permission from Lord Hokage. I'm glad to see that you two are confident, but don't let that go to your head. Remember that he is a jounin. He will have something planned for tomorrow that will be impossible, trust me." The boys nodded. "Now let's have some dinner and then you two can get some rest for in the morning. I'm going to be taking a break from missions for about a week to train with Minabe. This won't be that last time you see me for a while, so don't worry you two." They smiled at that and told him they were glad he was finally taking a break. The boys had seen very little of Itachi lately and had been starting to worry about him. The week off that he was taking helped to quell those worrisome thoughts, though, and they all had a peaceful dinner around the table together. They made light conversation about Shirsue's mission the next day, and about what they would be doing as genin. Everyone in the house was glad to see Itachi home safe, and it made for a much lighter and carefree mood than usual. Soon they had all finished eating and Naruto and Sasuke headed for bed. They knew they would need their rest for in the morning. The next morning Naruto and Sasuke woke up at their usual pre-dawn time. They wanted to get their workouts finished before the test because they knew that afterwards would be almost impossible. The boys ate a quick breakfast and headed out towards Training Ground 7. It was around 5:30 by the time they arrived, so of course it was empty. They both got started right away. It only took them an hour and a half to finish everything, and then they got started on chakra control. It was around this time that Sakura arrived, wanting to get a little training in herself. She asked them what they were doing as she walked up, noticing that Sasuke was upside down on a kunai and Naruto was spinning 3 on his hands and arms. "Chakra control," was all they replied with so as not to lose concentration. Sakura started her morning workout as well, and while it was nowhere near the level that they were at, she impressed both of them. She ran around the training ground to start with, completing 5 laps before going to push-ups. She did 25 of these and then 30 sit-ups. After that, she did 100 punches and kick on each arm and leg. When she was finished, it was almost 8 o'clock and she decided to ask them where she should start on chakra control. "Well, we started with sticking pebbles to our arms and holding them there, but I think that if you started on tree walking it would benefit the team more," Naruto suggested. Sakura nodded as she had researched the exercise before, but never tried it. She asked them to show her how it was done and Naruto slowly walked up the tree explaining as he walked. Sakura followed suit and was easily up the tree in around a minute. "What the hell? That took us weeks to do. How'd you do that?" Sasuke asked her. "Well, it's probably because I don't have that much chakra to begin with. For me it's a lot easier to control, so this comes almost naturally." Naruto smiled and told her to run up and down the tree, and that it would help her increase her reserves. She started doing this and soon she started to get tired, so she stopped and took a break. She didn't want to get too tired for the test today. They all sat and talked, wondering where Kakashi was. It was 9:30 before he finally got there. "You're late, Kakashi-sensei," they all said, and he laughed. "Well, you see, there was a black cat that crossed my path, so I had to take the long way around." Naruto and Sasuke knew about his excuses by now, even if they had only trained with him for a short while. Liar! They both exclaimed, which only seemed to amuse the Jounin even more. He sat down with them. Truthfully, he had been watching them train. It impressed him very much how open they were with each other already. Naruto and Sasuke even went as far as to help Sakura with tree walking. He had even seen the control that the boys were doing, and it had shocked the Jounin. Those two exercises were high chunin in level and not to be trifled with unless you were ready for them. He would have to have a talk with Minabe and Itachi later about their training method. Pushing academy students this hard was ridiculous. The fact that they were thriving under so much pressure was amazing, though. He wondered if Sakura would thrive as well. He definitely planned to see just how far he could push them after talking with their previous trainers. He looked at the three of them. They were completely ready to be genin. It wasn't a question of teamwork. They understood the concept perfectly, and he couldn't be more proud of the three of them so far. Should I even make them go through the test? He thought, debating in his mind if he should just let them through. Making a decision, he smiled at his new genin. Alright, you three, normally this is where I give you a test on teamwork. I'd put you against each other to see if you have what it takes to be a team and work together in any situation. However, I've been watching the three of you interact since you became genin, and I'm very impressed. You three have started acting as a team since you were assigned, and that never happens. Naruto, you offered your other two teammates lunch yesterday, and that was the first step. Sakura, today you asked your teammates to help you train, and they did, even going as far as to help you learn a new technique. That was the second step. The third step is to see how well you do in a battle situation as a team. We are going to forego your final genin exam. You three have passed my test, the silver-haired Jounin explained, looking at them. He let the information sink in. Wahoo! I'm finally a genin, Naruto exclaimed after he realized what Kakashi said. So does this mean that we can start missions today, Kakashi-sensei? He asked. The other two of his teammates were just as excited as he was. They just didn't blurt it out. Yes, one step closer to my goal, Sasuke, though, and Sakura was thinking along the same lines. Kakashi laughed at Naruto's expense before returning to his normal serious self. Whether we start on missions today actually depends on the three of you. You have all passed the test to become genin, but I want to see what your skill levels are. Instead of my usual bell test, you will come at me with all that you have as a team. I will assess you all as a team and individually, and then if there is enough time left in the day, we can start missions. Kakashi smiled and said, When I say start, I want you to come at me like you want to kill me. If you don't, you won't even hit me. Naruto was surprised by what the Jounin wanted them to do. He didn't want to accidentally kill his sensei on the first day. Sakura and Sasuke just listened and waited for Kakashi to give the signal for them to start. Finally, the Jounin grinned. Start, he said simply. The three genin disappeared into the forest to formulate a plan. Well, they all know how to hide. That's good, at least Kakashi thought. With Naruto, the green-eyed boy was hidden behind a tree to the front and left of Kakashi. He knew that Sasuke would come to him after failing to attack Kakashi on his own. His older brother had suggested that they split up and act like they were on their own. Sakura had come up with most of the plans surprisingly. She told them that Kakashi would most likely expect them to attack as a team since they were already working well together. The plan was perfect. Sasuke would attack Kakashi on his own and distract him while Sakura and Naruto set up traps that they would lead him into later. Sakura was setting up a kunai trap that would be tripped as soon as Kakashi stepped foot into the forest. Alright Naruto, you're up. I've set up 3 traps around here. I'll show them to you and you can get to work on your own, Sakura said. She showed him where all of her traps were, and then Naruto got to work on his own. Meanwhile, Sasuke was just about ready to attack Kakashi. They had agreed to wait about 5 minutes so that Kakashi could search for them a little. Alright, here goes, he thought to himself as he jumped out of the bush he was in. He threw 3 kunai and 5 shuriken, which the Jounin dodged easily. He got close enough to kick at Kakashi's head, but his leg was caught and he was thrown away from Kakashi, making the boy spin on his other leg. Sasuke regained his balance and sent a kick to Kakashi's knees. The man jumped up, dodging the kick. That was when Sasuke noticed that Kakashi wasn't even looking at him. The silver-haired Jounin was reading some orange book. What the hell? How can he dodge my attacks while reading that? Alright, if you want to mock me, then I'll throw something stronger your way. Sasuke started to go through hand signs. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. He yelled and threw kunai and shuriken into the fireball, which was aimed right for the silver-haired man that he was up against. The Jonin smirked. So he knows fire-style jutsu. I'll bet that they both know some of them, he thought, and easily dodged the medium-sized fireball. With the other two, they were finally ready to enact the rest of their plans, so Naruto told Sakura to hide behind something. Shadow clone jutsu. He whispered and sent 2 clones to go help Sasuke and signal him that it was time. They exited the forest and sent shuriken at the silver-haired Jonin, which he dodged. Sasuke noticed what had happened and knew that his teammates were ready for him. He threw 3 kunai at Kakashi and then ran into the forest, as did the 2 clones. This is obviously a trap, but I'll bite, the Jonin thought, and ran after them. When he got inside the forest about 10 feet, he hit a tripwire and had to dodge a dozen shurikens sent flying at him from behind. He went to the left, dodging them all, and hit another trap. This one sent kunai flying at him from the right. He decided that going forward was not the best option, so he went backward this time to dodge and hit yet another trap. Screw this, I'm dodging for my life here. Time to bring them all out in the open, he thought, and quickly got himself out of the forest. The 3 new genin all thought at the same time, damn, guess we go to plan B, and followed the Jonin. Soon Naruto was aiming a kick to the Jonin's head while Sasuke was aiming at his feet. He surprised them both by catching their feet. Sakura took this chance to throw 6 kunai at Kakashi from behind. Shit, those will hit me if I don't do something, he thought, and threw the boys back before jumping straight in the air. He looked down and saw that the 2 boys were doing hand signs. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Sasuke said before blowing a smaller ball of fire at the Jonin. Wind style, air bullet. Naruto yelled, surprising the Jonin. He shot a compressed ball of air not at Kakashi but at the ball of fire. It sped the fireball up and made it hotter. It flew at Kakashi faster than he anticipated it would. It was inches from Kakashi before he used a substitution to get away. He was still reading his book when he landed on the ground a few feet from all of them. Sakura was about to throw kunai at him before he said, "That's enough, you 3. You all did very well. Nice teamwork with that distraction and those traps. Who came up with the plan?" They all collapsed onto the ground in sitting positions, glad that it was finally over. Sasuke was breathing heavy and so was Sakura. Naruto was his normal ball of energy. Well, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura came up with the plan, but we all contributed to parts of it. I told them I'd be the decoy and Naruto came up with the plan if you left the forest early. Sasuke said, surprising Sakura and Kakashi. Kakashi smiled at the boys' willingness to be part of a team, at the fact that they all thought in a very team-oriented way. He looked at Sakura. What was the plan exactly, Sakura? He asked. Well, we knew that you would destroy us in a straight-up fight. You are a Jonin after all, so I decided to try and catch you in multiple traps that would either leave you maimed or dead. I knew it was the only way to get a hit on you. Sasuke was to distract you until Naruto and I got the traps ready. Then Naruto would send 2 clones to signal Sasuke and to lure you into the forest. You only hit 3 of the 7 traps we laid though, Kakashi-sensei. She stated confidently. Kakashi was surprised at her forethought. It looked like she would be a good strategist for this team. He looked at Naruto. Naruto, what was your plan B? I noticed that you used a wind-style jutsu to accelerate Sasuke's fireball. Can you combine any other moves with him? Naruto grinned. Well, I also knew that any straight-up fight, especially in the open, would be hopeless. So we needed to get you into the air. We had planned to kick you at the same time so that you would jump, but you caught our feet and Sakura had to pick up the slack by throwing those kunai at you. Finally, when you jumped, I knew that you wouldn't be able to dodge an attack by normal means. So I told Sasuke to use a small fireball so that I could speed it up and catch you off guard. You used substitution like I thought you would. After that, Sakura would provide long-range support and Sasuke and I would throw every jutsu we had at you, hoping that one of them would hit. Sasuke and I have larger chakra reserves thanks to training, so he could go on for more than a few jutsu, and because of my friend I could go on for days. Sooner or later you would have been hit, Kakashi-sensei. Yeah, we have one more that we've mastered, but we wouldn't have used it on a comrade. It's way too dangerous for that. Sakura wondered what he had meant by his friend, but decided to keep quiet about it for now. Ha ha ha. Well, you're right about the fact that sooner or later I'd have been hit, but don't ever plan to exhaust yourself like that again. Your plan was very good until you said that you would throw jutsu at me. I realized that it was the end of your plan and not very well thought out by you, but you must never plan to use everything. Work smarter, not harder, Naruto. Just because you have crazy reserves doesn't mean that you need to use them all up. If you had thought about it, the three of you could have cornered me after I landed from the substitution. It wouldn't have been hard to hit me then. With attacks coming from all directions, I would have been hard-pressed to dodge them. You see, Naruto? The green-eyed boy nodded before the Jonin continued. You three did very well in that fight. Sakura, you are very smart. You'll be the main strategist for this team. When we need a plan, it will be your job to be able to think of one on the spot. You will also be the medic ninja. I heard that you know a few low-level healing jutsus. I will work on getting you some more to learn. Also, it wouldn't be a bad idea to learn some more genjutsu. Because of their eyes, the boys will most likely be good with genjutsu as well. If you all three can learn to combine and layer your genjutsu, then they will be 10 times as powerful as they would be if layered by one ninja. Naruto and Sasuke, you will be our heavy hitters. You both know fire-style jutsu, and Naruto, you know a wind-style. Sasuke, I know from training you that you know a lightning-style jutsu and that you both have high affinities for these styles. You will most likely not need to learn any more fire-style jutsus. I want you to concentrate now on learning jutsu of your higher affinities. I can help you with your lightning affinity, Sasuke, and I have a few jutsu for you and your wind affinity, Naruto. But when it comes to mastering the element, we will have to find you a teacher. I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, guys. This will be what you will be working on until you all become Chunin, which will be a long ways from now. For now, I want us to concentrate on getting better as a team and strengthening ourselves. Sakura, you need the most work in this area. I want you to go home with the boys tonight. They will give you something that we will talk about tomorrow. They know what I'm talking about. He said, pointing to his thigh so that they knew he was talking about their resistance seals. Naruto wondered if he would have to tell Sakura about Kyuubi. They had just become friends, and he didn't want to have to lose her now. The green-eyed boy had started to think that her intelligence was awesome, especially after she had come up with that plan. It's around 1, so we have time for a couple missions. Let's go, you three. Kakashi's long-winded talk left them all wondering what would be coming in the next few months. They had all hoped to get stronger under Kakashi, and from what he was telling them, they knew that he would make them very strong. Nups. With Itachi, the clan head had wanted to get some time alone with Minabe so that they could work on his eyes some more. He told Naruto in the morning to leave a clone with some of Minabe chakra with him so that he could train. The two of them were in the backyard, and Minabe was explaining to Itachi that he hadn't had the time to talk to the raven-haired man about the scroll with the eyes abilities that he had given him 4 years ago. Too much has been happening, and we haven't had the chance to talk about them given the fact that you've been out on missions almost constantly. You need to give yourself time to rest, Itachi. I know that you regret what you did, but you can't run from it. The fourth look-alike told him. Over the years, all of the Uchiha had become accustomed to having Minabe around and even liked him. None except Naruto was closer to the fox than Itachi, though. Minabe had taken it upon himself to be Itachi's sensei and friend after what happened with the clan. They spent days together training, and sometimes they wouldn't even sleep. This wasn't surprising to the other Uchiha, though. They knew about what Itachi and Shisui went through every time their heads hit a pillow to fall asleep. The Uchiha home was racked with screaming on most nights. Even now, Shisui had Miko to comfort him, and she did well for the most part. But Itachi would relive that night over and over in his dreams. He never dreamt of anything else, and it was starting to affect his health. The man hardly ever slept anymore, and when he did, he made sure to put a sound barrier up around his room. He didn't want Naruto and Sasuke to know what he went through. But they knew. They knew because they went through something similar, just not as horrific. Some nights when Naruto or Sasuke were sleeping, they would dream of walking through the old empty Uchiha compound. The walls were bloodier every time they had the dream. Lately, the boys hadn't been having the nightmares, though. It's been almost a year for them. Yes, sensei, I know. I just can't bear the thought of seeing their faces every night. They haunt me no matter what I do. I keep busy because I have less time to sleep so that I don't dream. You know that. It's been 4 years and I still dream the same dream every night. Itachi said with sadness in his eyes. Minabe knew that his student was in an immense amount of emotional pain, but he just didn't know what to do about it. I know, Itachi, but if you don't rest for at least a little while every so often, you're going to run yourself into the ground. He said, knowing that it had happened before. Flashback. It was 2 years ago on a night like any other. Itachi was supposed to come home tonight from his mission. The boys heard the door opening and rushed to meet their brother. They had missed him for the last month. He went out on another S-ranked mission by himself as usual. What surprised them was that it wasn't just Itachi at the door. An ANBU was with him, holding his limp form up. He passed out from exhaustion in the Hokage's office after giving a mission report. He needs to rest for a few days, but he should be fine. The ANBU let Shursui and Miko take him. They carried him to his bedroom and let him sleep. He slept completely in peace for the next 2 whole days. There were no nightmares. His brothers and the rest of the family were worried the entire time he was asleep. They decided that they would have a talk with him about the carelessness he showed for his own life. When he woke up, they were all standing there by his bedside table. Even Manabe was there. "Itachi, we need to talk," Shursui told him and proceeded to scold him like a little child about what he was doing. "You cannot disregard your life like that, Itachi. You have this clan and your brothers to take care of, and we worry about you every time you go off on a mission. We don't want to see you run yourself into the ground like that. Please be more careful." Shursui finished with a worried look on his face. Itachi was silent for a few minutes. Then he spoke. "I'm sorry, you guys. I didn't realize that I was pushing myself so hard. I'll try not to let it happen again. I know how much we all mean to each other after what happened." He looked down and told himself then and there that he would never worry his family so badly again. Flashback end. Manabe remembered it as if it were yesterday. "You don't do that to them, Itachi. You need to take it easy for this week of training that you've taken off, and you know it," he said to the raven-haired man who he'd come to know as one of his only true friends. He and Naruto were very close. They had become very good friends and comrades over the years. Itachi was different though. Manabe had decided to take the man under his wing and teach him everything he could about the eyes that had been gifted to him. They were the only ones able to see through those eyes. "Now, when you unlocked the 3rd tomo in each eye, what did you notice?" he asked Itachi. He knew the man wanted to change the subject back to training. Itachi thought for a moment. "Well, I've started to be able to see into the chakra network. I don't just see natures and outlines anymore. I'm able to see tenketsu. I'm sure that if I learned the style of Jukin, I could shut and open them just as Byakugan wielders do. I've also noticed that my chakra reserves are increasing with each tomo. I'd say that I'm on par with Kakashi Hatake now, even though I'm 8 years his junior." Itachi finished, knowing full well that the fox could see far more than he could. Itachi was more and more driven each time he unlocked a set of tomo to master even more of the eye's powers. He knew that he had a long way to go though. The 4th look-alike smiled. "Good, Itachi, you are right, your reserves are increasing and will continue to until you master the 2nd ring. Each set of tomo will increase your reserves by about 1/10. When you master the 2nd ring, you will most likely have around the same chakra as the Hokage does. This is of course if you don't work to increase your reserves. Every set of new tomo will make your chakra harder and harder to control, because it is being increased so exponentially. You must work at control every day, just as Naruto does. He actually has around the same chakra as you do now because of me and the 4th seal. Now about the new ability you've gained. There are a few things you need to know. First, with time and training you will be able to activate and deactivate this ability at will. Second, you will start to see people's chakra flowing differently in different situations. Now that you can almost completely see the full chakra network, you will be able to tell whether someone is channeling chakra and of what nature. This will help you greatly in your battles. This ability is also different in that way than the Byakugan. They are only able to see that their opponent is channeling chakra, so they only know to expect something, and not what to expect. You will start to be able to predict your opponent's moves at the instant that they start channeling the chakra for the jutsu. You will also be able to read their body language and predict what hand signs they will make before they make them. The 3rd thing you must know is that this ability is not yet fully developed. At the next stage you will be able to, as you said, open and close the tenketsu of your opponents. It will not be in the way you expect though. You see, the Hyuga are able to do what they do with the chakra network only because they have perfect control of their chakra and are able to shoot chakra into their opponent's network. I'm sure you already knew this, but what I'm getting at is that you won't have to. When you first start to master this ability you will, but once you master the 2nd ring of tomo, You only need to will the tenketsu closed with your eyes. The chakra in them is strong enough that your opponent's tenketsu will close without touch, but with sending a minimal amount of chakra through them to your opponent. Now you have a long way to go until you reach this point, but I thought that you should know. I also want to amend my earlier statement to you. You are not to experiment with creating new abilities until you do reach this point. Could be very dangerous for you. You must know chakra in and out and understand it completely before even attempting something like creating an ability with these eyes. Is that understood? The fox finally finished his lecture with a tone of complete seriousness. Itachi would not question it. Yes, sensei, but can I ask you something? Everyone that I've met so far has either one or two colored hues to their chakra, but now when I look at your chakra, it isn't red. It was before. An orangish red that I thought was just unique to you because you're the QB. But now I can see that it's not red, but snow white. I've been wondering about it all day. What does it mean? Itachi asked after thinking about what Manabe had said and about his new ability to see into the chakra network. Manabe laughed and told him, I will tell you what it means, but not just yet. I want you to get to the first of the 5 tomos in your second ring before I explain it to you. It will be easier that way. I'm surprised that you haven't asked me why the scroll I gave you before was almost completely blank. It has been 4 years after all. Itachi had a blank look on his face and then answered, Oh, I just figured that you would train me in using these eyes yourself. You are the original owner after all. Also, the one line that it did have in it, ask anything about the eyes and I'll kill you, was pretty self-explanatory. Itachi smirked at the man. Although now that I think about it, you couldn't kill me, even if you wanted to. You've told me yourself that using the shadow clone as a body significantly weakens your eyes and that it would be stupid of you to get into any actual fight unless you were fighting from inside Naruto. Speaking of Naruto, when are you planning to start teaching him to use your chakra? I know it can't be that easy. The fourth lookalike face-palmed and then burst out laughing. I'm going to wait until I've met all of the other genin before I start. I wanted to give him at least a little time to get used to being a ninja before I dropped that little harsh truth on him. If something happens before then, I will take action. I may not be evil, but my chakra has a very malevolent pull to it. He replied seriously. Nuts. The 3 new genin of Team 7 had had a very interesting first mission. They were charged with catching a runaway cat that the Fire Lord's wife had lost. Kakashi told them to follow the cat so that they could try and find a pattern in its movements, so they decided to split up. Naruto and Sakura took the west side of the village and Sasuke went with one of Naruto's clones to search the east side. Soon they had all searched everywhere they could think of. Finally, Sasuke dispelled the clone of Naruto's with a kunai. Sakura, wait. Sasuke just dispelled my clone. He told the clone where he was and that he found our target. Sakura smiled and asked Naruto where they were headed. To the forest on the outskirts of the village. That's where Sasuke is. Naruto replied and started building hopping with Sakura close behind him. Soon they found Sasuke and it was time for their real mission to start. They started to follow the cat wherever he went. After almost 3 hours of following that godforsaken cat, Naruto finally had had enough. All right, you two, we've followed him enough. Let's capture the damn thing already, he exclaimed. The other two nodded, thinking the same thing. Kakashi-sensei, we're going in for the capture now. Sasuke will radio in after it's finished, Naruto said, and they got into position around the cat. You guys ready? He asked his teammates. Yes, they both said, so Naruto gave the signal and they 3 jumped in for the capture. After wrestling with the thing unnecessarily for 10 whole minutes, Sasuke radioed in to Kakashi. We've got him, sensei. The red ribbon on the right ear confirms that he's our target. Kakashi replied. All right, you 3 bring him to the Hokage Tower and I will meet you there. Good work. When they all arrived at the Hokage Tower, Naruto was holding the cat. What happened to you, Naruto? You have scratches everywhere? Kakashi asked. This damned cat happened. He scratched me every chance he got. Took 10 minutes just to capture him, Naruto said, also mumbling something about a demon cat. Kakashi laughed and asked them what they found out on their reconnaissance mission. This time Sakura spoke up. Well, he likes to hang around the forests of Konoha and the back alleys. There really isn't any pattern to where he goes, but I think that is where people should start when he runs away again. Good job. I'll be sure to put that in the mission report, Kakashi said, and they started walking into the tower. When they got to the Hokage's office, the Hokage congratulated them on a job well done. "What took you three so long?" Irika asked them. He was acting as the Hokage's assistant for handling missions that day. Kakashi explained that he had them run reconnaissance and that what they found out would be in the mission report. Irika smiled, knowing that it would help for when the cat ran away again. They gave the cat to the Fire Lord's wife, who was a plump woman. She practically crushed the cat as soon as it was in her hands. The three genin kind of felt sorry for the little demon after that. "Well, now we know why it runs away so much," the three of them thought. "Good job on your first mission. Here is your mission pay." The Hokage paid them for their first completed mission. "You don't really have time for another one today, but I'm sure that you can get a few more done tomorrow." "Yes, finally finished our first mission. Good job, you two," Naruto said and high-fived his teammates. Sakura blushed, and Naruto thought it was weird, but then Kakashi spoke up. "Let's go and get a little training in, you three." Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke all nodded and followed the silver-haired Jonin out of the tower. The Hokage and Irika smiled at Naruto's antics. The four members of Team 7 arrived at the training ground that they were accustomed to, and Kakashi spoke again. "That was very good working, you three. For this training you will all be doing chakra control. Naruto and Sasuke, I know that you are both well beyond your years, so you can do the exercises that you were doing earlier today. Sakura, you're on tree walking. Exhaust yourself doing it so that your reserves start getting bigger. Tomorrow you will have something new that will make it harder," Kakashi said, and they all got started. Sasuke and Naruto worked on their respective exercises and Sakura worked on tree walking. An hour later, Sakura started to get tired, so Kakashi told them to head home. By that time it was dark already. "Sakura, Kakashi-sensei told us to take you home with us to give you something. So follow me," Naruto said, and the boys started towards their home. Sakura hid her blush at the thought of going home with Naruto and followed them all the way to their home. When they arrived at the door, Naruto was racked with anxiety. He didn't want to tell Sakura about the QB just yet. He'd thought of something that would cover it up for a while, but he didn't know how long it would last. He opened the door and led his brother and teammate inside. Sasuke also wondered how his brother wanted to go about this. "I guess I'll just follow his lead on this one," he thought, and walked into the living room. Itachi, Shursui, and Manabe were waiting for them. "Hey boys, how did the test go? Did you get to go on your first mission?" Itachi spoke up, asking them. "It was awesome, brother. Kakashi passed us without even testing us because we already knew how to be a team. We still fought him, but it wasn't too hard. He didn't really attack or anything. He would have destroyed us if he had. We got to go on our first mission," Sasuke said, telling him all about their first mission with the cat. Itachi laughed at the boys' expense, knowing that all new genin had to go through the mission that they had described. It was a sort of hazing. He noticed Sakura and said, "And who might this young girl be?" He knew who she was, though. He had been told by Kakashi about the team and how they did that day. Kakashi visited him right before they arrived. "Oh, this is Sakura, brother. She's our teammate, and she's really smart," Naruto said, smiling at his brother. Itachi smiled back and greeted Sakura, who was struggling to hide her blush from Naruto's comment about her intelligence. She didn't want the boys to know that she just liked Naruto when they were assigned as a team together, so she insisted as soon as she could that she liked them both. She really hoped that Naruto and Sasuke didn't find out anytime soon. She didn't know how Naruto felt about her and didn't want to be rejected by him anymore. That talk 4 years ago really did a number on her, and she didn't know if she would be able to deal with another rejection like that. She smiled at Itachi and said, "I'm Sakura. It's really nice to meet you, Itachi. Are you the one that taught them so much? They are so strong." Itachi started to chuckle. "No, actually, I cannot take all of the credit for that. I definitely had a hand in it, but their real trainer was this man." Itachi gestured towards Manabe and looked at Naruto, knowing he wanted to tell her who he was. "Sakura, this is Manabe, and he is the one we came here for you to see. He is a friend of the family that we have been learning from for a while now. He is going to apply a seal to your body that's going to make it harder for you to move. In time, you'll get used to it, though," Naruto said, and Manabe came over. He smiled in Sakura's direction, noticing that her eyes kept glancing toward Naruto. "All right, Sakura, I need to know where you want this seal. It should be somewhere easily reachable but also concealable by clothing." She thought about it for a while and then decided to put the seal on her left forearm. She told Manabe that she would start wearing an armband to cover it. He agreed and started drawing the seal onto her arm. Soon it was done and he activated it. Immediately she felt the effects. It was like a weight was added to her whole body. She knew it would take a good long while to get used to it, but even now she knew that it would make her stronger. She moved around for a while and started getting used to the added weight being there. It was still hard to move, but she dealt with it. "Thank you very much, Manabe. I can tell that this will help me get stronger. If that's all, I guess I'll go home now," she said, but Itachi stopped her. "Why don't you stay for dinner, Sakura? There's plenty of food and I'm sure that my brothers would enjoy your company for the night," Itachi said, offering her a seat at the table. "Yes, Sakura, it'd be great if you'd stay," Naruto said, smiling. She struggled not to blush and smiled back. "Okay, I'll stay. Thanks you guys," she said and sat at the table with everyone. Shursui was out on a mission and Miko had prepared dinner for them all. They were having steak and mashed potatoes tonight. It looked amazing to Sakura. They all sat down and started eating. Manabe had disappeared and Sakura wondered why he wasn't eating with them. It was very strange to her. They all ate slowly, enjoying the conversation. They talked about the new team and how they liked being ninja. They talked about Sakura and her family. Naruto asked her many questions about her home and life before she became a genin. They found out that her parents were civilians that worked in the market district. Her mom was on the civilian council. She told them about her training and that it was Naruto who made her see that she would need to get stronger. Itachi had smiled when she said that. Soon they had finished eating and it was time for Sakura to go home. "I'll walk you home if you want," Naruto offered. He smiled when she said yes. She bid his family goodnight and head out the door with Naruto behind her. They started walking towards the market district. "So how do you like being on our team?" Naruto asked. "Well, it's definitely interesting. I can tell that Kakashi-sensei is going to be pushing us to our limits. That's something I'm happy about. I really want to get stronger. You made me realize what I want to be, Naruto," she told him and smiled. He was taken aback by that. He didn't know that what he said had made that much of an impact on her. "I'm glad that I could help you figure out what your goals are, Sakura," he said. Before long they had arrived at her house and it was time to say goodbye. "I'll see you in the morning for training, Sakura. It was really great having you for dinner. Maybe you could come over again sometime," he said as they walked up to her door. She had a big smile on her face when she replied and he couldn't see it because it was dark, but she was blushing like crazy. "I'd really like that, Naruto. Your family is great. I'll see you tomorrow." She ran inside and left him at the door wondering what in the world was wrong with her. He shrugged and walked home. It was time for bed and he was exhausted after the day's activities. He laid down on the bed and was about to fall asleep when Manabe made his presence known. "Kit, what do you think about that girl, Sakura? She seems to hold you with a great amount of respect. I can tell that you've made a big impact on her life," Manabe said from within Naruto's mind. He had been watching since dinner started. "Well, I think that she's working hard to prove herself to be a strong kunoichi, and I definitely respect that. I don't really know her that well yet though," Naruto replied honestly. He had been thinking about what he said to her back then. He thought that maybe he could have been a little nicer. "Why don't you try and get to know her better? You might find that you like her," Manabe said, grinning from within Naruto. He knew of course that the pink-haired girl liked Naruto and he liked her for Naruto. She seemed like a fiery girl. He knew that she would need that fire to keep up with the kid's own fiery personality. "Alright, I will. Thanks, Manabe," Naruto said and cut the mental connection between them so that he could get some sleep. Soon he was sleeping peacefully. The next few days went by very quickly. The team met every morning to train and go through their exercises. Sakura had finally gotten used to the added weight and was able to move freely again. After training they went on missions. They usually did 3 in a day before going back to Training Ground 7 and doing their evening training. During their missions Naruto had approached Sakura a few times, trying to get to know her more. He found that he really liked spending time with her, but had no idea what that meant. Sasuke was indifferent about his brother's growing closeness to the Pinkette. They spent a lot of their time together and he was starting to feel left out. He had started to get quieter and quieter because of his growing loneliness. Watching Naruto and Sakura get along so well made him want to go and see one of his good friends. The team's time was always spent together though, and the last few days Sasuke had started feeling like a third wheel. He wanted to go and see Hinata, but never had any time. He wondered how she was doing. Naruto, of course, wondered what was wrong with his brother. He had no idea that his growing closeness with Sakura had such an impact on Sasuke until one afternoon. They were all training and Sakura was just starting out on chakra hopping. Naruto was helping her out, giving her tips when Sasuke exploded on them both. Why do you two spend so much time together? It's like you're inseparable. Can't you just leave each other alone? He yelled across the training field, surprising them both. Kakashi saw and stepped over to Sasuke. What's wrong, Sasuke? Naruto is only trying to help Sakura with the control exercise. Kakashi told him. They spend all their time training together and basically leave me on my own. Ever since that dinner last week, they've gotten closer and closer and I feel like I'm a third wheel for the two of them. I can't go another day like this, Sasuke exclaimed. Guys, come over here. The two others walked over and Kakashi continued. I think it's best if we all take a few days off starting tomorrow. Go have fun with your friends and we will resume training and missions on Monday. Kakashi knew that Sasuke was feeling left out. He thought that maybe some time away from the team would clear up the issues that he had. Sakura asked if Naruto wanted to go to lunch, but he said that he wanted to talk to his brother. I'll see you tomorrow, Sakura. You're doing really good. He smiled and then ran off after Sasuke, who had left as soon as Kakashi had told him it was all right to leave. Sasuke, wait! Naruto yelled after his brother, who was running in the direction of their home. Finally catching up with him, Naruto asked, What's wrong, Sasuke? You know you can talk to me. I'm your brother. Sasuke slowed down and then stopped. Nothing, Naruto. Just leave me alone, he said harshly. Naruto was surprised at his brother's harsh tone. Fine then, Sasuke. I'll see you at home, I guess. He ran the rest of the way home wondering what in the world had Sasuke so messed up. He got there a little before Sasuke and went inside. Itachi was there waiting and greeted him. Hey Naruto, you're home early. Yeah, Sasuke went off on Sakura and I for some reason. So Kakashi-sensei said we could have a couple days off. He told his brother, who looked concerned. He would have to talk with Sasuke and see what was wrong. He wondered what in the world it could be. Naruto told him he was going to his room to talk to Minabe. As soon as he left the room, Sasuke walked in the door. Chapter 8, Time Off. Sasuke, you're home. How was your day? Itachi asked, knowing not to bring up what Naruto said just yet. He saw the look on his little brother's face though, and knew right then that something big was wrong. Sasuke walked inside silently and sat on the couch. Itachi followed and sat beside him. I know something's wrong, Sasuke. Talk to me. Sasuke sat there for a while, not wanting to tell his brother what was wrong. He knew that he could talk to Itachi though. Well, Naruto and Sakura are spending so much time together that they've pretty much left me alone. We're supposed to be a three-man team, and it seems like it's just those two, and Naruto gets to actually spend time with his new friend. I haven't been able to see Hinata or any of my other friends even once since we became genin. I guess I'm jealous of Naruto and Sakura's newfound closeness. I feel like they're leaving me out, he finally explained. This didn't surprise Itachi. The team had gone non-stop for the last few weeks and they really needed a break. Adding to it was the fact that Sasuke had to watch Naruto and Sakura interact every day the team went on missions. Well, Sasuke, why don't you use this time off to see your friends? Ask Hinata if she wants to come over for dinner one night. I'm sure that we can talk the Hyuga clan into letting her come over. You could also go your other friends' houses and spend time with them there. It isn't Naruto's or Sakura's fault that they've started to become close, but you are right that you need to be included. Itachi thought about the situation that his brothers were in. On one hand, he was happy for Naruto and relieved that he had found someone to become friends with, and from what Itachi could tell, possibly more later on. On the flip side, he needed to know that Sasuke was feeling hurt about not being included into the team. He would watch to see what would happen, and if Naruto could see what was going on for himself. If not, he would help his brothers resolve the issues between them. Sasuke pondered what Itachi had said. He decided that he would do just that. He would go see his friends and let Naruto and Sakura be by themselves for a while. Maybe they will get used to each other a little more by the end of this time off. Sasuke thought, knowing that Naruto would also need this time to get used to liking Sakura. He liked her for his brother. He just felt left out when he saw them together. He was happy that Kakashi had given them all time off. "Thanks, brother. I'll do just that," he said with a wide smile on his face. Itachi was glad that he had been able to make his brother see that not all was lost. Sasuke told him that he was going to bed and that he would see him tomorrow. He left the room still smiling at thoughts of how he would spend his time off. New TPS. Back in Naruto's room, he was laid on his bed. He had gone inward into his mindscape. His mindscape had changed a little since he was an academy student. Minabe taught him how to manipulate the sewer-like space inside his mind. It now looked like a humongous forest. In the middle of the clearing where Naruto would come to talk with Minabe, there was a wooden stake in the ground with a note that had the kanji for seal on it. Minabe sat beside the stake with Naruto sitting in front of him. They were talking about Sasuke, of course. "I think he feels left out. You and Sakura have been spending a lot of time together. It may have caused him to be jealous of your relationship with her. You should really talk to him, Naruto. Wait a day or so and try again," Minabe was telling him. Naruto nodded, realizing that he would have to give his brother some space. They also talked about Naruto and Sakura. Minabe wanted him to keep helping her train during their time off so that Kakashi would see that she was catching up to them. He privately hoped that they would go on a C-ranked mission soon. It was time for Naruto to go to sleep, so he said his goodbyes and cut his connection from Minabe and laid his head on the pillow before falling into a peaceful sleep. The next morning came very quickly for Sasuke. He jumped out of bed at dawn and started on his morning routine so that he would have the rest of the day to himself. He did his exercises slowly and in a disciplined manner. He was sweating by the time he finished, so he went to get a shower. The same held true for Naruto. He woke up just as early as Sasuke and left the house to train. He building hopped to his and Sasuke's normal training area, finding that Sasuke wasn't there. He did his morning routine, struggling on his chakra control to keep the 3 kunai on his arms. After that, he wanted to go and see if Sakura wanted to train for a while. It was really early still, so he went to go see his sensei. He wanted some tips on helping her train. He didn't know where his sensei was, so he decided that it would be best to ask the Hokage where Kakashi was. He walked across town to the Hokage's office. When the desk clerk told him that the Hokage would see him, he walked into the old man's office. "Welcome, Naruto. How is your time off going?" Kakashi told me what happened, Hiruzen asked, wondering why the green-eyed boy was visiting him. "Well, that's why I'm here. I'm looking for Kakashi-sensei. I want to ask him a few things. I assumed that since you are the Hokage you might know," Naruto replied. "Ah, I see. I do not know where he is, but if you would like I can send someone to find him for you. I'm sure that he's close by," the old man said. He knew that it wouldn't take long at all to find the silver-haired Jonin. Naruto thanked him and asked if he would. The Hokage sent an ANBU to find Kakashi, and 15 minutes later the man appeared outside the window. He opened it and saw Naruto inside. Quickly jumping into the room, he greeted the Hokage with a bow and Naruto with, "Hello Naruto, what can I help you with today?" and an eye smile. The Hokage smiled and Naruto told him, "Well, I'm going to be training with Sakura for a while on our time off, and I was wondering if you had any tips for me. She really seems to want to learn and catch up to me and Sasuke." The Hokage was surprised at the boy's enthusiasm to learn. He hadn't had a lot of contact with the Uchiha clan after the massacre, and it was mostly with Itachi or Shisui. Kakashi chuckled at the thought of Naruto teaching, but nonetheless, he told him what he felt he should know. "What you two need to do is figure out how you both can learn. You might know this already about yourself, Naruto, but she might not. You need to get to know her and just teach her things she's interested in. She seems to want to be a medic, so I would go to the library with her and get some scrolls on it. She will most likely need the beginner book, but she might be into the intermediate already. Go to her house and take her to the training ground we train at. I will help you today and get you both started. Sasuke needs time off and so do both of you, so I'm not going to allow you to use all of your time training. Go and see your friends too." Kakashi finished. Naruto nodded and smiled before telling Kakashi he would see him later. "So Kakashi, what do you think?" the Hokage asked the masked Jonin. He thought for a minute. "I think Naruto and Sakura will get closer. that Sasuke can be a jealous hothead, and that once they overcome this, they will be the perfect team. He chuckled. He knew that it might cause problems in the future, but wasn't really worried about it at that moment. Naruto was on his way to Sakura's house. It was located in the civilian district of Konoha. He wondered how he would spend all of his time off. He thought about going to see Shikamaru and maybe challenging him to a game of shogi. He enjoyed picking at the genius's mind over the strategic game they both played. He also thought about going to see Hinata, but quickly shot that down. He knew that his brother liked her and wanted to give them a chance to see each other. First, he wanted to spend some time with Sakura though. She was very intriguing to him, almost doing a 180 from their early academy days. She was very smart too, which Naruto liked. He finally reached Sakura's front door. Suddenly he got very nervous. He had never knocked on her door before and didn't know who would answer. He wondered if her dad was scary or if she only lived with her mom. He realized that he still hardly knew anything about her. That will have to change, he thought. He knocked on the door and waited patiently until a middle-aged woman with pink hair that looked just like Sakura's answered the door. "Hello, young man, who might you be?" she asked, already knowing exactly who he was. "I'm Naruto, Sakura's teammate. I was wondering if she was home this morning. She wanted my help with training, and I told her that I would help her today," he said, smiling. Some of his nervousness had went away now, after realizing that Sakura's mom was a nice woman. "Well, I'm Mabuki Haruno. Nice to finally meet you in person, Naruto. Come inside, I'll go and get Sakura for you." She led him inside and told him to wait for Sakura on the couch in the living room. He sat down and waited. Soon Sakura and her mother came back. "Hey Naruto, thank you for helping me out with my training today. Let me go finish getting ready," Sakura said when she saw Naruto sitting on the couch. "All right, great. We have to go meet Kakashi. He said he would help us get started. After that, we have the day to ourselves to train," he told her. She nodded and told him she would be right back. Mabuki asked him a few questions about the team and how D-ranked missions were going for them. He told her that they were fine, but he hoped that they could go on a harder mission soon. She nodded in understanding. D-ranked missions sucked no matter who you were, and she knew it. After half an hour of conversation, Sakura came downstairs in her shinobi gear. Naruto thought she always looked cute in it, but now the short skirt made his cheeks hot for some reason. "Are you ready, Naruto?" the pink cat asked, smiling at him. He nodded dumbly and Sakura led him outside. They started walking towards the training ground they used for team training. "So tell me, Sakura, what kind of shinobi arts are you interested in mostly? I realized this morning that other than being a medic, I don't really know what you want to be," Naruto said as they walked down one of the many streets of Konoha. It was a very calm and sunny day so far. There wasn't even a cloud in the sky. Sakura thought about it for a minute. "Well, I know that I'll probably never have the chakra that you or Sasuke have, so I want to focus on control. Medical training, maybe some small precision ninjutsu, some genjutsu to augment you and Sasuke's genjutsu. That's all I can really think of right now. Maybe Kakashi-sensei can help me with what to learn," she said, knowing that Kakashi would know more things she could learn. "That'll be really good for the team. You'll be able to support us from long range and heal us when we're injured," Naruto said, smiling. He was surprised by her lengthy response, but they didn't call her the smartest girl in their graduating class for nothing. "So Naruto, what kind of things do you want to learn?" she asked him. "Well, I have unnaturally large reserves, so I want to learn some very big and destructive ninjutsu. I was never really good with genjutsu though, and I'm a wind element. I think wind and fire ninjutsu is going to be where I specialize," he replied after thinking it over. She wasn't really surprised by that. Everyone knew that Naruto had ridiculous chakra reserves. She knew that Sasuke had to have some pretty large reserves too, in order to use the shadow clone jutsu. No matter how many clones he could make, it was impressive that a new genin could do it. They had almost reached the training ground, so they both quieted down and walked into the clearing where they all trained. Kakashi was standing there waiting for them. "Hey you two. Sakura, Naruto wants me to help him train you. I have an idea of what you'll be wanting to train in and what your skills are. Do you have any requests other than the obvious?" Kakashi asked her, knowing that she would know what she needed to learn to start off. "Well, sensei, I was thinking that along with medical jutsu and genjutsu, I could learn a few precision ninjutsu based on my style and affinities. she said, and Kakashi was surprised. This girl was 13. She shouldn't even know about affinities, and yet she was asking him to test her, although not in those words. Alright Sakura, that sounds like a good idea. Most ninja wouldn't expect a genin to know any precise elemental jutsu. Let's test your affinity since Naruto and Sasuke already know theirs. He pulled out some chakra conductive paper and handed it to her, telling her to channel chakra into the paper. She did as she was asked, and surprisingly almost the whole page got soggy and fell to the ground. The little sliver that was left in her hand crinkled. It looks like you have a high affinity for water with a very weak affinity for lightning. This could be very interesting, Sakura. We need to increase your reserves by a big number. So I want you and Naruto to work on chakra control. Naruto, I want you to go through every exercise with her like Minabe did with you. You won't get very far in the time you have off, but Sakura, your goal is to complete all of the exercises before Naruto. He's very far ahead of you, but the exercise he is on right now could take him at least a few months, possibly a year with his reserves. In the meantime, I can tell you about one elemental jutsu that I think you will enjoy. It's a water-style jutsu called Water Whip Jutsu. I want you and Naruto to go to the library and get the scroll for medical jutsu, the water-style jutsu I just told you about, and look for a taijutsu style that interests you. You'll work on perfecting all of this within the next 6 months. It shouldn't take you long to learn some of the things, and your team will be here to help you along the way. Naruto, I want you to find the scroll for the wind-style jutsu. Great breakthrough, and learn it. You also need to increase your weights once more. Sakura, you too. The silver-haired Jonin finished his analysis of what they both needed to work on. He already had an idea where he wanted Sasuke to go. He would wait until the boy had at least a day off before telling him what they would all be working on next. The pair of green-eyed genin groaned at the work that Kakashi had given them, but didn't say a word of complaint. They knew that they would be getting stronger and stronger and therefore had to keep upping the stakes. Sakura was stuck playing catch-up with the boys though, so she felt that she had to work extra hard. They bid their sensei goodbye and then headed towards the district of Konoha where the library and hospital were located. Kakashi-sensei sure does know his stuff, Sakura said aloud after thinking about what the man had said as they were walking. I can't wait to starting learning the water-style jutsu. Naruto, do you think we should go ahead and increase our weights? Yeah, we will need to exercise a little to get used to them anyways, Naruto said as he stopped and reached into his pocket where a hole revealed the seal on his leg. He had it memorized by now, so he just turned it up 10 pounds. Sakura pulled back her armband and did the same. They both noticed the difference right away. They started walking again and both had a pretty difficult time of it. Wow, I can tell this will take some getting used to, Sakura said, and Naruto agreed. Soon they arrived at the library and walked inside. New TPS. Sasuke, he had been training all morning. He worked on his accuracy with weapons. He asked Itachi if it would be okay to increase his weights, and his brother told him that he probably should. So he increased them the same amount as Naruto and Sakura. He had worked at it for 4 whole hours and was finally starting to get used to the added resistance. It was time to go and see what Hinata and the rest of his friends were up to. He walked up to his bathroom to get a shower. After the shower, it was around 1 o'clock, so he decided to check the Hyuga compound for Hinata. Everyone in the village knew where they lived. They were among the top 3 clans in the village. He got dressed and headed towards the compound. Soon he was at the front gate. There were 2 Hyuga guards, so he asked them if they knew where Hinata was. Hello Uchiha-san, I am not sure where Hinata-sama is at the moment, but I am sure that if you ask her father he might know. The guard on the right answered him. He told him that Hayashi was most likely training in the dojo with Hinabi, and that was where he could be found. Sasuke got very nervous as the guard opened the gate to be let in. What if her father disapproves of me? He thought as he walked toward the direction the guard had indicated the dojo to be. The inside of the compound was very clean from what Sasuke could see. Neat and tidy would be the way he would describe it to Naruto later. There weren't very many trees or bushes, only paths that led to the various buildings of the compound. He reached the dojo and fighting could be heard from the outside of the door. He slowly slid it open and stood there waiting to be noticed. He didn't want to disturb the fight. As soon as the door was opened wide enough to show who was standing there, Hayashi and the little girl he was fighting with, who Sasuke assumed was Hinabi, stopped and bowed to each other. Sasuke wondered why they had stopped so quickly. Maybe they don't trust an outsider to see their sparring matches, he thought. The man he knew to be Hayashi looked at him. Hello Hayashi-sama, I am Sasuke Uchiha. I was wondering if you knew where your daughter Hinata might be today, he said amazingly without a stutter or misspoken word. The man looked at him, sizing him up for a split second, and then replied, I know who you are, Sasuke. Why is it that you wish to see my daughter today? He asked. Well, I wanted to ask her if she would go to lunch with me, sir. We haven't been able to spend time together since we graduated from the academy, and I'd hoped that she would want to. Sasuke replied, getting even more nervous with each passing minute. The man seemed to see into his soul. I see, well, Hinata is out with her team training right now. If you'd like to wait for her, that would be all right with me. It will give us time to get acquainted, Hayashi said, and then led the scared shitless Sasuke to his office to get interrogative air, acquainted. New TPS. Naruto and Sakura had been looking for the things that their sensei had instructed them to. Naruto had quickly found the wind style, great breakthrough, and one other wind style that he wanted to learn, wind style, slicing wave. It was a B-rank jutsu that he knew would take him a long time to learn. While they were in the taijutsu section of the library, Sakura found a precision-type medical style that relied on being able to make chakra scalpels with your hands and feet. She knew that it would be a long time before she was a master in it, but hoped that it would help her deal a little damage as a medic. Naruto and Sasuke both used the Uchiha style of taijutsu, but Naruto wanted to find a style that could augment the Uchiha style. He put the idea away for later pondering as they left that section and headed towards the medical scrolls. Sakura picked up the scroll that she would need along with the one explaining chakra scalpels in detail and a few other medical justice she would need. They also found Sakura a few good genjutsu scrolls and her water whip jutsu. They were finally ready to check out, so they walked up to the library clerk and asked her what to do. Just go up to the desk and I'll be right with you. We give you copies of the scrolls so you won't have to worry about returning them. There is a one-time fee of 6,500 ryo to use our services. However, I trust that you both have that much since you are ninja? Naruto nodded, but Sakura didn't. Naruto, I don't have enough after buying the ninja gear I needed after our first few missions. I am spent, she told him. It's all right, Sakura. I'll take care of it for you. He smiled and reassured her that he would pay for them both this time. She smiled back, thinking that he was very considerate to do that. They walked over to the desk and Naruto paid for both of their library memberships. Once the clerk got copies of everything, the two teammates headed back to the training ground to sort through everything and get started. It took them longer to get there than the trip to the library because of all the added weight. When they arrived, it was around 3 o'clock. Okay, so we have around 4 hours, Sakura. Kakashi-sensei told me that you needed to focus a lot on your control, so we can start on the other things tomorrow. I want you to make some progress in that area. You can start on tree walking until it becomes comfortable for you again. I'm actually going to do the same thing, Naruto said, and Sakura nodded, knowing that he was right about where they both should be starting. After around a half hour, they were both running up and down the trees they had chosen. Sakura was panting with exhaustion, so she decided to take a break and rest for a while. However, Naruto stopped her. All right, now that you're tired, I'm going to show you the next exercise you'll be working on, he said, chuckling as she groaned. She knew he was making her work as hard as she could. Okay, what is it? She asked, hoping that it wouldn't be too hard. He explained how to do the chakra hopping exercise and then showed her, by jumping 30 feet in the air. He told her that that would be the height to aim for, and then once she got to that height she would have to get there again with less and less chakra each time. She groaned at the thought of that. It would take her forever to get finished with this one, it seemed. She tried it a few times and got to about 20 feet in the air. That used up most, if not all, of the last dregs of her chakra, so she went to sit down underneath a tree and read the scrolls on medical jutsu they had gotten. Naruto started doing his chakra control exercises with his clones. He did them with 10 clones for the next 30 minutes and then joined Sakura under the tree. He started reading the scroll on the wind-style jutsu that Kakashi had told him to get. The premise behind the jutsu was that the user infused his chakra into the air around his hand and sending it towards his enemy in a quick burst. It could potentially send them flying if enough chakra was used. Sakura was learning about the human anatomy at that moment. She absorbed every facet of the scroll that was in front of her. New TPS. It had been one of the most nerve-wracking and scary hours that Sasuke thought he would ever have, but he had gotten through it. Hinata finally came into her father's office and was very surprised to see him there. Hayashi was laughing on the inside about the torture he was putting the boy through. He knew that Sasuke was scared to death of him at the moment. "Good afternoon, father. I'm home," Hinata politely said to her father. "Ah, Hinata, I'm glad you're home a little early today. Sasuke here would like to ask you something. He's waited here for the last hour, if that says anything about his resolve." Hayashi chuckled after finishing. It did say a lot about the boy's resolve to see his daughter. The clan head was slightly surprised the boy didn't leave after 30 minutes. "Hey Hinata, I was wondering if you would want to spend some time with me tonight. I was thinking that we could go to a restaurant for dinner," Sasuke said, nervous as to what she would reply with. The indigo-haired girl blushed a crimson red. She had just been asked out on a date by Sasuke Uchiha, in front of her father no less. "I'm sure, Sasuke-kun, I'd love to go with you. If it's all right with father?" She looked at her dad with a pleading look. That, contrary to popular belief, had a great effect on the clan head. Everyone thought that he was a harsh and mean parent to his two daughters, but it was actually quite the opposite. He loved them very much. He was just stern when he needed to be. Hinata had improved a lot since her days in the academy. She was a very strong genin. His nephew was strong in his own right though. He was also considered a genius in the Hyuga arts. He hoped that one day the two of them would lead the clan together, in a more humane direction. He knew that the traditions of his clan were barbaric, but he didn't have enough power alone in the clan to change its very foundation. He also could see how they both felt about it. "Yes, Hinata, you may go," he said with a small smile on his face. He had tested the Uchiha boy for an hour. He knew a little about Sasuke's character by then. He looked at the boy who was sitting straight up in front of him. He had been very respectful to Hayashi as they talked. The clan head had asked him many questions, ranging from how the boy and his daughter had met to how he liked being a genin. The boy smiled at Hayashi. "Hinata, go get ready. I'm sure that you have been working hard today," he told Hinata, and his daughter left the room. New TPS. Itachi, the clan head of the Uchiha clan, had a busy morning. He woke up a little later than usual and went to go see the Hokage. He wanted a jonin to spar with. The problem was that he didn't know who was out of the village on missions. So he went to the Hokage's office shortly after Naruto left. The receptionist let him in and the Hokage told him that Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai, Anko, and Asuma were the only jonin in the village at that time. Itachi thought about the options for a while. He then asked the Hokage where he could find Anko. He hadn't seen her since his early ANBU days and wanted to catch up. He also thought that she would prove to be an interesting sparring partner for him. The Hokage told him where she was currently living, so Itachi started his search there. He knocked on the door and no one answered for a few minutes. Then he heard a click and had to dodge the 5 kunai headed straight for him from a tree in the front yard. "Oh shit," Itachi thought and jumped straight into the air as high as he could. He saw the kunai hit the door and then watched as it swung open. He landed on his feet about a yard from a woman with wet violet hair, a devilish smile, light brown eyes, and she was in nothing but a towel. It barely covered her D-cup breasts. Itachi blushed a bright crimson in embarrassment.
Come in Itachi.
"But don't you dare try anything. I'll kill you in ways you could never imagine," the woman known as Anko told him. She had completely changed since her early ANBU days. When she enlisted into ANBU, she had just returned from Orochimaru's grasp. She had been quiet and she definitely didn't look like she did now. She had the trademark violet hair and light brown eyes, but her quiet demeanor was all gone. Itachi was blushing at the thought of the towel dropping as he walked into her apartment. She told him to sit on the couch while she got dressed and then disappeared. Itachi waited, wondering what else had changed about his friend from those early days as an ANBU trainee. He knew she was a few years older than him and that she had had an unimaginably horrible childhood because Orochimaru had taken her. She told him very little of that time when they were training together. "So why'd you come and see me today, Itachi? I can't see this as being a random visit," Anko said from behind him. He turned around and saw that she was wearing a mesh shirt that left very little to the imagination. Over that she wore a tan jacket and knee-length women's ninja shorts that hugged her legs. "Well, it was partially random and partially because I was hoping that we could spar. I've been in need of a partner for training and I thought that we could catch up and train together, Itachi said. She mulled it over in her head for a minute before saying, all right, I'll spar with you, but you have to take me to go and get some dango afterwards. I want to see how you've been these last 4 years, Anko said, surprising him. She was looking at the guy that she never got to fuck as a trainee, and he was yummy. She wanted to see where this led though. Start with dango and see how he acts, she told herself when she thought about him with his shirt off. Itachi smiled and then told her he knew the perfect place to spar without any interruptions. He knew that she would be okay where they were going. He led them to the forest of death. They walked inside and towards the clearing that he had taken Sasuke and Naruto for the weekend. Anko was surprised at Itachi's choice of training ground. She knew what resided in the forest and that it wouldn't be of much consequence to them. She still had never trained there before. Maybe it will become a favorite training spot for me, she thought as they walked. They finally reached the clearing after tree hopping for around 10 minutes. You ready, Anko? Itachi asked and got into his stance. Anko did the same across the clearing from him. Itachi could tell she had a fire affinity and that it wasn't being channeled. He started doing hand signs for an intermediate level fire jutsu. She responded by charging him. Slicing shadow snakes, she yelled, surprising him with the lack of hand signs. For snakes shot out of her jacket sleeve and charged at the Uchiha. He had been working on a new style lately and wanted to use it to kill the snakes. He could see its chakra network, so he knew where their hearts were. He charged his fingertips with chakra and jabbed all 4 snakes in quick succession, killing them instantly. He surprised Anko by hitting them so accurately without having his Sharingan activated. She jumped back and did the hand signs for a fire-style jutsu. Phoenix Flower Jutsu, she said, and sent fireballs at Itachi. He had stopped doing hand signs and started dodging her attacks. He was very fast and didn't get hit by even one of them. Fire style, Flame Dragon Jutsu, he yelled after doing some hand signs. He sent the white-hot dragon towards her. He singed her jacket a little, and that was when she decided to get up close and personal with him. He had the same idea, and so a taijutsu battle ensued. She was very flexible and sent punches and jabs at him even while dodging some of his. He was a little faster than her though. A few hits connected on both sides, leaving Anko breathing heavy and Itachi doing the same. They were both beat up a little, with Itachi having less injuries than Anko, but could still go on. If they continued, both knew what would happen though, so Itachi decided to call it a draw this time. That was a good workout, Anko. Are you ready to go and get some dango? We can get back at it tomorrow morning. He knew that dango would get her mind off of their match. Sure, let's go, she said happily, not even thinking about the fight anymore. They headed out of the forest of death and on to Anko's favorite dango shop. Soon she had ordered a whole tray of them and they were both eating. They talked about their lives after they finished training and how ANBU life was treating them. Itachi told her something that he hadn't told anyone yet. I'm thinking about retiring as an ANBU and taking up a genin squad, but I just don't feel ready right now. Well, I think training a bunch of brats would make for a headache. I'm gonna be in the ANBU for as long as possible. I enjoy the missions and the pay is great. You seem to be nurturing though, Itachi. You might do well, she told him, making him blush at the out-of-established character remark. It seemed as if there was a lot more to Anko than meets the eye. They continued to talk about training. Itachi told her about his eyes and that was why he could dodge and block her attacks so easily. That's totally not fair. You could trick anyone with that who doesn't know about it, she told him, and he chuckled and asked her not to tell anyone. Oh, I won't. I want to see you get someone with it. Make it seem like you're not even trying to beat them. It will be hilarious, she said and started to laugh maniacally. So you haven't even unlocked half of their potential yet and you can already do that kind of thing? You're going to be one powerhouse of a ninja once you finish training them, she said, thinking that it was very attractive that he could obtain so much skill and power. Yeah, our family friend is helping me train them. And I know there is something huge he's not telling me yet, he told her. He asked how high on the snake summons rung she could go now, and she told him lesser bosses, but that she had summoned Manda a few times. He was impressed. For a Tokubetsu Jonin with norm reserves to be able to summon a boss, and the boss of the snakes at that was saying something. He was sure that she had barely grasped her potential though, looking at her chakra reserves. Her coils were well developed, but her reserves were on the medium side. "Do you want to do this again sometime?" he asked her, hoping that she said yes. Anko grinned devilishly, thinking about what she could do to tease the hell out of this man she was looking at. She leaned over to him, showing him more of her cleavage than was already showing, and said, "Yeah, sure, we can do this anytime you want. I had a lot of fun today, Itachi." She got closer to him and grinned. "Wow, she's really into teasing me. I wonder why," Itachi thought and smiled, blushing a bright red at the sight he was seeing. "She's really beautiful." He finished the thought and then said aloud, "Hey Anko, do you want to go for a walk outside? We could get a little fresh air," he said, barely finishing the sentence. "Sure," she smiled. They left the dango shop and Itachi led her around the streets of Konoha. They talked about some of their hobbies as they walked. They not surprisingly both enjoyed going out on missions as a hobby. Anko was another one of Konoha's jonin that went out on ranked missions by herself. Her reason was different than Itachi's though. She wasn't liked by very many of the other jonin and tokubetsu jonin of Konoha because of her past connections with Oryokimaru. Her only real friends at that time were Kurenai and Yugao. They had been friends for many years. They helped her when she came back to the village after Orochimaru threw her to the side. No one in the village had accepted her return, but now she had two best friends. She looked at Itachi as he walked beside her. He was talking about a mission that he had been on recently. It sounded like an interesting mission to her. She looked at him and smiled, wondering if he was enjoying the time they were spending together that day. They walked around for hours under the stars. They ended up on the Hokage monument. They sat and talked for most of the night, also sparring together a few times. By the end of the night, they were resting beside each other. New TPS. Hinata opened the door again after getting ready and Sasuke was stunned. She wore a light blue dress with small sleeves that served as straps. Hayashi smiled, thinking that his daughter was going on her very first date. Sasuke felt a little underdressed, but smiled and asked Hayashi what time he should bring her home. 8:30 was the simple reply that he got from the clan head. He knew not to argue, so they were soon on their way. "Where would you like to go?" Sasuke asked Hinata, because he had no idea what she liked to eat. "We could go to the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. I've heard the food is really good there," she replied, without a single stutter now that they weren't in front of her father. She smiled at the Uchiha boy. She remembered him being there for her a lot when they were still academy students. He had helped her become stronger. They spent a lot of time together back then. She had actually been wondering whether or not he would come to see her. "That sounds great," he said. He had been to that restaurant before and really liked their food. She blushed at his enthusiasm and he led her down the street they were on. They talked about their academy days as they walked. Sasuke liked spending time with her back then. He asked her how her new sensei was, and she told him that Kurenai was a great sensei. She told him a little about what she was learning and he smiled, telling her that it was good that she liked her sensei. Soon they were at the restaurant. They walked inside and were greeted by someone from the Akimichi clan, who owned the restaurant. They were seated at a booth in the back. It wasn't very busy that night, so it was pretty quiet. Sasuke ordered a round of barbecue, and Hinata ordered a smaller portion of the same thing. As they waited on their food, Hinata asked him what kind of things he and his team were learning about. "Well, Kakashi-sensei is mainly just doing team exercises with us right now. He's letting Sakura, our other teammate, catch up to Naruto and I a little bit before we start really learning stuff. We do strength training and chakra control for the most part," Sasuke told her. He wondered when they would be learning some new stuff. He smiled at Hinata, making her blush. "Oh, that sounds like it's pretty hard though. I bet all three of you are really strong," she said and gave him a small smile back. "Yeah, maybe we can get out teams together for some sparring practice sometime," Sasuke suggested, hoping that she would agree so they could possibly get to spend more time together. "Sure. I'll talk to Kurenai-sensei about it if you'll talk to Kakashi-sensei," she said, thinking along the same lines. Finally, their food arrived and they began to eat. New TPS. It had gotten dark, but neither Naruto nor Sakura wanted to go home, so they had started sparring in the moonlight. They were going hard against each other in an all-taijutsu battle and were both worn out to the point of exhaustion, so Naruto said, "Hang on, Sakura. I'm beat, I can't go on anymore tonight," and I know you are beyond where I am. Let's relax for a while and then head home. Okay? Alright Naruto, but we are continuing this match tomorrow. I want to learn the chakra scalpels to the point of combat as soon as possible, or else this style is practically useless. She had been reading most of the day about chakra scalpels and how they worked. She was almost there. She tried one more time and saw that a barely visible shimmer of blue chakra covered her hands. She knew that true scalpels would be bright blue and visible. She went over and sat beside Naruto. They had both worked hard today, and she felt closer to him than she ever had before. She didn't really know what this closeness was though. She knew that she had a crush on him ever since she could remember. But this was something more. A weird feeling in the pit of her stomach when he looked at her or praised her. When she saw his smile, her heart fluttered in her chest. She wondered if he knew she was feeling this way and hoped whatever it was would calm down. He watched as she walked over. He had no idea what she was feeling, but he was feeling something of his own. He watched her walk and it brought a smile to his face. He was proud of her. He glanced at her lips and then quickly looked away, hoping she didn't notice. As she sat next to him, his heart started beating faster. "You did really good today, Sakura," he said, smiling at her. He saw her cheeks turn a shade of pink as she said, "Thank you, Naruto. You're a really great teacher." Then she did something neither of them expected and gave him a very tight hug. Before she had even realized what she had done, she had her arms around him. He returned her hug even though he was flabbergasted. "Is she having the same weird feeling I am?" he thought. Aloud he said, "Thanks, Sakura. You're a really great student," into her ear accidentally. She blushed a bright red at the sensation and hugged tighter, not wanting to show him that she was blushing. After she felt the heat leave her cheeks somewhat, she broke apart the hug and they sat together under the stars. New TPS. Sasuke and Hinata were having a great time at dinner. They ate silently, but every other minute of their time was spent talking about what the two of them had been doing since graduation. Sasuke told her his dream of becoming ANBU captain, and she told him that she was sure he could do it. "My dream is to become a good clan head, and to abolish the caged bird seal. It's a revolting piece of fuinjutsu, and I won't stand for it," she said, telling him her dream. "That's awesome that you're sticking up for what you believe in, Hinata," he told her and smiled. Soon they were finished eating and Sasuke asked if she wanted to go to the old park that they used to go to play together when they were younger. "Sure, I'd love to go," she said, smiling. She had no idea that the usually quiet and non-emotional Sasuke could be this happy-go-lucky. She wondered if he had been hiding this side of himself from everyone. She felt happy that she got to see it. They made their way to the park and sat on the bench by the swings. Hinata looked at Sasuke and smiled. They kept talking for what seemed like hours. When they arrived at the Hyuga compound 10 minutes from 8:30, Sasuke held Hinata's hand in his. "I guess I'll see you soon, Sasuke." She smiled as he was still holding her hand even though she had turned around to look at him. Sasuke was nervous. This had been the perfect first date for him and Hinata, and he wanted it to have a perfect ending. He subconsciously squeezed her hand and said, "I'll see you soon, Hinata. Good night." They were looking at each other. They both wondered if the other would kiss them. Finally, Sasuke brought her close to him and kissed her softly on the lips. She returned his kiss, and then it ended as quickly as it had begun, and she left him standing there grinning from ear to ear. She was smiling and blushing when she walked into her living room. Her father was waiting for her. "On time, that's a good thing at least. I take it you had a good time with the Uchiha boy, Hinata?" he said and inwardly smiled. "Yes, father, I had a wonderful time with Sasuke-kun," she told him and asked to be excused to her room. He let her leave the room and she was gone. That kiss was so cute and adorable. I loved it. New TPS. Sakura was saying goodbye to Naruto. She smiled and hugged him goodbye. "I'll see you tomorrow, knucklehead," she said as she released him from the hug. "I'll see you tomorrow, Sakura-chan," Naruto said, smiling. She turned around after releasing him from the hug. She was blushing furiously as she ran into the house yelling back to him, "Bye, Naruto-kun." Naruto waved bye to her and left her house. He was exhausted after training with her that day, so he quickly made his way to the Uchiha home. Soon he was sleeping soundly in his bed. Chapter 9. The End of the Break. The next morning came very quickly for Naruto and Sasuke, who coincidentally woke up at almost the exact same time. Sasuke had gotten home a little earlier than Naruto had, so he felt a little more rested than his brother. They exited their rooms and looked at each other across the hall. "Hey Naruto, can I talk to you for a minute?" Sasuke asked, wanting to apologize to his brother for acting the way he had. "Sure, Sasuke," Naruto said, smiling at his brother. "How about we do our morning routine together and we can talk while we exercise?" he suggested. Sasuke nodded and they walked out into the backyard of their home. They both started their morning exercises. They were hard at it when Sasuke finally started talking. "I'm sorry for how I acted the other day, bro. I know that it isn't your fault that you and Sakura are getting closer. It's just that we've been going non-stop for 2 weeks straight and I haven't had any time to see my friends." Naruto nodded in understanding. "I get that, Sasuke, that's why it's all right. I know how you feel. I haven't been able to see any of our friends either. We needed this time off." "Yeah. I'm glad that Kakashi-sensei let us have it. So are we good?" Sasuke asked Naruto. "Yeah bro, we're good. Did you have a good time with Hinata last night?" he asked, grinning. Sasuke blushed a bright red and told him to shut up and keep up with him. Naruto laughed at his brother's embarrassment, but dropped the subject and got back to his exercises. Soon they were done with everything but chakra control. They both started and Naruto summoned his clones. He hoped that he would be able to at least get a little farther on this exercise soon. It was not to be, however. They were both still where they left off pretty much. When they finished, Naruto asked Sasuke what his plans were for the day. The dark-eyed boy told his brother that he planned to go and see Kiba and ask for a spar. He mentioned going to see a few other of their mutual friends too. "So what are you going to do?" Sasuke asked. "Well, I'm working on helping Sakura get caught up to us, so I figured I'd help her for a while today, and then maybe go and see Shikamaru for a game of shogi." Naruto answered and Sasuke nodded. He had figured that his brother would still be helping their teammate. They were finished with everything for the morning, so Naruto told him that he would see him later that night, and left for Sakura's house. They talked the night before about getting a very early start on things, so he wanted to get her up and started. Sasuke, however, took his time with the rest of the things he had to do that morning. He knew that it would be a while before he could go and see Kiba for their spar. Naruto walked through the village without much hassle. The villagers didn't really give him the glares that they used to. Soon he arrived at Sakura's house and knocked on her door. Surprisingly, she was up and ready to start their day. "Let's go, Naruto-kun. I'm ready to get through as much as I can today," she said, smiling. They set out for the training ground that they had gone to the day before, and as soon as they got there, Naruto told her to start on chakra control. She grinned and started the chakra hopping exercise. Her progress was a lot faster than Naruto's or even Sasuke's had been. Within 30 minutes, she was already hopping high enough to start on the second step, which was to fine-tune the control needed. While she worked on that, he started working on learning the wind-style jutsu that Kakashi had told him to start on. It was the wind-style, great breakthrough jutsu, and he was very excited to start learning it. He read the scroll over and over, making sure that he had memorized it. After he finished reading, he summoned 30 clones and had them get to work on learning the hand signs and how to mold the chakra. While his clones worked, he watched Sakura train. He saw that she was getting the hang of using less and less chakra. Wow, she learns fast. At this rate, she will be ready to start the next one by the end of the day. He was thinking, and then she looked at him from up in the air and smiled. She dropped down and told him, "Stop staring at me. It makes me nervous," with a red tint to her cheeks. He laughed and told her that she was doing great. She smiled and thanked him for the compliment. Then she got back to work. Naruto activated his fully developed Sharingan to see if he could tell how much chakra she was using. He couldn't, to his dismay. He realized that the Sharingan didn't help him as much in training situations as it did in combat. Truth be told, he had barely used it since he mastered it. He felt like it was an ace in the hole to be used only when needed. Sakura was working her hardest to master this exercise, and she really liked that Naruto was her teacher. She really liked it when he praised her. She secretly hoped that he would keep helping her, even after she caught up to the boys as much as she could. Soon Naruto's clones stated dispelling. He received the memories of some that were slammed against trees and some that were thrown up in the air only to fall to the ground dispelling. He dispelled the rest of them and did the jutsu that his clones had learned for him. He found that it was like using his arm or leg to use wind chakra. The element was like a part of him for some reason. He started to fine-tune the jutsu by decreasing the chakra used to create the same effect. He also tried strengthening the force of the wind blast. He wondered why it was so easy for him to learn the wind jutsu. Maybe my affinity for wind is just insanely high, he thought. In truth, he was on the right track. It would later be disclosed that the boy had one of the highest wind affinities anyone had ever seen. While he perfected the jutsu, Sakura was busy working on lowering the chakra needed for the jump to 30 feet. It was about noon when they finally both reached their goals. Sakura now barely had to use any chakra for chakra hopping, and Naruto could use his newest jutsu in about 15 seconds. He could use it at any power or range he chose as well. Hey Sakura-chan, I was wondering if it would be alright with you if we went to get one of our old classmates. I'd like to play a game with him, but I want to keep watching your progress. He asked the girl, who was resting against a tree reading up on her taijutsu style some more. He couldn't believe how fast she was learning the chakra control exercises he was showing her. Chakra hopping had taken him almost 2 weeks to get down. Sure, Naruto-kun, I don't mind. I know Kakashi-sensei wants us to spend time with people other than each other on this time off. Who did you want to go find? She asked, wondering who her green-eyed crush wanted to play a game with and which game. You'll see. He grinned, and they left the training ground in search of Shikamaru. New TPS. Sasuke had been trying to find Kiba for an hour now. He went to the Hokage to see if the boy was on a mission with his team, but the Hokage had told him that they weren't. The older Uchiha brother went to the Inuzuka compound, but his friend hadn't been there, and Kiba's sister told him to look for him at one of the training grounds. He searched 7 of them before he finally found Kiba, who was team training with Team 8. Sasuke blushed when he saw Hinata, but knew that he wasn't there for her. Hey guys, I was wondering if Kiba and I could spar for a bit. It's been a good while, and I wanted to make sure Dog Boy wasn't getting rusty or anything. He grinned, teasing his friend. Kiba grinned too. We'll see who's getting rusty, Mr. Prissy Uchiha, Kiba joked back. He asked Kurenai if they could spar, and she told him sure, but that they would all be watching. Good, I get to kick his ass in front of everybody then. Kiba laughed. Sasuke had an evil smile on his face as they got into their stances. He knew that Kiba didn't have a chance against him. I won't even need Sharingan for this. He though cockily. He too felt the same as Naruto did about their eyes. He only used them as an ace in the hole. He and his brother practically had it beaten into them by Itachi. Ready, Kurenai said, looking at them both. They nodded, and she told them to begin. The first to attack was surprisingly Sasuke. He usually waited for his opponent to attack first, but he threw a jab at Kiba's chin. The boy ducked under it and sent a sweep kick to Sasuke's legs. Sasuke jumped back and side-kicked at the Inuzuka. The boy blocked and started a flurry of punches at Sasuke's chest. The Uchiha blocked a few and started punching Kiba in the stomach. He hit the boy hard twice, making him cringe a little. Kiba jumped back and used his beast mimicry jutsu. Akamaru turned into a more feral-looking Kiba, and soon, Gutsuga was heard, and they started spinning in Sasuke's direction. 2 tornadoes of death were headed at him, so he chakra hopped as high as he could with his new added weight. He got up about 60 feet in the air and started doing hand signs for his favorite jutsu. Fire style, Fire Dragon Jutsu. He yelled and sent a roaring flame dragon down at Akamaru and Kiba. Kiba panicked, and they both jumped out of the way just in the nick of time. They landed hard on the ground where Sasuke was waiting. He had a kunai to Kiba's neck in a matter of seconds, and it was over. Good match, Kiba, Sasuke grinned, helping him up. The boy laughed because he knew that Sasuke hadn't gone easy on him. It had been a fair fight between 2 friends that he lost. Thanks, buddy, you too, he said, dusting himself off. Well, that was very good, both of you, Kurenai said. Shino was silent as usual, and Hinata was blushing furiously at seeing her crush beat her teammate so easily. She knew that he was strong, but had no idea he was that strong. None of us were even close to them in the academy, were we? She thought to herself. Thanks, Kurenai-sensei. If Hinata or Shino want to spar, I'm good to go, he said, smiling directly at Hinata. He wanted to see how far she had come since her father finally realized that she wasn't a weakling, just shy. Kurenai thought about it for a moment. All right, big shot, let's see just how good you are. Hinata, Shino, Kiba, take him down. Now, she said, giving her team the order to team up and fight Sasuke. Suddenly, the three of them leapt into action. Hinata started to engage him in taijutsu while Shino slowly sucked his chakra from the back with his bugs. He could feel his tenketsu start closing one by one with each hit she landed. He defended pretty easily, dodging as many as he could. Kiba watched and waited until just the right time. He started twisting and Getsugaed his way toward the Uchiha. Sasuke was overwhelmed, but he kept his cool and jumped up as high as he could. He sent weaker versions of some of his fire jutsu at them because it was all he could manage thanks to Hinata. They dodged, and when he landed they were back on him like it was nothing. He attacked with more oomph than before, determined to win. She was getting hit hard. She kept attacking right back, as fast and precise as she could. He dodged her attacks as well as he could, but soon he couldn't anymore. After 3 more precise hits, Sasuke was down and exhausted. Kurenai smiled at the amazing teamwork they had shown. It still took all 3 of them to take him down, and if he had been ready for them, they might not have been able to. They need to be stronger individually, and more diverse than just using their clan techniques. Together they are flawless, but that won't always be the case. This has been a good little experiment, she thought, analyzing her team's most fatal flaw. They all specialized in one area, clan techniques. Hinata was close-ranged and could only use her clan techniques. Kiba was the same except he was close and mid-ranged, and Shino was the worst of the 3. He was long-ranged, but he couldn't defend himself at close range. She knew that if Hinata hadn't been on Sasuke so hard, he would have gone after Shino, then Kiba, and finally he would have finished with Hinata. Good job, you 3. And Sasuke, that was impressive for you to hold off that long against those 3, she said aloud. Hinata had gone over to him and was reopening his tenketsu. Thanks, Kurenai-sensei, but I'm sure that you saw it too. If Hinata had given me even one small opening, it would have been over. Sasuke replied, panting slightly. This surprised Kurenai greatly that he saw their weakness. Most genin wouldn't have seen it only after a few minutes of losing combat. Yes, Sasuke, I saw it too. After Hinata fixes you up, I want you to rest over by that tree for a while. Injuries from the gentle fist style are not quick to heal. They are on the inside. Her team all wondered what they were talking about seeing. He knew that she was right, so he let Hinata fix him up and went to go sit against the tree. They would find out soon enough, and the next few weeks would be hell for them. New TPS. Itachi had woken up earlier than both Naruto and Sasuke. He wanted to see the Hokage about Anko. He knew that she would be able to help him on missions. After he left her house the night before, he did a lot of thinking. He soon realized that he didn't want to go on those hard missions alone anymore. He wanted someone to have his back so that he could make it home to his family. He wanted to live even though he had killed his whole clan. It was time to stop looking back at the past and to start looking forward. He knew that Anko had been alone for most of her life because of Orochimaru, but he also saw the look in her eyes the day before. The same look that he had in his every time he looked in the mirror. They were both looking for someone to save them from the loneliness of their past and what they had done. So he was at the Hokage's office waiting to be let in. Come in. He walked inside and surprisingly Anko was already there. The Hokage laughed inwardly, wondering what had happened between the 2 of them the day before to change their outlook so drastically. The old man knew that they were the same in a sense. Itachi had basically killed his whole clan, and Anko had betrayed her village for one that was like a father to her. They were both alone because of it. Hello, Anko-chan. How are you this morning? He looked at her and asked. He noticed her cheeks turn a slight shade of pink when he used the affectionate suffix chan. Well, Itachi-kun, I'm just great. I came to ask the Hokage about something, she replied. She was still inwardly thinking about how sweet he had been to her the night before. She hadn't experienced anything like it before. Most guys just wanted to get into her pants, and she let them. It was fun and she enjoyed it. Itachi hadn't even tried though. Puzzled her to no end. Why would this guy want to act like that around her when he knew about her past? He knew that if he wanted sex, she would have given it to him readily. Hell, she wanted to. He didn't though. Why? She wondered. Itachi thought for a moment about how to pose the situation to the Hokage. He finally decided to just come out and say what he wanted. Hokage-sama, I came here to request that you put Anko on my team for any and all A to SS ranked missions. I believe that we would be a great asset as a team and that we could accomplish the missions faster. He said in the most logical way that he could. In truth, he just wanted to be able to spend more time with the woman. Hee. Well, what a turn of events. Anko came here to ask the same thing. I don't know what happened between you two yesterday, but I will approve this request. You will need to train together and get to know each other's strengths and weaknesses if you are to be a permanent team. I will give you until your time off is over to get ready. Then I expect you to be ready to go out on an S-ranked mission as a trial run. Itachi, you have been taking them as a way to stay away from the village and your family. I know this, but you need to spend time with them too. You are their clan head. I will only do this if you agree to stay home a week at a time every so often. Do both of you agree to this? The Hokage asked them. Itachi was thrilled at the idea of him and Anko as a permanent team. He only hoped that she would agree to the time off every once in a while. He knew that he had been running himself ragged lately. He needed the time off. Anko was thinking along the same lines. She was okay with having to take the time off because they would need to train and spend time outside of missions getting to know each other more. She was even interested in meeting his family. She knew that this was her ticket out of the loneliness of being the traitor that she was always accused of being. I accept these terms if Itachi-kun does, she said, which surprised both of the men in the room. Neither of them had expected her to accept so readily. The Hokage knew why they both wanted this so badly. Maybe they will finally start to become a part of this village again. They both have been going on suicidal missions. It should be good for them to have someone that they can each relate to, and to have each other's back. Itachi accepted just as readily, and the Hokage told them that he would draw up the paperwork. Go, I will see you both when Itachi's time off is finished. I expect that you will need this time to get used to fighting with each other. They left together to start training with thoughts of how their team might work. New TPS. Naruto had gone to find Shikamaru and was playing a game of shogi with him while Sakura was working on getting her chakra scalpels down. She had a long way to go, but knew that it would be worth it. Damn it! Why are you so good at this, Shika? It's been 4 years since we started playing, and I've still never beaten you. Naruto said in a tantrum. He was tired of losing to the Nara. Shikamaru, on the other hand, was shaky. Naruto could have beaten him a few times just today, but the boy hadn't seen the right move. It was scary to think that the Uchiha in front of him was almost at his level of genius. He just didn't think far enough ahead yet. Don't worry about it, Naruto. You know I'm one of the best in the village at this game. Even adults twice my age can't beat me. Hell, you are better than Asuma-sensei, Shikamaru said, if only to sedate his green-eyed friend's anger. It was true though, Naruto was better than his sensei at the game. They started playing again, but this time Sakura watched the entirety of the game. She was starting to get the gist of how to play now. Maybe Naruto and I could play sometime, she thought as she watched. She kept practicing her scalpels, which she wasn't getting any further on. After the game, which Naruto lost yet again, he showed her the next control exercise she would be doing. He put a kunai on each of his feet and then on his hands, and they stood straight up. Sakura and Shikamaru were both dumbstruck, wondering how he could do it. He then explained the concept to Sakura and she got started. Shikamaru surprisingly tried the exercise as well, but to no avail. Naruto told him that he would have to start at an easier exercise. He showed him the tree walking exercise and Shikamaru wondered how the boy was still a genin. He could do so many things with his chakra that it wasn't even funny. Ugh, this is going to be troublesome, but I guess I need to know this too. I can help Ino and Choji learn it once I do, he thought very uncharacteristically. Naruto was happy with Shikamaru's sudden lack of laziness. He didn't know what had come over the boy, but at least he was trying for the time being. He was sure that the Nara would go back to being his smart and lazy normal self soon. He started to work on the B-ranked wind-style jutsu he picked up at the library with Sakura. He knew that he would never be able to learn it in the time that they had off, but he wanted to at least get his clones started. He summoned 50 clones and handed one the scroll to read. After reading it, the clone dispelled and the clones got to work. The real Naruto, on the other hand, started doing a second set of his morning routine. He knew that he would need to be as fast as possible with the added weight. New TPS. Sasuke was still resting against the tree, while Kurenai explained her team's weakness to them. The simplicity of it surprised them, but they knew her and Sasuke were right. Kurenai told them that they would be taking a trip to the library that day and asked if Sasuke wanted to come along. He agreed and went with them. Their time at the library was spent quickly. Sasuke found himself a C-ranked lightning-style jutsu to learn, and teammate all found jutsu that would help them become more rounded. Kurenai told Sasuke that he would have to leave once they were finished so that they could train in private. The Uchiha understood and went back to the Uchiha home to try and learn the new lightning-style jutsu he had found. It was called lightning-style, lightning ball. It allowed the user to send a ball of lightning at his opponent and detonate it, shocking anyone in a 5-meter radius. The ball traveled through the air at a medium speed, and if directly hit, the opponent could be paralyzed for a short time. He started working on the hand signs and summoned a clone to work with him. New TPS. The rest of that day and the next were spent training. Itachi and Anko went to the Forest of Death and started figuring out how their team would work. They decided that Itachi would be captain, but they both knew that it was only a title. The two jonin sparred as much as they could, learning each other's styles in and out. Itachi found that she was quite flexible and could move very quickly. They had been sparring and he thought he had her pinned to the ground, but surprisingly she slid out from under him and got behind him with a kunai to the neck. She kissed his cheek, then making him blush furiously, and the rest of that day was spent with Anko terrorizing him about it. Naruto and Sakura kept working at catching her up. In those 2 days she didn't get any further on her chakra control, but she did start learning the water whip jutsu. She could use it, but it was very slow to form. They worked on the timing together and sparred multiple times over the 2 days. Naruto was not any closer to mastering the slicing wave jutsu. He knew that it would take a while to master, but that it would be a great offensive asset to his team. Shikamaru came back the next day and Sakura wanted to play a game of shogi with him. She was destroyed, but it didn't hurt her feelings. She knew that he was a master. Shika started to finally get the hang of tree walking by the end of Sunday. He had been happy to get halfway up the tree. To end the last day they had a 3-way spar, to which Naruto came out on top, of course. The spar only reinforced Shikamaru's idea that Naruto and Sasuke had been leagues ahead of everyone else, and that if they were to stand any chance against them in the competition of the Rookie 9, that they would have to play some serious catch-up like Sakura was. He knew that they would have to take the Chunin exams sooner or later. He wasn't a genius for nothing. He was secretly trying to get more information so that he could bring it to the table at his next team meeting with Ino, Choji, and Asuma. Sasuke completed his weight training so that he was finally as fast as he was before he added the extra weight. He wondered how fast he would be if he released it. He decided to wait until Kakashi decided to test them again. He knew that they would be tested after their time off. Kakashi had told him as much when he visited the boy on their last day off. He also mastered the lighting ball jutsu by the end of the last day. He found that he was the same with lightning as Naruto was with wind, but neither knew what it meant or talked about it with the other. They actually hadn't seen each other since the morning when Sasuke apologized. It was getting dark on the last day, so everybody coincidentally headed home around the same time. All of our genin of Team 7 were actually really excited to be back on missions and together again. Sasuke was the most excited of them all, because he wanted to apologize and start working together as a team again. He felt like now that they had some time apart they would be closer as a team for it. New TPS. The sun rose over the trees and shone in Naruto's eyes, signaling that it was time to go meet his team. He got up and went to shower. Sasuke did the same, and soon they were all sitting in the training ground together waiting for Kakashi. Sasuke waited until he got there and then apologized to him and Sakura. They both accepted and told him that it was alright, they understood. Alright team, let's see how you guys have been improving in the little time I gave you off. I want you all to release your seals and come at me with everything you've got. I want this to be a straight-up fight. Don't use any special strategies. Just come at me. Got that? He asked and they all nodded. They all released their seals and started to stretch a little to get used to being lighter again. After the stretch, Kakashi told them to start. Naruto was the first to act, sending a strong gust of wind his way. Sasuke and Sakura saw this and added 3 kunai and shuriken each to the gust. As soon as the weapons hit the stream, they sped up immensely, speeding towards Kakashi like bullets. Lightning style. Magnetic wave, Kakashi said after doing a few quick hand signs. He stopped the weapons in midair and they dropped to the ground. Sasuke was already on the Jonin. He engaged him in taijutsu as did Sakura. Kakashi easily blocked and dodged their attacks, but was surprised when one of Sakura's strikes cut him. Wait, that's the scalpel-style taijutsu that combat medics use. This isn't good. She hasn't even begun to master them, and yet she can still cut with them. Kakashi thought as he switched to only dodging her attacks and blocking Sasuke's. Jump you too, Naruto said, and his teammates reacted. Sasuke, let's show them our combo, Naruto said as soon as Sasuke was high enough in the air that he could aim the jutsu properly. Let me try something first to make it easier to hit, Sasuke said and sent a lightning ball at Kakashi, which Kakashi let hit him. He wanted to see what they were up to. As soon as it hit, he found that he could hardly move at all. All right, Sakura, throw all the weapons you can at him, Sasuke told her as he started to do more hand signs. She did just that, throwing 10 shuriken and 20 kunai at the man to distract him. The boys were just about ready. Fire style, fire dragon jutsu, Sasuke yelled and sent a flaming dragon towards Kakashi. When it was at just the right spot, Naruto finished his hand signs and yelled, wind style, drilling air bullet. The bullet of compressed air was flying towards Kakashi. Fire style, flame dragon bomb. The boys yelled together as the ball of air combusted and the dragon exploded outward hard. A heat wave swept over everyone, as the place where Kakashi was exploded into flame. When the flames cleared, there was nothing but ash where Kakashi had been. They knew that there was no way that Kakashi would have let that hit him, but were all worried nonetheless. So that was the famous flame dragon bomb that Minabi told me about? It was quite impressive, you two, but not enough. Let's keep going, Kakashi said from behind them, and they jumped back into action. Naruto sent projectiles that he sped up with great breakthrough at Kakashi, who again used magnetic wave to stop them just in time. Naruto got close to Sasuke and told him to cover Sakura. He nodded at his crush and she started the hand signs. They were much quicker than when they first started the jutsu, so she was done in seconds. Sasuke and Naruto were attacking as hard as they could, but they were only being dodged or blocked. Jump you too, Sakura yelled, and the boys jumped into the air and started doing hand signs of their own. Water style, water whip jutsu, she said, and the whip formed on the end of her 2 fingers. It still took about 30 seconds, but as soon as it was formed, she was on Kakashi with it. Whipping at him like a mad woman, the man was hard-pressed to dodge and block. The 2 boys had landed behind Kakashi and finished their hand signs. Fire style, speeding flame bullet. They yelled, surprising Kakashi. Sakura landed a few hits on him while he was surprised, and the boys sent a fire and wind bullet at the man. The 2 jutsu combined and the wind accelerated the fire's speed and heated even more. Kakashi knew that he could not be hit by that, so he did a few hand signs at Jonin speed and said, earth-style mud wall. He slammed his hands into the ground and brought up a barrier on the 2 sides that he was being attacked from. The flame bullet almost broke the one side, but Sakura's water whip wasn't strong enough yet to even put a dent in it. They are still a flawless team, even though they've been through Sasuke's outburst. That's enough for today, he thought to himself and walked out from behind his walls. That's enough, you 3. You did well. Nice collaborations, boys, and Sakura, good work on those chakra scalpels. Your water whip needs a little work, but it will get better with time and training. He praised his team. They had improved more than he had thought they would in the little time that they had off. So now that we have gotten my little test out of the way, what say we take on a few D-ranks to cool down? Yes, sensei. They all chorused and grinned together, knowing that they had worked flawlessly as a team. They all made their way to the Hokage Tower and were let in promptly. The Hokage smiled at seeing them all together again. I trust that your little vacations were fruitful, he asked. Yes, Hokage-sama. They are ready to go back to doing D-ranks, Kakashi told the man. Good. I've got 5 that you should be able to complete before the end of the day. Here they are. Just turn them all in when you are done, he said, handing the silver-haired Jonin 5 mission scrolls. They looked them over. They were to walk the Inuzuka clan's dogs again, catch Tora, paint a few fences, trim some hedges for the Akimichi clan, and go into the forests surrounding the village and gather herbs. They all three groaned at the simplicity of the tasks. Kakashi knew that they wouldn't be happy with these simple missions for much longer. They spent the rest of the day doing the 5 missions. They were all as easy as they could be with Naruto's clones helping out. It was the end of the day and they went to turn them in. They were happy when they got their mission pay this time, because it had been a few days since they had made any money. Naruto had used up the last of his paying for Sakura's library membership. Sasuke only had a little left after taking Hinata to dinner and paying for his own library membership. New TPS. That week went by very quickly for our Team 7. They did the missions that they were assigned, but were soon getting tired of them. They trained every day together. Sakura and Sasuke had gotten a little closer as teammates as well, and soon they worked even better as a team. Itachi and Anko were almost ready to continue missions again. They had trained almost non-stop together for the last week. Itachi taught her a few fire-style jutsu that she didn't know, and she helped him hone his eyes a little more. They both knew that once he unlocked the second ring they would have to start seriously training it. Itachi introduced her to Minabe and the three of them trained together while Naruto and his team were out on missions. Itachi and Minabe were trying to think of a more permanent solution to Minabe needing clones to come out and help him. Their research wasn't very fruitful, but they had a few prospects in mind. Minabe kept hinting to them what would happen when he unlocked the second ring. It annoyed Itachi to no end when the fox did, because he had no idea what was in store for him. Minabe had given her the resistance seal and she started at 50 pounds of resistance. Took her a while but she had finally gotten used to it. Itachi, however, was up to 100 pounds of resistance. Every day after training they would go to the dango shop and eat together. Neither had stayed overnight with the other yet. They were both still figuring each other out. Anko felt like Itachi was the only man that ever understood what she was going through, but that was only because he was going through it himself. They spent almost all of their time together, but Itachi still spent time with his family. He, Shursui, and Miko ate dinner together almost every night and talked about how things were going. Miko would be having Aiko soon and all of the Uchiha family was really excited that they would have another family member. Miko and Shursui both wanted to meet Anko, but had not yet. They heard about her all around the village and were curious who this woman was that Itachi was spending all of his time with. They had only heard the bad things about her, so they were a little concerned about him. Itachi had even taken the boys out on a little stealth exercise once during the week. They had enjoyed spending this time with their brother. They noticed that with each passing day he was becoming more cheerful. It was a very slow process though. Minabe was very happy that Itachi had found Anko. He knew that she would help him get over the past and what he had done. New TPS. Itachi was glad today was the day that he and Anko would finally be going out on a mission together. They had both already gotten everything they would need for an S-ranked mission and were headed to the Hokage's office. The clerk let them in and the Hokage smiled when he saw them. He knew that they had been anticipating this for the whole week that they were training together. "We're ready, Hokage-sama. What have you got for us?" Anko asked when they were done with the pleasantries. She hoped that they would be out of the village for a while. She was excited to be going out on a mission with the guy that she had grown to really like over the last week. She still wondered about their sleeping arrangements, but she would take care of that on the road. Itachi was just as excited, but he was also nervous to be truly alone with this woman. He wondered if he could control himself for much longer. She teased him every chance she got and he knew it. "I can see that you two have become acclimated to one another. You will be going to the land of wind. There is a person there that you will be spying on for the next 3 weeks. He lives in a small village and Jiraiya thinks that he is planning to do something against Sunagakure. He has told them about this but they refuse to listen. They think that he is of no immediate concern but I think otherwise. I want you to gather intel on him and his plans, as well as the forces he has under his employ. Once that is accomplished, if the intel is grave enough that it will hurt either us or Suna, I want you to take him and his men out. Is that understood?" The Hokage gave them the mission scroll which they took and nodded. "Yes, Hokage-sama. We understand and will get this mission done as soon as possible," Itachi said. He was the captain after all. The Hokage smiled and told them good luck. Then they were off to the land of wind. New TPS. Team 7 was utterly tired of doing these D-ranked missions that they felt Academy students could do. They were on their way to turn in the last batch of them. Kakashi knew that it was time to give them a belter mission. They were ready and all 4 of them knew it. He only hoped that the Hokage would give them the okay. They arrived at the Hokage's office just as Itachi and Anko were leaving. "Hey you 3, how's your missions been going?" Itachi asked, and Anko looked at the 2 boys. They have to be his younger brothers. I wonder if they're half as strong as Itachi-kun. They all look pretty pissed to me, she thought, chuckling inwardly. We're fed up with them, brother. I want an actual mission. Not something I could have done back at the academy, damn it. Naruto blurted out heatedly. Itachi laughed and told him that they would get there soon. I have a mission in the land of wind with Anko-chan here. I won't be back for a few weeks, so I hope you guys get a good mission. I know how easy those D-ranks can be after you do them for a while. They suck, Sasuke said. Yeah, Naruto and Sakura agreed with him. Good luck on your mission, Itachi. I'm gonna try and get these 3 a better one this time, so they will be happy. They're definitely ready, Kakashi said. Itachi smiled. He knew they were ready. Hell, they were ready for a simple C-rank almost fresh out of the academy. He bid his brothers goodbye and good luck, and he and Anko set out. Team 7 walked into the Hokage's office more heated than they were when they got there. The old man knew he was in for it this time. Hokage-sama, we're done with today's D-ranks. My team here is fed up with them, and quite frankly, so am I. They're ready for a C-ranked mission, sir, Kakashi said, which made the 3 genin quiet down. You really think they're ready? The Hokage asked, and Kakashi nodded. Alright, well, I think I have just the mission for you 3. You're going to escort a bridge builder back to his home country and oversee his building of the bridge, the Hokage told them. He knew that they were ready just as well as everyone else did. Yay! No more stupid D-ranks, Naruto yelled. The Hokage chuckled and told the clerk to send the client in. A few minutes later, a drunken older man walked through the door. This is all you've got to protect me? 2 shrimps and a little girl. The man slurred, and that set Naruto off. He and Sasuke weren't shrimps, and Sakura-chan definitely wasn't a little girl. He started to jump and yell at the client, but Kakashi stopped him. Now Naruto, you can't go killing our client now, can you? Sorry about that, mister. Tazuna. The name's Tazuna, the man told him. Well, sorry about my genin, Tazuna-san. He can be a little rash. I assure you that they can handle anything that will come at them on a C-ranked mission, and I am a jonin, an elite ninja. You'll be perfectly safe with us, Kakashi reassured him. The man looked nervous to Kakashi, but he filed that away for later. We accept, Hokage-sama. So where are we headed? You will be going to the land of waves. Here is your mission scroll. The Hokage handed him the scroll. He looked it over and told his team to pack for a month outside of the village. Be at the gate in an hour, he told them, and all 3 disappeared in a burst of speed.